shocking the internet on his first day at work. The female CEO turned out to be my one-night encounter from 3 years ago, and she even gave birth to my twins. The Super Dad check-in system is activated. Sign in and receive multi-million-dollar rewards. Asterisk asterisk. Who could have imagined that my very first day at a trillion-dollar corporation would completely turn my life upside down? The untouchable female CEO of the company was none other than the mysterious woman who had crossed paths with me 3 years ago. Even more astonishing, she had secretly given birth to my adorable twin children. And the moment I stepped through the company's doors, an exclusive Super Dad check-in system activated, setting me on a path where success came effortlessly. The story begins on a miserable night 3 years earlier. Back then, I had just been dumped by my girlfriend, Yang Shanshan. She bluntly told me that good looks alone couldn't give her the life she wanted. Drowning in heartbreak, I drank myself into a stupor and stumbled back to my rented hotel room. That's when disaster struck. A cold blade pressed against my throat, and a calm, beautiful female voice ordered me not to move. Before I could react, an incredibly gorgeous woman pinned me against the door. A chill of death ran through my body. I thought my life was over. Yet her next demand left me completely stunned. She ordered me to kiss her. Urgent knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by the shouts of men in black. Realizing trouble was closing in, I gritted my teeth and did exactly as she asked. Two intimidating men stood outside searching for her. Pretending to be annoyed, I yelled at them and somehow managed to drive them away. The next morning, as the alcohol wore off, memories of the night flooded back. I quickly checked myself and found a faint cut on my neck where the blade had touched me. Even stranger, 3 letters had been carved into my back. YBX. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out what they meant. After that bizarre encounter, the mysterious woman vanished as if she had never existed, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions. Time flew by. 3 years later, I had transformed from a heartbroken young man into a senior college student about to graduate. As a student from an ordinary university, I never dared dream of joining the prestigious Transcendent Group, one of the industry's top corporations. Yet a sudden phone call informed me that I had passed the interview. The problem was, I had never even attended one. Filled with confusion, I arrived at the company's magnificent headquarters. The moment I stepped into the lobby, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations. The Super Dad check-in system has been successfully activated. I had heard of check-in systems before, but the words Super Dad completely baffled me. I was single, unmarried. I didn't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly be a father? The system quickly explained that by checking in at my children's location, I could claim generous rewards. Then it casually dropped a bombshell. I already had children. Before I could ask another question, a flood of information poured into my mind. After processing it all, I stood there speechless. The woman who had held me hostage 3 years ago wasn't a fugitive at all. She was Yin Bingxue, the ruler of the trillion-dollar business empire and the CEO of Transcendent Group. That unforgettable night had resulted in her becoming pregnant with my child. And now, she had given birth to my twins, a son and a daughter. Before I could fully recover from the shock, a sharp voice suddenly rang out nearby. Looking up, I saw my ex-girlfriend, Yang Shanshan. She was clinging affectionately to the arm of a man in a business suit while staring at me with obvious contempt. Seeing me inside such a prestigious company, she immediately mocked me, calling me a penniless loser who had no right to be there. The man beside her, Zhang Hao, pretended to be helpful and said the cleaning department happened to be hiring. He even offered to arrange a restroom cleaning position for me. The two of them took turns ridiculing me, determined to humiliate me in public. I couldn't care less. At that moment, the system issued another notification. First successful check-in at Transcendent Group. Reward granted, a top-tier platinum Patek Philippe watch worth 17.6 million yuan. Without hesitation, I chose to equip the watch. I also confirmed with the system that my twin children were currently inside the company. The thought of finally meeting my own flesh and blood and their powerful mother filled me with anticipation. I moved to walk past the pair. My indifference infuriated Yang Shanshan. She grabbed my wrist and demanded that I apologize to Zhang Hao. But the moment her hand touched my wrist, she felt the luxurious texture of the watch. I shook her off and coldly told her she had no right to order me around. As I brushed back my hair, The multi-million yuan timepiece on my wrist sparkled brilliantly beneath the lobby lights. Zhang Hao recognized the limited edition Patek Philippe immediately. He froze. Moments earlier, he and Yang Shanshan had looked down on me from above. Now their faces turned pale. Neither could believe that the poor nobody they once mocked was wearing a luxury watch worth tens of millions. Just then, the system's voice sounded once more. The twins are rapidly approaching. My heart surged with excitement. After 3 long years, I was finally about to meet my children. And the mysterious, powerful female CEO, Yin Bingxue, was about to appear before me as well. Hashtag Chapter 2. The beautiful CEO of Transcendent Group. Recovering from her shock, Yang Shanshan immediately changed her tune. He rented it. That watch must be rented. He probably came to Transcendent Group today planning to use his looks to pick up rich women. That's why he rented such an expensive watch and pretended to be a wealthy heir. Then he can sleep his way to the top and secure an offer from Transcendent Group. I was his classmate for 4 years and dated him for 2 months. Do you think I don't know his financial situation? Exactly, Zhang Hao chimed in. He's wearing cheap street market clothes. How could he possibly afford a watch worth 17.6 million yuan? The watch is probably fake. Although it didn't look fake, he suspected modern counterfeit watches had become nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Fake, Yang Shanshan declared with absolute certainty. Suchin rolled his eyes. I rented the watch. I slept my way to the top. My watch is fake. Only losers like you two could come up with something that ridiculous. With that, he pulled out his employment offer from Transcendent Group and slapped it directly onto Yang Shanshan's face. Then he tossed another document, a legitimate purchase certificate for the Patek Philippe 5002P provided by the system, onto Zhang Hao's head. Open your eyes and take a good look. Yang Shanshan stared at the acceptance letter in disbelief. Not only did it bear Transcendent Group's official logo, but it also carried the company's official red seal. The words were unmistakable. Dear student Su Chun, congratulations. Having successfully passed the interview process, you have been officially hired as a full-time employee of Transcendent Group. ***. Meanwhile, the purchase certificate in Zhang Hao's hands was undeniably authentic. The buyer's name was clearly listed as Su Chun. Su Chun had actually purchased a watch worth 17.6 million yuan. It was unbelievable. Even his father wouldn't dare buy such an expensive watch. Yet Su Chun had bought one. Could he secretly be a super-rich heir? A storm of emotions surged through Yang Shanshan's heart. Not only had Su Chun received an offer from Transcendent Group, he had really purchased a 17.6 million yuan watch. He was actually a hidden billionaire's son. Compared with him, Zhang Hao wasn't even in the same league. Had he refused to buy luxury goods for her in the past simply to test whether she was a gold digger? Su Chun snatched the offer letter and purchase certificate back from their hands. He didn't want those two despicable people touching his belongings for even one more second. Yang Shanshan felt miserable. After all, now that they had broken up, the last thing she wanted was for Su Chun to be doing better than her. Zhang Hao felt even worse. For the sake of his pride, he snorted coldly. So what if you got an offer from Transcendent Group? I thought it was something impressive. You pushed me just now. If you don't apologize immediately, I can turn you from employed into unemployed with a single phone call. So what if he was rich? At that moment, Zhang Hao was consumed by jealousy. Standing beside him, Yang Shanshan added gloomily. Zhang Hao's uncle is the head of human resources at Transcendent Group. Su Chun, I'd advise you to apologize right now. Whether you get to keep your job here is just a matter of one sentence from his uncle. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Fine, call your uncle. I'd really like to see how he plans to make me unemployed. The CEO of Transcendent Group was the mother of his children. He had received an offer without even attending an interview. Anyone with half a brain could tell that the arrangement had been made personally by the children's mother. Would some mere HR executive dare fire someone she had personally hired? What a joke. Good. I'll call him right now. Just wait. Furious, Zhang Hao immediately took out his phone. After ending the call, he looked at Su Chin smugly. You'll be fired any minute now. We'll see whether your uncle has that kind of power. With that, Su Chin turned and walked away. Zhang Hao quickly stepped in front of him. Where do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere today. You'll stay right here and wait. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host has encountered danger. Would you like to activate the beginner's gift package lottery? A gift package? Why didn't you mention that earlier? Activate it. Congratulations. You have obtained basic combat skills. This skill grants combat abilities superior to those of ordinary people. Would you like to activate basic combat skills? Activate. Instantly, Su Chan felt a surge of power coursing through his body. It was as though endless strength had filled every muscle. He felt capable of knocking down a raging bull with a single punch. All of this happened in less than a minute. Seeing Su Chan remain silent, Zhang Hao assumed he had been intimidated. His confidence immediately grew. Reaching out, he tried to shove Su Chan backward. But the moment his hand touched Su Chan, his wrist was seized. Then, crack. The sound of a joint being dislocated echoed through the lobby. Ah! Zhang Hao screamed in pain. With a simple twist and throw, Su Chan sent him crashing to the ground as easily as tossing aside a dead dog. Clutching his wrist, Zhang Hao rolled around in agony. Security. Get security over here. Catch this lunatic. He assaulted me. He had never expected Su Chan to know martial arts. His wrist felt broken. The pain was unbearable. Today, he was going to make Su Chan crawl out of this building. Yang Shanshan stood frozen in shock. She had never imagined Su Chan could be this powerful. With a casual move, he had thrown Zhang Hao to the ground. Zhang Hao was a large man weighing over 140 pounds. How could Su Chan possess such incredible strength? Hearing the commotion, several security guards rushed over. Recognizing Zhang Hao, the three guards immediately moved to stop Su Chan, who was heading toward the elevators. Sir, you've assaulted someone. Please cooperate and come with us. Zhang Hao struggled to his feet, supporting his dislocated arm. He walked over with a vicious expression. I was kindly explaining Transcendent Group's rules to you, and you responded with violence. A dangerous person like you has no place in this company. You're definitely getting fired. The moment his words fell, a sudden commotion erupted near the elevator lobby. Everyone turned to look. A woman stepped out of the elevator. She wore a perfectly tailored handmade business suit. Her long wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders. Metal earrings sparkled beside her stunning face. Cold, elegant, and breathtakingly beautiful. Her long legs carried her forward on 7-centimeter black high heels. Her presence alone dominated the entire space. If the most beautiful actresses in the entertainment industry could be rated a 9 out of 10 in appearance and figure, then she was a perfect 10. Her beauty and physique were flawless. The dream woman countless men could only fantasize about. Beautiful, powerful, unreachable. It's President Yin. President Yin is walking this way. Zhang Hao exclaimed. His breathing became uneven. His heart nearly leaped into his throat. Even the pain from his dislocated wrist seemed to disappear. He hurriedly straightened his clothes and deliberately moved farther away from Yang Shanshan. With the devotion of an eager admirer, he stared at the woman approaching them. She was none other than Yin Bingxue, the stunning CEO of Transcendent Group. Chapter 3. Thank you for giving Su Chan to me. At the moment, only 3 people were standing in that area. Zhang Hao, Yang Shanshan, and Su Chan. Su Chan might be handsome, but he was a newcomer. There was no way Yin Bingxue knew him. As for Yang Shanshan, it was her first time visiting the company with Zhang Hao. Yin Bingxue couldn't possibly know her either. That left only one explanation. Yin Bingxue was here for him. Awesome. With Yin Bingxue present, he wouldn't even need to wait for his uncle to arrive. He could simply ask the CEO herself to fire Su Chan on the spot. Just imagining it felt incredible. He could already picture himself turning the tables and slapping Su Chan in the face with cold, hard reality. Better yet, as the victim, he could play up his injury and earn the sympathy of the powerful CEO. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Hao hurried forward to greet her. After all, how could he let a beautiful CEO walk over to him without going to meet her halfway? President Yin. Zhang Hao greeted her with the demeanor of a refined gentleman. However, Yin Bingxue didn't even spare him a glance. She simply walked past him. Zhang Hao froze. Like a stunned goose, he slowly turned around, only to see Yin Bingxue stop directly in front of Su Chan. The moment she appeared, Su Chan had already recognized her as the mother of his children. Naturally, he knew she was here for him. To be honest, Yin Bingxue was stunning beyond words. Back in college, Yang Shanshan had been considered a campus beauty with a score of at least 8.5 out of 10. But standing beside Yin Bingxue, she was completely outclassed. The difference was overwhelming. Su Chan, you're here. Good. After saying that single word, Yin Bingxue turned toward Zhang Hao. Her gaze instantly became icy. Weren't you just saying that Su Chen assaulted someone and that he should be fired? At that moment, Zhang Hao felt like the biggest clown in the world. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Su Chen actually knew Yin Bingxue. Not only that, Su Chen had barely stepped into the company lobby, yet Yin Bingxue had personally come downstairs to receive him. That alone proved how important Su Chen was to her. It was a misunderstanding. Knowing how highly she valued Su Chen, Zhang Hao immediately lost all his arrogance. He hurriedly hid his dislocated wrist behind his back. Yin Bingxue swept her gaze across the crowd. Immediately, witnesses stepped forward. I saw Zhang Hao threatening Su Chen and saying he'd get him fired. I saw Zhang Hao push Su Chen first. Su Chen only fought back. It was self-defense. After hearing the accounts, Yin Bingxue coldly instructed her secretary. I don't want to see Zhang Hao in this company tomorrow, nor anyone who supported him. Understood, President Yin. The female secretary immediately acknowledged the order. Zhang Hao's face turned deathly pale. He never expected Yin Bingxue to fire not only him, but also his uncle because of Su Chen. His uncle was the head of human resources. President Yin, you can't do this. My uncle and I have contributed so much to the company. You can't just fire us like this. That's completely unfair. Yin Bingxue glanced at him coldly. Since when do I need you to teach me how to run my company? The secretary immediately summoned several bodyguards. Within moments, Zhang Hao was dragged away. Yang Shanshan stood there, completely dumbfounded. What exactly was Su Chen's relationship with Yin Bingxue? She had fired Zhang Hao, and even his uncle, for Su Chen's sake. Could Su Chen be Yin Bingxue's cousin? That had to be it. After all, Su Chen was secretly rich. He must be her relative. If she could win Su Chen back, wealth and luxury would be hers for the taking. Throwing away all pride, she rushed over and pleaded. Su Chen, I was wrong. Zhang Hao deceived me. Can we start over? No. A good horse doesn't return to graze old grass. I'm the man you'll never have again in this lifetime. Su Chen's response was utterly dismissive. Su Chen, please. Just give me another chance, okay? As she tried to cling to his arm, Yin Bingxue suddenly grabbed her wrist and stepped between them. Yang Shanshan was stunned. Looking directly at her, Yin Bingxue asked calmly, You're Su Chen's ex-girlfriend? Like a dazed puppet, Yang Shanshan nodded. Yin Bingxue continued, Since you're his ex-girlfriend, stop disturbing him. From now on, I'll be taking over his future. Thank you for giving him to me. I'm not saying this to show off. It's simply because you're here, and there's something you should know. You lost a truly exceptional man. And in this world, there is no medicine for regret. Chapter 4. A billionaire CEO wants to marry me, and I refused. Yang Shanshan stared at the departing figures of Yin Bingxue and Su Chen. For a long time, she couldn't recover from the shock. Su Chen wasn't Yin Bingxue's cousin. He was the man she liked. What did that mean? It meant Su Chen was extraordinary. At that moment, she wished she could swallow a regret pill or travel back 3 years. If she had known he possessed such a powerful background and incredible family wealth, she would never have broken up with him. Regret, bitterness, despair. Inside the CEO's office at the top floor of Transcendent Group, Yin Bingxue turned around to face Su Chen. The cold and domineering aura she displayed outside gradually faded. She suddenly seemed much gentler. Did you bring your household registration book and ID card? She asked. What for? Su Chen replied. Yin Bingxue glanced at her watch. It's 10 in the morning. The Civil Affairs Bureau closes in 2 hours. We still have time. Let's go get our marriage certificate. Su Chen was stunned. He hadn't even met the children yet. And this woman was already eager to register their marriage. Not to mention, she hadn't explained anything. President Yin, I'm sorry. I don't want to get married right now. Su Chen rejected her outright. Also, I just arrived today and still need to report to Human Resources. I'll be leaving now. With that, he turned around and opened the office door. He had a system now. Why would he worry about making money in the future? He refused to live off a woman's wealth. If anyone was going to propose marriage, it should be him, not the mother of his children. The office door opened. Thump, thump. 2 adorable little children tumbled directly into Su Chen's arms. At the same time, the system announced, Congratulations, host. Your twins have arrived. Owie, that hurt. Blow on it, it hurts. Oh, we got caught eavesdropping. Mommy, Is this handsome big brother our daddy? Daddy, hug me. Tuanchuan wants a hug. A tiny girl with a little sprout-like ponytail climbed to her feet and immediately wrapped her chubby arms around Su Chen's leg, trying to climb up. She looked exactly like a miniature version of Yen Bingxue. Cute beyond description. Her big round eyes seemed capable of speaking. One look at her melted Su Chen's heart. A true little sweetheart. The other child was a boy. He looked exactly like Su Chen did when he was little. However, he quietly stood up by himself and remained silent. With a serious expression far beyond his years, he watched Su Chen. Curiosity filled his eyes. But there was also a trace of resistance. Su Chen understood. After all, he had suddenly appeared as their father. The boy had never known him before. Feeling wary was only natural. Maybe after spending more time together, the boy would warm up to him. Su Chen loved both children instantly. Not only were they twins, they were a dragon and phoenix pair, one son and one daughter. The perfect family. Laughing happily, Su Chen bent down and lifted Tuanchuan into his arms. Gently pinching her soft, delicate cheeks, he smiled. Hello, Tuanchuan. You're so smart. You recognized Daddy right away. Give Daddy a kiss. Then he kissed her little cheek. The little girl immediately giggled. Tuanchuan is super smart. Daddy, where are you going? Tuanchuan wants to come too. Okay. Daddy will play with you. Yay. Daddy's playing with Tuanchuan. I'm so happy. Daddy, I want to drive my little car. I'll show Daddy. Sure. Daddy will watch. Carrying Tuanchuan in his arms, Su Chen walked away. The little boy watched them leave. Then he turned and looked at Yen Bingxue, who was sitting at her desk. She waved to him. Only then did he trot after Su Chen. The twins were almost 3 years old now and walked steadily. The boy looked exactly like Su Chen, handsome and serious. He still didn't call Su Chen dad, but he quietly followed behind him. Su Chen noticed immediately. Deliberately slowing his pace, he made sure the boy could keep up. Back in the office, Yen Bingxue withdrew her gaze. Her mind replayed the scene of Su Chen refusing her marriage proposal. Yet after seeing how naturally he accepted the children and proudly called himself their father, she felt somewhat relieved. Just then, her phone chimed. It was a message from her best friend, Gu Yusen. Gu Yusen asterisk, how's it going? Are you on your way to get the marriage certificate? Congratulations. Yen Bingxue asterisk, I got rejected. Gu Yusen asterisk? Gu Yusen asterisk, you got rejected? Gu Yusen asterisk, the young, beautiful billionaire CEO Yen Bingxue proposed marriage and got rejected. Gu Yusen asterisk, no way. I'm trying so hard not to laugh. Tell me exactly how it happened. Yen Bingxue asterisk, looks like you're eager to go home and inherit the family business. Yen Bingxue asterisk, I don't mind telling your parents that instead of working, you've been hiding at home streaming video games. Gu Yusen asterisk, wait. Don't. Gu Yusen asterisk, I'm serious now. Gu Yusen asterisk, honestly, I never imagined that a billionaire beauty like you, with the looks of a goddess, would ever be rejected after proposing marriage. Hashtag Chapter 5. My protective daughter is absolutely adorable. Yen Bingxue's cool, slender fingers danced across the phone screen. Send me those tips for winning over a guy. Gu Yusen replied with a laughing emoji. I gave them to you before, and you didn't want them. I need them now. Fine. I'll teach you a few tricks. Guaranteed to help you win over your dream man quickly. Then Gu Yusen asked, did you tell him that Tuanchuan and Lele are his children? No, but I think he already knows. Lele looks exactly like him. And he introduced himself to Tuanchuan as her father. As she typed those words, the corners of Yen Bingxue's usually cold lips unconsciously curved upward. A warm image appeared in her mind. Su Chen carrying Tuanchuan in his arms while Lele followed behind them. She continued typing. I think I scared him by moving too fast. After all, we've only met once, and that was 3 years ago. Gu Yusen replied instantly. As long as he likes the kids, you've got this. Swear, this doesn't sound like you at all. You actually admitted you were wrong? In the past, everyone else was wrong, and you were always right. Looks like when it's someone you love, every mistake becomes your fault. But when it's someone you don't like, even breathing is a crime. Swear, you're totally biased. Yen Bingxue replied. Stay on topic. Simple. First, stop thinking about marrying him immediately. Isn't he working at your company now? You have the perfect advantage. Gradually become part of his life. Understand him. Get to know him. Warm his heart. You'll definitely win him over. Yin Bingxue silently read the 4 pieces of advice several times. Then a faint yet excited smile appeared on her breathtaking face. I'll give it a try. Meanwhile, Su Chun had taken the twins to the company's private children's playground. The place was filled with toy cars and miniature racing tracks designed specifically for young children. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations. Host has completed his first outing with the children. Check-in successful at the toy car playground. Reward: 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe, the world's most expensive luxury sedan. Estimated value: 170 million yuan. Suchin laughed. The Super Dad check-in system was ridiculously generous. A Rolls-Royce worth 170 million yuan. Even a Bugatti Veyron looked insignificant in comparison. The price alone could buy 3 Bugattis. The system was surprisingly thoughtful. Knowing he had 2 children, it rewarded him with a practical luxury sedan instead of a supercar. Perfect. An image immediately formed in his mind. He would be driving. Yin Bingxue would sit in the passenger seat. And in the back, the twins would be secured in their child's seats. Just imagining it felt incredibly warm and comforting. Daddy, this is Tuanshuan's car. It's pink. Isn't it pretty? Tuanshuan proudly drove her pink toy car up to him, her face practically screaming for praise. Suchin affectionately rubbed her soft little head. It's beautiful. Daddy, watch me drive. I'm super good at it. She immediately spun the steering wheel. The tiny girl actually performed a stylish drift with the toy car, looking like a miniature race car driver. Suchin applauded enthusiastically. Amazing. My Tuanshuan is awesome. Watching his daughter show off her talent filled him with a strange but wonderful sense of pride. So this was what being a father felt like. It was indescribably satisfying. Suddenly, applause came from nearby. A man's voice followed. Tuanshuan really inherited all of Xuan'er's strengths. She's amazing. Driving this well at such a young age, she'll definitely be extraordinary when she grows up. Suchin looked over. A man around 28 years old was standing nearby. Before Su Chun could say anything, Tuanshuan jumped out of her toy car. What happens when I grow up is none of your business. Do you live by the ocean? Why are you meddling so much? And mommy specifically told you not to call her Xuer. The little girl ran over and hugged Su Chen's leg. Her tiny face was full of hostility. Daddy, his name is Jianghui. He's one of mommy's pursuers. But mommy completely ignores him. Su Chen couldn't help smiling. What a thoughtful little daughter. He gently rubbed her head. Jianghui frowned. You're Tuanshuan and Leilei's father? He had rushed over as soon as he heard the news. He never expected it to be true. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Correction. I'm their biological father. Jianghui clenched his fists. He simply couldn't accept it. The father of the twins was nothing more than a freshly graduated college student. Aside from being younger and more handsome than him, what else did Su Chen have? Still, Yin Bingxue wasn't married. That meant he still had a chance. A smile quickly returned to his face. Mr. Su, I heard you're pretty good in a fight. How about an arm wrestling match? We can let Leilei watch. A man should have strength in his arms. Jiang Hui was extremely confident. He had trained since childhood. His physical conditioning far exceeded that of ordinary people. He intended to teach Su Chen a lesson and show him the massive gap between commoners and elite families. Before Su Chen could answer, little Tuanshuan immediately stepped in front of him. Hands on her hips, she protected her father with her tiny body. Challenge my daddy to arm wrestling? Do you even deserve that? Jiang Hui wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Su Chen. What is it, Mr. Su? Are you scared? Then again, you're just an ordinary person. It would be normal if you don't dare compete with me. I won't make things difficult for you. Su Chen smiled calmly. This is the first time I've ever seen someone volunteer to get humiliated. But since you insist, I'll reluctantly grant your wish. Daddy. Tuanshuan looked up nervously. She knew this bad guy was strong. He could lift many toy cars with one hand. What if Daddy lost? Su Chen gently rubbed her head. Su Chen, you're far too arrogant. When you lose, don't cry in front of the children. The contest began. 1 second later. Bang. Jiang Hui's arm slammed onto the table. Defeated. Instantly, Jiang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. His face was filled with shock. Hashtag Chapter 6. The adorably cute billionaire CEO. How is this possible? How could this happen? Impossible. Jiang Hui's arm strength had already reached a level far beyond ordinary people. Among his social circle, no one could match him. There was no way a freshly graduated college student like Su Chun could defeat him so effortlessly. He must not have been ready just now. That had to be it. That one doesn't count. I wasn't prepared. Let's do it again, Jiang Hui said. Standing nearby, Lei looked at Su Chun. This time, alongside the resistance in his eyes, there was also a trace of curiosity. As for little Tuanchuan, she immediately jumped up and down excitedly. Daddy won. Daddy is awesome. Daddy is number one. Daddy is the best. At that moment, Yin Bingxue smiled as well. She was sitting in her office, watching everything unfold on her computer monitor. Since she always wanted to keep an eye on the children, she had installed 360-degree surveillance cameras throughout the playground. From her office, she could monitor the twins whenever she wanted. She had witnessed the entire arm wrestling match. Not bad. He won, as expected of the man I chose. A sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Then, knock. Knock, asterisk. Someone knocked on the office door. Yin Bingxue immediately closed her laptop and restored her usual icy demeanor. Come in. President Yin, here's the contract with Rentai Group. Please review it. Yin Bingxue stood up. Leave it on the desk. Rentai's chairman is waiting in the conference room to sign. Then let him wait. The assistant froze. After all, the CEO had just casually postponed a deal worth hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, Yin Bingxue had already left the office and was striding toward the children's play area in her high heels. Back at the playground, Jiang Hui insisted on another match. Tuanchuan immediately made a face at him. Can't accept defeat. Can't accept defeat. Blah blah blah. Several fathers who were playing with their own children nearby couldn't help commenting. This guy is hilarious. He challenged Su Chen himself. Now that he lost, he's saying he wasn't ready. And he wants a rematch? Even if they compete again, will the result change? That was a complete one-sided victory. Jiang Hui's face turned red from embarrassment. He stared at Su Chen stubbornly. He absolutely had to win a rematch. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. The psychological damage from the first loss wasn't enough. You still want more punishment? Su Chen asked calmly. Yes. Jiang Hui gritted his teeth. If you beat me again, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. If you lose, you don't have to pay anything. 100,000 yuan is almost 10 months of your salary. Come on. No matter how you look at it, you're getting the better deal. Su Chen smiled. After receiving luxury watches worth tens of millions and cars worth hundreds of millions from the system, 100,000 yuan was practically pocket change. I'm not interested in money. Jiang Hui almost exploded. Through clenched teeth, he said, if you beat me again, I'll kneel down and call you dad. How's that? Su Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth. I don't have that kind of hobby. What kind of people were Yin Bingxue's admirers? One wanted to get humiliated. The other wanted to find a new father. Tuanchuan covered her mouth and giggled. I don't have that hobby either. I don't want such an old little brother. It'd be embarrassing to take you outside. Even Lei's serious little face twitched slightly. A hint of a smile appeared. For the first time, the way he looked at Su Chen seemed a little different. Jiang Hui's face became crimson. He stood up abruptly. I think you're just afraid to compete with me. You're scared of losing and embarrassing yourself. Su Chen slowly raised one finger. I'll satisfy your desire to get humiliated. What do you mean? I'm using one finger. Isn't that obvious? As he spoke, he casually wiggled his index finger. You. Jiang Hui was furious. This was outright contempt. Are we doing this or not? Yes. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame me when you lose. The two sat down again. This time, Jiang Hui used both his strength and determination. Su Chen used only a single finger. Jiang Hui was convinced he would turn things around. The previous defeat had to be a fluke. This time, he would crush Su Chen completely in front of the twins. He would prove that Su Chen was nothing more than a boastful, arrogant fraud. Not a worthy father at all. Soon, fathers and children from all over the playground gathered around to watch. After a while, everyone noticed something strange. Neither side seemed to be moving. A child asked curiously, hasn't it started yet? One of the fathers laughed. It already started. They're competing right now. The child widened his eyes. Wow, that handsome uncle is blocking an entire arm with just one finger? That's amazing. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui's expression became uglier and uglier. He was already using all his strength. Every ounce of power he possessed. Even the strength he normally reserved for desperate situations. Yet, Su Chen's single finger didn't budge at all. Not even slightly. It was unbelievable. Shock waves surged through Jiang Hui's mind. Then Su Chen spoke calmly. You're at full strength now, right? What do you mean by that? I mean, I'm about to start. We can't stay stuck here forever. You. Ready? Ready. Jiang Hui refused to believe a single finger could overpower him. The moment he finished speaking, his arm slammed onto the table again. Bang! Su Chen had defeated him using only one finger. Jiang Hui's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Complete disbelief filled his face. Watching from behind the office windows, Yin Bingxue clenched her tiny fist in excitement. Yes. The next second, she immediately regained her cold and composed expression. After all, she was still standing in an area visible to company employees. Her CEO image had to remain intact. At that moment, Executive Assistant Zhang stepped forward. President Yin, the young master and young miss have been playing for quite a while. They're probably thirsty. Should I bring them here for some water? Yin Bingxue nodded. Bring them to my office. And have the kitchen prepare lunch. Add one more serving. A trace of happiness flashed through her eyes. The assistant secretly smiled. She finally understood why her CEO had abandoned a contract worth hundreds of millions and rushed over here. It wasn't to watch the children. It was to watch Su Chen. As a capable assistant, it was naturally her duty to support the boss's romantic pursuits whenever possible. Hashtag Chapter 7. He actually knelt down and called him Dad. Over on Su Chen's side, little Tuanchuan practically jumped 3 feet into the air. Waving her tiny pink fists excitedly, she cheered at the top of her lungs. Woohoo! Daddy won. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is the strongest. Daddy is Tuanchuan's idol. Yay! Daddy is the best, best, best. The other children nearby immediately joined in with enthusiastic applause. Tuanchuan, your daddy is so awesome. He won with just one finger. I think that guy even used all his strength. That was a complete instant defeat. Lele, your daddy is unbelievably strong, one child said enviously while nudging Lele's arm. Lele looked at the starry-eyed expression on the other child's face. The corners of his usually stiff little mouth lifted slightly into a tiny smile. He responded with only a single word. As someone whose senses had been enhanced by the combat skill, Su Chen easily caught that tiny response amid the noisy crowd. A smile appeared on his face. Not bad. His son had gone from openly rejecting him to gradually acknowledging him as his father. Sure, Lele still hadn't called him dad yet, but that wasn't a problem. A little more bonding, and sooner or later the boy would come around. Thinking about it made Su Chen laugh inwardly. At that moment, Assistant Zhang approached with a polite smile. Mr. Su, it's lunchtime. President Yin has prepared lunch for you, the young master and the young miss. Would you like to head over now? Su Chen looked at the twins. Kids, want to go eat? Tuanchuan immediately rubbed her little tummy. Daddy, Tuanchuan is a tiny bit hungry. Lele nodded. Okay. As usual, he kept his words to an absolute minimum. Maybe he had inherited Yin Bingshue's CEO genes. Despite being only 2 years old, he always acted like a miniature executive. The sight amused Su Chen so much that he reached out and pinched Lele's soft little cheeks several times. Lele frowned in protest. Meanwhile, Tuanchuan burst into giggles. Watching the warm father and children interaction, Jiang Hui felt utterly miserable. He had spent his entire life being the center of attention. Wherever he went, people noticed him. But today, he had become nothing more than an ignored clown. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood out like a crane among chickens, effortlessly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Hui couldn't accept it. How had he lost? Su Chen was supposedly just an ordinary college graduate. How could he possess such terrifying arm strength? That level of power had to be at least equivalent to lifting 2,000 pounds. His physical conditioning must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he overpower Jiang Hui with a single finger? The more Jiang Hui thought about it, the more convinced he became. Could it be? Su Chen wasn't an ordinary person at all. Could he be a descendant of one of those hidden ancient families training in the outside world? The thought sent a chill through his body. The more evidence he considered, the more convinced he became. Su Chen's appearance alone was extraordinary. No amount of praise seemed sufficient to describe his looks. Then there was his overwhelming strength. At such a young age, he already possessed abilities far beyond ordinary people. And most importantly, Yin Bingxue had fallen for him. A woman like her had willingly given birth to his children without even being married. All the signs pointed to one conclusion. Su-chun was definitely no ordinary man. He had to be from some hidden elite family, and those people were absolutely not to be offended. The moment that realization hit him, Jiang Hui shuddered. Then he hurried over to Su-chun. Thump! Without warning, he dropped to both knees, right there in front of everyone. Then, honoring their wager, he shouted, "Dad!" The entire playground fell silent. Everyone was stunned, especially Assistant Zhang. She knew exactly who Jiang Hui was. He was a genuine, wealthy young master from Zhonghai, the kind of elite heir who actually had the confidence to pursue Yin Bingxue. She had assumed Jiang Hui was furious after being humiliated. Maybe he would argue. Maybe he would refuse to accept defeat. Never in her wildest dreams had she expected him to sincerely kneel in public and call Su-chun dad. It was unbelievable. After all, this was a public place. She could even see employees in the office area pressing against the glass walls to watch. Even Su-chun was caught off guard. He never expected Jiang Hui to actually go through with it. He truly didn't have this sort of hobby. Dad." Seeing no reaction, Jiang Hui assumed his voice had been too soft. Perhaps Su-chun wasn't satisfied. So he shouted again, even louder than before. As someone with exceptional physical conditioning, his booming voice echoed across the entire floor of the building. Even employees behind soundproof glass heard it clearly. Everyone immediately looked around in confusion. Who was calling someone dad so loudly? That's enough. Get up. Seeing more and more people gathering, Su-chun finally spoke. Jiang Hui immediately rose to his feet. His face was filled with gratitude. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Mr. Su, I truly failed to recognize greatness when it was standing in front of me. I had no idea you were this powerful. I suppose this counts as getting to know each other through conflict. If you ever need anything in the future, just tell me. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly." Then, as if suddenly remembering something important, he added, "Oh right. I'll immediately organize a list of all President Yan's admirers and send it to you. I absolutely have no improper thoughts about President Yan anymore. You can rest assured. As compensation for my earlier rudeness." He pulled out a bank card and respectfully offered it with both hands. "Please accept this anonymous bank card. The password is 123456. There's 10 million yuan inside." After placing the card into Su-chun's hand, Jiang Hui bowed once more. Then he turned around and fled at full speed, as if his pants were on fire. Hashtag Chapter 8, their first close time together. The people around them were utterly stunned. Was this really the young master Jiang Hui they knew? He had actually knelt down and called this handsome guy dad. Not only that, he had even handed over a bank card loaded with 10 million yuan as a gift of filial respect. Jiang Hui's abilities were beyond question. That meant there was only one possible explanation. The handsome young man standing before them was even more terrifyingly powerful. Good heavens! When had the extraordinary group gained such an incredible figure? Even the employees craning their necks from the office area wore expressions of disbelief. Young Master Jiang kneeling and calling someone dad. This was headline-worthy gossip. Assistant Zhang stared at Su-chun in amazement. So this was the man their CEO had chosen. The biological father of the young master and young miss. With just a couple of moves, he had completely defeated Jiang Hui and forced him to acknowledge defeat. A true powerhouse. Awesome. Excitedly, she rushed to report every detail of the incident to her CEO. "Mr. Su, this way please." Assistant Zhang politely followed behind Su-chun, Tuanshuan, and Lele as they headed upstairs. Meanwhile, Yin Bingxue, who had personally witnessed the children's father subduing his newly acquired son, had already returned to her office. When she heard the door open, she quickly concealed the smile on her face, though warmth still lingered in her eyes. Assistant Zhang respectfully escorted the three inside before quietly closing the door behind them. The office was filled with the aroma of food. The Michelin star chef truly lived up to his reputation. The dishes arranged on the coffee table looked exquisite, smelled wonderful, and glistened invitingly. Yin Bingxue sat down first and beckoned to Su-chun and the twins. "Come eat." Holding her tiny tummy, Tuanshuan immediately ran over. She didn't forget to call for her daddy. "Daddy, come eat with us." Lele walked over properly and scooted over on the sofa, making room beside their mother. Su-chun glanced approvingly at his son before taking a seat. This lunch was prepared by the family chef. Try it and see if it suits your taste. If you don't like it, I'll have something else made. Yin Bingxue gently pushed a set of chopsticks toward him. The moment she finished, she felt her heartbeat quicken noticeably. This was the first time she had ever been so proactive with a man. She felt nervous. Su Chen nodded and sat beside her. A faint fragrance drifted from her, even more captivating than the food itself. Daddy, eat some meat. From across the table, Tuanshuan struggled with her training chopsticks as she attempted to place a piece of pan-seared steak into Su Chen's bowl. Unfortunately, her tiny arms weren't long enough. Wah, I can't reach. Understanding immediately, Su Chen held up his bowl and accepted the loving offering from his daughter. He took a bite. The tender steak burst with rich juices and a hint of black pepper. Delicious. Daddy, is it yummy? Tuanshuan tilted her head adorably. Su Chen nodded enthusiastically. Super delicious. My precious daughter picked it for me, so of course it tastes amazing. Tuanshuan instantly beamed with satisfaction. She jumped off her seat and grabbed her brother's hand. Brother. Daddy likes the meat Tuanshuan gave him. Lele's delicate little mouth twitched. Trying to sound mature, he said. Tuanshuan, don't talk while eating. Then he looked down at the steak plate. Only one piece remained. It seemed Su Chen really liked it. Should he pick it up and give it to HM? No, he wasn't giving Su Chen anything. Su Chen noticed every tiny expression. He couldn't help smiling. The little guy was all bark and no bite. Soft-hearted despite acting tough. No problem. A little more fatherly guidance, and the boy would come around eventually. Yin Bingshue's gaze lingered on Su Chen's profile. Quietly, she picked up a piece of asparagus and placed it into his bowl. Then she immediately withdrew her chopsticks. Her eyes flickered nervously. A blush rapidly spread across her cheeks. This was the first time she had ever put food into a man's bowl. Her best friend had taught her this move. The advice had even included a suggested line. Asterisk, steak alone can get greasy. The asparagus is excellent and balances it out. Asterisk. But after placing the asparagus into his bowl, those prepared words completely disappeared. She couldn't force them out. Meanwhile, her heart pounded wildly. Even her palms had begun to sweat. Looking at the bright green asparagus in his bowl, Su Chen felt genuinely surprised. He never expected a billionaire CEO to personally serve him food. Countless men probably dreamed of receiving treatment like this. Yet he had somehow achieved it with ease. As a man, his vanity felt thoroughly satisfied. Smiling, he picked up a piece of asparagus himself and placed it into Yin Bingshue's bowl. Returning the gesture, he said, "You're a little too thin. Eat more." Yin Bingxue stared at the vegetable that had suddenly appeared in her bowl. Looking up, she saw Su Chen already lowering his head to continue eating. She quickly looked away. Inside, she felt like a little magpie that had just discovered a piece of candy. On the surface, however, she remained perfectly calm. Only Tuanshuan, sitting nearby, could tell how happy her mother was. The little girl grinned foolishly beside them. Daddy and Mommy got along so well. It was wonderful. As Su Chen enjoyed lunch, basking in both culinary and emotional happiness while surrounded by his daughter, son, and the children's mother, he quietly took out his phone. A major plan was forming in his mind. He opened the official DR Diamond Ring flagship store and messaged customer service. "I'd like to order a DR Diamond Ring. How soon can it be delivered? Dear customer, could you provide your address?" Extraordinary group. Dear customer, delivery within the city's 6 districts can be completed within 2 hours. 2 hours? Impressive efficiency. After all, a proposal was something the father of the children should do himself. Time to prepare the ring. Browsing through the catalog, Su Chen directly selected the most expensive ring available. Price: 5.88 million yuan. Thanks to the 10 million yuan gift from his newly acquired son, Jiang Hui, he placed the order without hesitation. Soon, customer service replied, "Congratulations on purchasing our most expensive ring, a lifetime together. We also offer proposal packages. Would you like to add one?" Several proposal packages appeared on the screen. After reviewing them, Su Chen couldn't help admiring the creativity. No wonder DR was famous for proposal rings. Their proposal services were incredibly romantic. Before he knew it, he was imagining himself and Yin Bingxue in those scenarios. Romantic, touching, unforgettable. He wondered whether the beautiful CEO would cry elegant tears during a proposal. Just imagining it made him excited. "I'll take the most expensive package. The 3 million yuan proposal service." Schedule it for tonight. The order was placed and paid for in one smooth motion. For the first time, Su-chun experienced the thrill of spending money without blinking. Tonight, he would give Yin Bingxue a proposal she would never forget. Hashtag Chapter 9. His roommates are completely shocked. Twin babies and a billionaire CEO's marriage proposal. After lunch, Tuanshuan rubbed her round little belly and curled up on the sofa. Her large eyes kept drooping. The little girl was getting sleepy. Lele wasn't much better. A full stomach made him drowsy as well. At that moment, Su-chin's phone rang. The sound immediately startled both children awake. Okay, got it. I'll come down and pick it up shortly. After ending the call, he turned to Yin Bingxue. I'm done eating. I'll head downstairs and start work. Yin Bingxue wanted to say something, but remembering her best friend's advice, she merely pressed her lips together and nodded. Okay. The moment Tuanshuan heard he was leaving, her sleepiness vanished. She jumped off the sofa and hugged his leg tightly. Daddy, don't go. Even Lele immediately became alert. His eyes followed Su-chin closely. Was he leaving again? How long this time? Would they meet again? Standing beside his mother, the little boy quietly twisted his fingers together. Su-chin looked down at his daughter. Tears seemed ready to spill from her big eyes at any moment. His heart instantly melted. Picking her up, he rubbed his cheek against hers affectionately. Be good, Tuanshuan. Daddy isn't leaving. Daddy is just going to work. But Tuanshuan doesn't want to be apart from Daddy. I'll go to work with Daddy. The little clingy princess wrapped her arms around his neck and refused to let go. Truthfully, Su-chin didn't want to part with her either. But it was his first day at work. He couldn't exactly bring his children along. Seeing his dilemma, Yin Bingxue stepped forward and took Tuanshuan back into her arms. Tuanshuan, your daddy needs to work. You can't disturb him. Be a good girl. Pouting, Tuanshuan nodded obediently. Yet her eyes never left Su-chin. Daddy, come home early after work, okay? Su-chin nodded. Then he forced himself to leave quickly. Being a father for only one day had already made him vulnerable to his daughter's adorable attacks. After Su-chin left, Yin Bingxue continued staring at the door long after it closed. Eventually, she returned to the sofa with the children. Tuanshuan, Lele, Mommy wants to ask you something. Do you like Daddy? I do, Tuanshuan answered instantly. Tuanshuan likes Daddy the most. Daddy is amazing. Daddy beat the bad guy. Daddy is the best. Yin Bingxue's eyes brightened. Then do you want to live together with Daddy? Tuanshuan nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes. I want Daddy, Mommy, brother, and me to stay together forever. I want Daddy to live in our house. I want to see Daddy every day. Yin Bingxue's smile widened. Turning to Lele, she asked, what about you? What do you think of Daddy? Do you want to live together with Mommy and Daddy? Caught off guard, Lele avoided her gaze. After a long pause, he quietly answered, I'll follow Mommy and Sister's decision. That wasn't a rejection, which meant he approved too. Both children liked Su-chin. Coincidentally, so did she. Therefore, Yin Bingxue silently made up her mind. No matter what, she would win this man over. One day, Su-chin's name would appear on the same household registration as hers and the children's, and he would become the head of their family. Hashtag Chapter 10. She misses him already? Brother Su, today is such a great day. Not only did you land the job, but you also found your wife and your nephew and niece. Hee. Brother Su, we absolutely have to celebrate with a victory feast. After sending the message, Guyu added a mischievous grinning emoji. In the dorm, Chen Jiqiang smacked him on the head and immediately typed in the group chat. Brother Su, don't worry. I already beat up Guyu for being so clueless. Today is way too important a day for us to bother you. You should spend it with sister-in-law and the kids. Outgoing, quick-witted, and sharp, Chen Jiqiang instantly understood from Su-chin's earlier messages that he already had plans for the evening. Su-chin smiled and quickly replied, Thanks for understanding, brothers. I really do have something important planned tonight. We'll set a date for the celebration dinner later. Don't worry, the feast is definitely happening. When the time comes, I'll take you guys somewhere nice and treat everyone properly. Zhang Yubin replied, Go take care of your business, Brother Su. Your life event is way more important than our celebration dinner. To be honest, we'd rather attend your wedding banquet, haha. Guyu said, Brother Su, I know I messed up. We'll be waiting for good news. Chen Jiqiang added, Go for it, Brother Su. If you need any help, just let us know. We're all waiting for the good news. Su-chin replied, Deal. The celebration dinner will happen. Just wait for it. After that, he sent 3 large red packets into the group chat. Each packet contained 10,000 yuan, split randomly into 3 portions for his roommates to grab. Holy crap, Guyu exclaimed. Brother Su is amazing. It's only your first day at work and you're already giving out 30,000 yuan in red packets. You really aren't an ordinary person. A low-key rich guy? Brother Su, you hit it too well. Thank you, Brother Su. Zhang Yubin wrote. I grabbed 15,000 yuan. Brother Su is a god. Mighty and awesome. I wish Brother Su gets the offer from Extraordinary Group. I wish Brother Su happiness as a father. And I wish Brother Su a wonderful wedding soon. Chen Xiao chimed in. We can finally go out for a proper feast today. I got 8,000 yuan. I've never grabbed such a huge red packet before. Being Brother Su's roommate is amazing. Wishing Brother Su and sister-in-law a beautiful romantic night together. And congratulations on becoming a father. As lunch break ended, more employees gradually returned to the office. People stayed at their own desks and didn't openly stare, but plenty of female employees had already noticed the handsome newcomer, Su Chun. Some of the bolder ones found excuses to walk past the water dispenser several times, just to sneak another look at him. Su Chun noticed everything and couldn't help curling his lips into a smile. As expected, his charm was extraordinary. But now he already had Yin Bingxue, the mother of his 2 children. He had even turned down her marriage proposal. Compared to her, the little sparks of office romance held absolutely no appeal. On his first day, HR sent him a large package of company materials to familiarize himself with the business. Extraordinary Group was currently the largest automobile manufacturer in Dragon Nation. Many of its components were exported overseas. The company's market value exceeded 1 trillion yuan, and it also maintained a core research division dedicated to cutting-edge technologies. It was one of the nation's key strategic enterprises. According to co-workers, projects inside included mech research and other advanced technologies. The materials were extensive. In the past, Su Chun would have needed a whole day to finish reading them. But ever since activating the Super Dad sign-in system, he had discovered that he now possessed an almost photographic memory. He flew through the documents, page after page. In less than 20 minutes, he had finished everything that normally required an entire day to review. Just then, WeChat chimed. Su Chun picked up his phone and saw a new friend request. He immediately recognized who it was. The username was simply Yin Bingxue. Her profile picture was also a professional photo of herself in business attire. They had only been apart for a short while. Was she already missing him? Smiling, Su Chun tapped accept. Meanwhile, upstairs in the CEO's office, Yin Bingxue held her phone tightly. A thin layer of sweat had formed in her palm. The usually cold and composed CEO actually looked nervous. Fortunately, no one else was in the office. If any employee saw the woman who could remain expressionless even if Mount Tai collapsed before her looking anxiously at her phone, their jaws would probably hit the floor. Her nickname was her real name. Her profile picture was herself. Surely Su Chun would recognize her. Would he accept her friend request? Or would he reject it just like he had rejected her marriage proposal? What if he really refused? The thought made her unconsciously lick her lips. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her heartbeat accelerated. Ding! The notification sounded like a tiny drum pounding against her heart. Yin Bingxue jumped. Staring at the phone as though facing a formidable enemy, she took 2 deep breaths before finally looking down. Congratulations. You and Su Chun are now friends. You may begin chatting. Asterisk asterisk. Yes. Yin Bingxue clenched her little fist in excitement, the corners of her lips lifting. But then another problem arose. What should she say first? She spent several minutes typing and deleting. Typing. Deleting. Eventually, her fingers slipped, and she accidentally sent the message. Unfortunately, there was a small mistake. She had intended to write, "Do you want to leave together tonight? I'm not working overtime." But in her nervousness, it became, "I'm not working overtime tonight." Just 6 simple words. A little too cold. Yin Bingxue bit her lip in frustration. Her slender fingers hovered over the screen as she debated whether to recall the message. But Su Chun had only just accepted her request. He was probably looking at his phone right now. If he saw the message and then saw her withdraw it, how embarrassing would that be? Su Chun looked at the message and laughed. What did that mean? Was she subtly reminding him that she was free tonight? Leaning back in his chair, he thought, a man should take the initiative. He quickly typed, Then let's have dinner together tonight. But after typing it, he reconsidered. Tonight's plan involved a huge surprise. He couldn't reveal anything in advance. So he deleted the message and sent something else instead. Yin Bingxue waited nervously. The moment she saw his reply, she lowered her head to read it. I'm not working overtime tonight either. Huh. Her brain immediately started racing. Recalling all the CEO Falls in Love novels her best friend had recommended, she quickly replied, Then shall we leave work together? After sending it, she worried it sounded too direct. Blushing, she hurriedly added, Tuanshuan and Lele said they miss you. When Su Qin saw the message, he burst out laughing. Tuanshuan and Lele missed him? Or was it Yin Bingxue who missed him? Haha, looks like this beautiful CEO had been completely charmed by him. But perfect, because tonight, he had a huge surprise waiting for her. Sure, let's leave together after work. Then he added, I miss Tuanshuan and Lele too. The moment Yin Bingxue saw the first message, she smiled. Then she saw the second one. Her face immediately flushed red. Her eyes darted away awkwardly. Why did it feel like Su Chun had deliberately phrased it that way? Still, no matter what, they were leaving work together tonight. That alone made her happy. She threw herself into her work with renewed energy, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Why did this afternoon seem to pass so slowly? After waking from their nap in the lounge, Tuanshuan and Lele dragged their little pillows out into the office. Barefoot, they padded across the plush gray carpet, their tiny white feet sinking into the soft fibers. Adorable. Yin Bingxue looked up and asked, Tuanshuan, Lele, how about we leave with Daddy tonight? Tuanshuan's eyes instantly lit up. Clapping excitedly, she shouted, Yes, yes, Mommy, let's bring Daddy home. I want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. Tuanshuan loves Daddy so much. The child's innocent words immediately made Yin Bingxue blush. Clearing her throat, she muttered softly, Not that fast. Lele remained quiet. But while playing with his sister, he suddenly turned around and asked, Mommy, when do you get off work? Once work was over, they would get to see Su Qin again, right? Hearing her son's question only made Yin Bingxue more impatient. Was time moving too slowly this afternoon? She wanted work to end sooner. She wanted to take her two little treasures and go meet Su Chun as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Shocking. A grand proposal. Finally, it was time to leave work. Yin Bingxue stood up immediately, grabbed her coat with one hand and her son and daughter's school bags with the other, and called out to Tuanshuan and Lele. Tuanshuan, Lele, let's go. Tuanshuan and Lele, who were playing with building blocks, looked up with blank expressions. Huh, why is Mom so eager to come home today? Usually, the assistant has to come in and remind her several times before she'll go home. Tuanshuan's little head clicked, and she cleverly said to her brother, Brother, Mommy must have been in a hurry to find Daddy. That's why she got off work so quickly, hee. Lele pouted, wanting to argue, but seeing his mother's steady yet slightly excited back, he gave up. Yin Bingxue, see you in the underground parking garage. Su Chun, okay, let's go downstairs now, see you later. Su Chun packed his things, put his hands in his pockets, and went downstairs. On the way, he thought about the meeting place later, and also about the luxury car that the system rewarded him with, which he hadn't seen yet. System, are you there? Yes, host. What are your orders? Where's my Rolls-Royce? System rewards are being stored. Please retrieve the rewards as needed and specify the vehicle and storage location. The system service is really thoughtful. Just park the car in the underground garage for me. Tell me where it is, and put the car keys in my pocket. Okay, host. The car has been parked for you in B072 on the first basement level of the Extraordinary Group's underground parking garage. The key is in your pocket. Please check. Receive. Su Chun took out the key from his pocket. It had a black outer shell, silver inlay, and a double R logo that overlapped in the middle. It was understated yet luxurious. A Rolls-Royce Phantom costing 170 million yuan. Wow. Su Chun had just arrived at the parking lot when he bumped into Yin Bingxue. Tuanshuan, like a small pink ball, came rushing towards him with the sound of the wind. Daddy, with a running start and a jump, Su Chun easily scooped Tuanshuan into his arms. The two worked together seamlessly, as if they had practiced countless times. Is this the wonder of blood ties? Yin Bingxue wondered. Lele followed behind his mother, glancing at Su Chun. When Su Chun looked over, he immediately looked away. Su Chun smiled slightly and said to Yin Bingxue, Let's go. Yin Bingxue followed behind him, holding Leilei's hand in one hand, and arrived at her car. Just as she was about to drive off, she suddenly saw another Rolls-Royce parked next to her. Huh. Assistant Zhang, who was following behind Yin Bingxue, was slightly puzzled. Mr. Yin, this is a globally limited edition high-end custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yin Bingxue's car was a Rolls-Royce custom-made, costing a little over 110 million yuan, but the high-end custom-made Phantom in front of her was clearly more luxurious and imposing. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw the headlights of the luxury car flash twice and make an unlocking sound. Yin Bingxue and Assistant Zhang turned to look at Su Qin's hand at the same time. To be precise, it's about looking at the car keys in his hand. Su Qin, this car is yours? Yin Bingxue pursed her pink lips, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes suddenly widening. Assistant Zhang was so shocked he could barely speak, stammering for a moment before finally saying, Mr. Su, this car is a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, a high-end custom model. Price, 170 million yuan, Yin Bingxue said. There are only 3 in the world. One is with the president of Country T, one is in the garage of a big shot in Country D, and the other one is actually in the underground garage of the Extraordinary Group. And the father of my child. Yin Bingxue was so shocked by the last sentence that she couldn't say it out loud. When Assistant Zhang heard the price, he couldn't help but gasp. Mr. Su, your car is so luxurious. Su Chun was driving a limited edition, high-end custom-made car worth 170 million yuan. He's so young. She just graduated from university. When her boss bought a luxury car worth 110 million, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Every time she drove that car, she was terrified, afraid of bumping or hitting it. Unexpectedly, Su Qin's car was even more luxurious. Wow, absolutely amazing. Tuanshuan didn't understand the money part, but she could tell from the atmosphere that Daddy's car must be super powerful. She happily circled around Su Qin, her little face beaming with excitement and pride. My daddy is the best. Leilei, following behind, saw Su Qin's car, and her eyes also showed joy. The little boy, at just 3 years old, has already started to love cars. Su Qin's car is indeed super cool. Let's go. Let's drive my car to eat. Su Qin opened the back door and found that the system had thoughtfully provided 2 child seats. Wow, that's awesome. As expected of a dad sign-in system, the needs of the babies have also been taken into account. After placing the child in the back seat, Su Qin gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Yin Bingxue. Seeing this, Assistant Zhang, who was standing nearby, wisely and quietly withdrew. As the car drove out of the underground parking garage, it attracted a lot of attention. Some people even tried to take out their phones to take pictures, but before they could press the shutter, the luxury car had already driven away. After getting into the car, Yin Bingxue opened the window a little, trying to let the evening breeze in to ease the tension of being in such a small space with Su Qin for the first time. However, when she came to her senses, she found that the car had deviated from the lane she had originally planned and had stopped near the most luxurious central square in the city center. This is a small park next to the square, directly opposite the LED screen. Su Qin parked the car and glanced down at his phone. DR staff are all ready and waiting for his message to start tonight's performance. Su Qin looked at the pictures sent by customer service with satisfaction. After seeing the last part, he made some last-minute changes. The customer service team quickly made adjustments and sent an OK message back. We've arrived, let's get off. Yin Bingxue got out of the car, looked at the somewhat dark sky around her, and asked in confusion, how did we get here? Before she could finish speaking, Tuanshuan suddenly exclaimed, Mommy, look, there's an airplane. So many little gray planes. Yin Bingxue looked up and saw a bunch of drones flying in the air, their scattered lights gradually forming a shape in the air. YBX. These are the initials of her name. There's also a heart shape behind it. After a brief flash, the drone started moving again, and then formed a complex English sentence. Will you marry SC? SC. Su Qin. Yin Bingxue's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, on the large screen that was displaying hundreds of thousands of views per second, the spectacular drone show was being broadcast live. The people in the square were in an uproar. Oh my God. Look. Someone's proposing. What's that? Is it a drone? It's so beautiful and romantic. Quickly post this on WeChat Moments. I witnessed such a romantic proposal. In an instant, countless people in the square took out their phones to film the big screen, and some even found the location of the drone in the park and started filming it from the air. The internet is flooded with videos and news about the luxurious and romantic drone proposal in the central square, attracting the attention of countless netizens. Holy crap, is this the world of the rich? A marriage proposal with 400 drones, broadcast live on the central square's giant screen. I could never dream of doing something like that. The rich end up together, while we can only watch. The immersion is so strong, I'm already ready to reach out. Living is impossible, but this romantic proposal has been added to my bucket list. You think it was the 400 drones that moved me? No, what moved me was the sheer power of a 2 million yuan proposal. Is this what real-life domineering CEO love is like? As the hype intensified, the drones at the scene changed formation again, and a beautiful diamond ring appeared in the air. At the same time, he appeared in front of Yin Bingxue at close range. For a moment, the light from the 5-carat pigeon egg almost overshadowed the drone in the sky. Mom, would you like to wear this ring that your husband gave you? Su Chen asked Yin Bingxue gently. Tuanshuan, standing next to him, excitedly covered her mouth, her big eyes filled with joy, while her other hand gripped her brother tightly, pinching Leilei's arm until it hurt. Okay, considering how much Su Chun prepared for his mother, he'll tolerate it for now. As Su Chun took out the ring, the drone in the sky began its final performance. I hope we can become a happy family. Yin Bingxue tried her best to hold back her tears, but her eyes still couldn't help but turn slightly red. She looked at Su Chun and slowly raised her right hand, which was almost trembling. The ring on her middle finger, and that last sentence, made Yin Bingxue realize something. Su Chun didn't say he loved her, but tonight's romantic proposal and the huge diamond ring on his hand were all because they were Tuanshuan and Leilei's parents. But what does it matter? She'll win over Su Chun. Relying on your own abilities, embark on a romantic love story of marriage before love blossoms. I agree. Let's go get married. Yin Bingxue grabbed Su Chun and hurried towards the car amidst the romantic drone farewell. She was very excited, so this matter could not be delayed any longer. The baby's father has already proposed, so let's get married right now. Su Chun was pulled along by her and said with a helpless smile, Wait a minute, Mom, the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed now. Yin Bingxue turned around, her eyes sparkling, a confident smile on her lips, and said, Don't worry, with me here, the Civil Affairs Bureau never closes. Su Chun was slightly taken aback. Then she pulled him into the car, and the family, with their 2 excited little ones, headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Sign in next to Ultraman in Chapter 12, and you'll be rewarded with mecha manufacturing skill. On the way, Yin Bingxue made a phone call. Meanwhile, the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau had just arrived home, and before the car had even stopped, he immediately told the driver to drive back. When Su Chun and Yin Bingxue arrived, the bureau chief came out in person, and Su Chun once again witnessed the power of capital. There's no such thing as leaving get off work on time. When the president of a trillion-dollar conglomerate wants to get married, the Civil Affairs Bureau will open its doors to them even after work hours. The mother is really amazing. After submitting the documents, you will also need a photo from your marriage certificate. Yin Bingxue felt this was very important and didn't want to take a casual photo, so she suggested going to the photo studio next door to take a nice one. So the family went to the photo studio next door on short notice. Girls take a long time to put on makeup, but Su Chen only needs to do a quick and easy job. Tuanshuan and Leilei also want to take pictures with their parents. Their skin is delicate, their eyes are big and cute, and their eyelashes are long and curled. They are already perfect without any makeup. So it quickly turned into Su Chun taking his son and daughter to wait for the mother to put on makeup. Leilei felt a little awkward being with Su Chun. She looked around and suddenly noticed an Ultraman model in the shop window. The little guy walked over involuntarily. Seeing her brother leave, Tuanshuan followed his gaze and spotted Ultraman. She immediately grabbed Su Chen's hand excitedly and said, Daddy, there's Ultraman over there. I want to take a picture with Ultraman. How about Daddy takes a picture of Tuanshuan? Since the little princess personally invited him, Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. He picked up his daughter and headed towards the shop window. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in next to Ultraman. Reward, basic mecha manufacturing skill. Holy crap! Mecha manufacturing technology. This system is incredibly generous. Awesome. This isn't a watch or a luxury car. This is real skill. Moreover, mechs are a high-end technology that the entire Blue Star is pursuing. The Extraordinary Group is also trying to develop this technology. Su Chun had some knowledge of it, so when he grasped the skill in a few seconds, he immediately discovered that the elementary manufacturing technique had completely surpassed the currently announced mech research progress. Holy crap, this system is amazing. Tuanchuan had no idea what her father had gained in that short moment. She excitedly pulled her father along and pointed at the Ultraman in the shop window, saying, "Daddy, look at Ultraman." Tuan Tuan likes Ultraman because he's super powerful and can grow really, really big. When Lele saw something she liked, she momentarily forgot about what happened between her and Su Chun and said, "Mommy will make a real Ultraman in the future. I'll work with Mommy too. I want to design a super awesome Superman in the future, a combat mech even more awesome than Ultraman." Suchin looked at his son with considerable approval in his eyes. Little Lele is great. She has such clear and ambitious goals at such a young age, just like her dad. He had similar goals when he was a child, such as becoming a scientist or obtaining Ultraman's transformation key to become a great hero who saves the world. Lele is only 3 years old, but this goal has already won over his father's heart. After feeling proud for a while, Su Chin said to his son, "Battle mechs are nothing to your dad." Tuanchuan looked at him happily, her big, bright eyes sparkling like they were studded with starlight. "Daddy, can you build a giant mecha?" Lele looked at him in shock, and after a long while, she said to herself, "Humph, Mom didn't do it. I don't believe it." Looking at his son, Su Chun had a fleeting urge to pick up the pretentious little guy and give him a good talking to let him know the authority of his father. But seeing the way he looked at Ultraman, his heart suddenly softened. "Hey, it's just a 3-year-old little one. As a father, please be more understanding. He's a big boy now. Don't argue with little kids." Suchin didn't say anything, but Tuanchuan was unhappy. She spread her arms to protect her father like a chick protecting its chicks, and pouted as she argued with her brother. "Brother, you're so mean. You have to trust Daddy. Daddy is super awesome. He can fight off bad guys and build giant mechs. Daddy also has a super expensive car. Daddy's the best." Lele was speechless for a moment after being teased by her younger sister. Her expression softened for a few seconds, but she eventually gave in. Mom said that as the older brother, he should pamper his younger sister and not argue with her. Su Chun was talking to his son and daughter when the wind chimes at the shop entrance suddenly rang, and a man in a casual jacket walked in. He seemed to have come straight to the store. His eyes immediately started searching for someone as soon as he entered. The internet is flooded with romantic marriage proposals involving 400 drones. Chui Haoyu was bored at home and scrolling through Douyin when he found more than a dozen posts about it. He didn't pay attention at first, but later he accidentally saw a view from a park. Although there was only a silhouette in the darkness, he was absolutely certain that he would recognize his goddess. Connecting this with the initials, he immediately guessed that someone was proposing to his goddess, Yin Bingxue. He rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to stop it, only to be told that he was too late. Yin Bingxue had already started taking pictures. He rushed over without stopping, and as soon as he entered, he heard Su Chin say, "Combat mechs? A piece of cake. Damn, who is this guy? So arrogant." Upon closer inspection, Su Chun was accompanied by 2 adorable little cuties, Tuanchuan and Lele. Chui Haoyu immediately realized that this was the man who had overestimated himself and proposed to Yin Bingxue. "Lele, as the older brother, you're definitely more capable than your younger sister. You know who's just bragging. This combat mech is a very complex thing. No one in the world has developed a finished product yet. But Uncle believes that our Lele has been so smart since she was little. She will definitely be able to make an amazing combat mech in the future." Lele turned her head and looked at Chui Haoyu, her little brows furrowing. Indeed, some things do need to be compared. Su Chen felt that Lele was quite indifferent to him, but seeing his disgusted look at Chui Haoyu now made him feel much better. A son is still a son. Lele turned her head away, completely ignoring Chui Haoyu. Chui Haoyu was humiliated by a 3-year-old child and almost lost his composure. He clenched his fists a few times before barely managing to maintain a smile. He turned to look at Su Chun and said, You're the one who begged Bing Xue in the central square. Uncle Chui, please call my mom Miss Yin or President Yin. My mom and you aren't familiar with each other. Lele rolled her eyes and said. Su Chen lowered his head and chuckled, then winked at Lele. The son's retort was spot on. When Lele saw Su Chen's gaze, she immediately looked away. Could this person really think he's helping him? He just doesn't want others to have designs on his mom. Humph, that's exactly it. He's firmly on his mom's side. Chui Haoyu's lips twitched, and he looked at Su Chun through gritted teeth, saying, apart from being a bit handsome, you look pretty ordinary. He gave him a very unfriendly look, sizing him up and down with a hint of disdain. Was this outfit just something you grabbed temporarily? The ironing marks on the suit are still there. Was it rented or borrowed? A marriage proposal with 400 drones and a big screen. That must cost several million. Young man, here's a piece of advice. Don't try to impress others by spending more than you can afford. There are many lending platforms now, but unfortunately, Miss Bing, Yin Bingxue is not a woman you can easily win over with a few online loans. Chapter 13. The entire audience was shocked. Dad really can build mechs. Daddy don't mind this, uncle. Tuan Tuan gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and said in what she thought was a very soft voice. The assistant's sister said he's not feeling well here. It's because he watched too much Ultraman when he was little, so it's a bit heavy. She pointed to her own little head and looked at Chui Haoyu with considerable sympathy. Chongo. That's just Chinibyu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur. However, Su Chen thought that Chui Haoyu seemed quite normal, except that his eyesight might not be very good. He gently raised his hand, patted Tuanshuan's little head, and said in a low voice, Tuanshuan, we can't say these things in front of your uncle. It's impolite. Let's go home and say them secretly. Chui Haoyu's face turned almost red. He's not a Chinibyu. He's just passionate about mecha research and loves watching mecha anime. Others simply don't understand. Just as he was about to explode, he belatedly realized that Tuanshuan was calling this man Dad. What does Dad mean? Has he already won over Yin Bingxue and even gained the approval of Tuanshuan and Lele? Chui Haoyu was shocked, and at that moment, a thin flash of light suddenly dazzled his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the light reflecting off the diamonds on Su Chen's watch. Damn, isn't this the Belfida 502P that cost nearly 20 million? Chui Haoyu is a true young master, so of course he wouldn't be unable to distinguish between counterfeit and genuine products. The watch on Su Chen's wrist is real. He can actually afford a watch that costs nearly 20 million. Does that mean all those drones and romantic proposals are based on his own abilities? Chui Haoyu looked directly at the handsome young man in front of him. It seems unlikely that he can gain an economic advantage over his opponent, but that's okay. He has something he's best at and most proud of, mecha manufacturing. His connection with Yin Bingxue began because of mecha. He is a mecha enthusiast and has done some research in this field. He has even written a paper which was published in a science and technology magazine in China. The mecha project of the Extraordinary Group was proposed by Yin Bingxue. They met at a mecha seminar, and from then on, Chui Haoyu was obsessed with her and regarded her as his goddess. Furthermore, he had imagined countless times proposing to Yin Bingxue in the mecha he had built himself. But before he could even finish building his mecha, this arrogant young man in front of him beat him to it. Okay, then let's compare our knowledge of mechs. A man should speak with his abilities. Boasting comes at a price. You just said that combat mechs are a piece of cake for you? How about we ask each other a few questions about mechs? Whoever can't answer them loses, okay? Anyway, they can't build mechs right now. So in terms of theory, Chui Haoyu will never lose to anyone. How about it? You seemed pretty knowledgeable when you were talking about mechs earlier, but now you're not afraid to compete, are you? Su Chen said coldly. I didn't want to talk to you, but you seem to be asking for trouble. Fine, ask away. His son and daughter are both here, so he can explain the knowledge of mecha to them. Chui Haoyu smirked and asked, let me ask you something very simple. What's the best material to use for the external armor of a mecha? No one in the world has been able to build a mech yet. Therefore, it is still in the mecha development stage. The best material they've developed so far is titanium alloy, used for the external armor of mechs. This is something they just figured out, and they haven't announced it to the public yet. Su Chen definitely couldn't answer that. Su Chen was definitely referring to those particularly low-grade materials like aluminum alloys and steel. Su Chen said calmly, At present, titanium alloy, which has super bulletproof capabilities and moderate weight, is the best material for mecha armor. Upon hearing this, Cui Haoyu was completely stunned. Wipe. Su Chen actually knew. Hateful. It must have been Yin Bingxue who told Su Chen. Otherwise, Su Chen isn't someone who researches mechas. So how could he not only know to use titanium alloy, but also know that it should be a titanium alloy with super bulletproof capabilities and moderate weight? Wow, Dad, you're so amazing. You even know that. Seeing Cui Haoyu's embarrassed expression, Tuanshuan immediately clapped her hands to cheer on her father. Although she couldn't understand anything, it didn't stop her from looking at her father with adoration. It's my turn to ask, Su Chen said calmly. Go ahead and ask. Cui Haoyu's expression was very unpleasant. Unexpectedly, her attempt to intimidate Su Chen failed. However, he figured Su Chen wouldn't be able to ask any sophisticated questions. The only things Yin Bingxue could tell Su Chen were probably those things. Su Chen only remembered the names of those things, but as for mecha, without 10 years of research experience, one would not understand mecha at all. He could definitely solve the problem, Su Chen asked with ease. Since you just asked me the simplest question, I'll return the favor with the simplest question. What's the best design for a mech control cockpit? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Cui Haoyu immediately puffed out his chest and said confidently, of course, it's done using mechanical controls, like using a joystick in an airplane cockpit to fly a plane. The joystick is used to unlock the mecha's weapons, and the buttons are used to control the mecha's various functions. This is indeed the simplest question. Any student who is new to mecha can answer this. As expected, Su Chen knew absolutely nothing about mechas. Su Chen was able to answer that question just now entirely by luck. It just so happened that Yin Bingxue had mentioned it to Su Chen, so Su Chen remembered it. Now, he was going to ask a question of medium difficulty, because Yin Bingxue would definitely not bother discussing medium difficulty questions with Su Chen. Therefore, Su Chen definitely doesn't know. Just as he was about to start the second question, Su Chen chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Cui Haoyu asked, frowning. Lei also looked at Su Chen. Because Cui Haoyu's answer just now was correct. Everything you said is correct. The current mech control mode is a combination of joysticks and buttons, which is based on the cockpit design of aircraft. After laughing, Su Chen said, it seems your understanding of mecha is still at the kindergarten level. What do you mean? Cui Haoyu was furious. This means that Su Chen looked down on his answer to the question. I think he's wrong. Hehe. Could he be wrong? This is clearly stated in an introductory mecha book. Absolutely right. Su Chen is definitely just pretending to be profound. Showing off. Su Chen said, I've made my point very clear. The kind of idiot-proof operation you're talking about is fine for operating airplanes, but operating mechs, are you sure you're not kidding me? Cui Haoyu was so angry that his hair stood on end. Hateful. He actually claimed that his method was a foolproof operation. His understanding of mecha is still at a kindergarten level. That's absolutely outrageous. Then tell me, what's the best way? Cui Haoyu said with a sneer. The problem was thrown directly back at Su Chen. He wanted to see what kind of real understanding Su Chen, a complete novice in mecha, could possibly have of mecha. At that moment, an elderly man sitting on the sofa in the corner reading a magazine suddenly put down the magazine and looked at Su Chen. It seemed they were also waiting for Su Chen's answer. Su Chen said calmly, of course, we'll use detection sensors. Use semi-transparent LCD glasses to transmit the mech's field of vision and control the direction of the mech's head camera. Manually control the 3D strategic map display again. The touch panel displays various indicators and equipment status, and the fire control weapon system is controlled by AI voice. We can quickly make the mechs perform any action we want them to do. Of course, the best method is a helmet-mounted EEG sensor, which directly connects the brain's neurons to the mecha, allowing the human and the mecha to achieve 100% compatibility. To reach the level of man and sword as one or man and machine as one, as described in martial arts novels. This method was taught to him by the system. It was the most advanced method. It is a method that far exceeds the limits of current technological levels. Even if others knew about it, they wouldn't be able to make such a helmet-mounted EEG sensor. But he definitely has a bright future. This skill can be acquired simply by mastering the intermediate-level mecha manufacturing technique. And now, With the rudimentary mecha manufacturing skills he's acquired, all he can do is use the method he just mentioned, using detection sensors. Su Chen's words shocked everyone present. They were dumbfounded. Not only Cui Haoyu, but also Lele, and the old man sitting on the sofa in the corner. After the initial shock, the old man immediately stood up excitedly, his gaze towards Su Chen burning with fervor. He immediately used his phone to record what Su Chen had just said. I was afraid I would forget. Looking at the design plan for the mecha control cabin recorded on my phone, he was completely amazed. The design of the control cabin is absolutely perfect. Previous mechanical operation solutions were completely outclassed by this solution. He never expected that when he came to visit his granddaughter today, he would unexpectedly meet such a talented young man. They made a fortune. I must make sure my granddaughter gets this young man's contact information later. Such talent must be recruited into the top Academy of Sciences in China. Lele hadn't expected that Su Chen wasn't just talking casually. He actually knew of a more modern and better control cabin design. Although he didn't quite understand what he was hearing, he still found it impressive. Su Chen is really amazing. He seems to actually know how to build giant mechs. Tuanchuan is a loyal fan of her father. Even though she didn't understand, she clapped and cheered. Daddy is so amazing. Daddy's plan is far superior to the others. Daddy, he'll definitely build a giant mech. My dad is Superman. Cui Haoyu never expected that such a control cabin design would be revealed. Even the most senior scientists at top academies of sciences couldn't come up with such a brilliant design. At that moment, he wasn't angry or embarrassed. Only two words came to mind: awesome. Although he pursues Yin Bingxue, he is also a passionate enthusiast of mecha. The words Su Chen said made him realize that Su Chen was truly incredibly powerful in the field of mecha. He completely forgot that he was supposed to continue his duel with Su Chen. Just throw out all the questions that were on your mind, one by one. They had completely lost their previous arrogance. It's like a student encountering a difficult problem suddenly meeting an all-knowing teacher, wishing the teacher could immediately solve all their problems. Su Chen, then you're talking about the exterior of the mecha. Cui Haoyu, haven't you asked enough? Are you here to cause trouble? Or are you trying to use reverse psychology to probe the trade secrets of the extraordinary group's mecha research? Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out, and Yin Bingxue, who had finished her makeup, appeared out at some point. She walked straight to Su Chen's side, her face displaying the aloofness and domineering aura of a fierce woman protecting her husband. What other company secrets do you want to find out? Do you want a lawyer's letter sent by our legal department? Chapter 14. Obtaining a marriage certificate. Cui Haoyu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Yin Bingxue didn't give him any more chances, not even a glance. She grabbed Su Ming with one hand and her son and daughter with the other, and went straight to take pictures. With makeup on, Yin Bingxue looked even more beautiful and charming, exuding an undeniable aura of a domineering CEO. So beautiful and cool. Su Chen was in a very good mood. After all, this aloof and stunningly beautiful domineering female CEO is about to become his official wife. What an exciting day. Su Chen and Yin Bingxue took a photo together, and then took a simple family photo with Tuanchuan and Lele. When the photographer prompted them to pose, Tuanchuan already reached out her hands, saying, "Daddy, hug me." The baby's smiling face is like a lovely sunflower, radiating an irresistible charm and brilliance. Su Chen happily reached out and hugged his daughter. On the other side, Lele stood next to her mother, holding her soft little hand, and glancing at Su Chen from time to time. Su Chen is going to marry Mom. After that, he probably won't leave again, right? So, should he call him Daddy? The little one lowered his eyes slightly, his long, curled eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his fair eyelids. Little friend's auntie is going to take your picture. Can you say cheese and smile with me? When Lele heard the sound, she looked up, smiled at the camera, and smiled. A perfect family photo of the four of them. Su Ming asked the photo studio owner to print a small copy and put it in his wallet. The photo was taken quickly, and the whole process of getting the marriage certificate took no more than 5 minutes. It's true that having connections makes things easier. Su Chen was somewhat incredulous when he received the large red booklet in his hand. I am married. I actually married the beautiful CEO of a $1 trillion corporation. And we even have adorable twins. And it also activated the dad check-in system. That's absolutely amazing. Awesome. Yin Bingxue looked at the big red book in her hand, her gaze wavering slightly. She felt a little short of breath. Her heart was racing, like when she got first place in a physical fitness test in high school. Her heart was hit by a huge surprise before it could recover, and the excitement made her heart beat faster. She married Su Chun. They really got married. And it was Su Chun who took the initiative to propose. Although she knew that everything Su Chun was doing now was because of Tuanshuan and Lele, the great Ms. Gu Yusin had said that feelings could be cultivated slowly in the future. At this moment, Ms. Gu Yusin was wearing a face mask and browsing Douyin. She saw several drone marriage proposals in a row. She thought her phone had crashed, so she restarted it and realized that it was a hot topic right now. A wealthy man chartered 400 drones to propose in the central square. Neither of them showed their faces, but the proposal was witnessed by everyone, making it the most understated luxury in the world of romance. TCH, this stinky smell of love. This young lady believes in the supremacy of being single forever, and no one can be jealous of me, etc. YBX. Yin Bingxue? A happy family? This. Why does it sound so much like Bingxue and Tuanshu and Lele, the little darlings? Gu Yusin jumped up from the sofa, her face covered by a face mask, and made a thoughtful expression. Then, she sent a message to Yin Bingxue. Shuer, how did your first day back with Mr. Su go? Yin Bingxue had just come out of the Civil Affairs Bureau when she received a WeChat message from Ms. Gu. She smiled slightly, glanced at Su Chin discreetly, and seeing that he wasn't paying attention, quickly took a picture of the marriage certificate and sent it to the WeChat chat box. Gu Yusin, holy crap. Honey, you got married. To Su Chin. So that drone proposal that was broadcast live from Central Square just now was. Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly typed on her phone screen. Kindness. I'll wipe it off. Ms. Gu ripped off her face mask, exited WeChat, and went to check Douyin's posts again. Wow, this romantic proposal was actually prepared by Su Chin for Shuer. This is so romantic. She felt so sour, so incredibly sour. She felt like she had turned into a lemon, sour to the core. What's with the sour smell of romance? This is clearly the sweet love of their beloved Bingxue. Honey, you're amazing. One shot with a 98K, and you hit your Mr. Su's heart right in the heart. They got their marriage certificate on their very first day of meeting. This caught me completely off guard. I wasn't even ready to be a bridesmaid. Seriously, honey, your Mr. Su is amazing. 400 drones and a live-streamed proposal on the Central Square's giant screen. This is such a luxurious and romantic gesture. It's a perfect match for my darling's status. Besides, I think Mr. Su is quite good. His rejection of your proposal during the day shows he has a sense of responsibility. After all, proposing is something a man should do, right? Great. Honey, I'm so glad and satisfied with your marriage, haha. A woman named Ms. Gu, known for her double standards, couldn't help but frantically like the marriage proposal videos she kept seeing, wishing she could reply to every single one with, wishing my darling and Mr. Su a long and happy life together. Yin Bingshue's smile deepened as she read the message from her best friend. She gently put away her phone and looked at Su Chun, who was affectionately rubbing Tuanshuan's head as he smiled and talked to her. Under the warm yellow streetlights, this scene is beautiful and unforgettable. There were many passers-by strolling around the Civil Affairs Bureau in the evening. They were all shocked to see Su Chun and Yin Bingxue leading their two little babies out of the closed Civil Affairs Bureau and getting into the car with their marriage certificates in their hands. What's going on? Wasn't the Civil Affairs Bureau supposed to be closed? How can we still get marriage certificates? Is this the legendary privilege of the wealthy? My poverty really limits my imagination. Today is truly a day of public displays of affection. There are romantic marriage proposals all over Douyin, and capitalists are getting their marriage certificates at night in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It's enough to make anyone envious. Look, they actually got into that Rolls-Royce. They really are rich. Handsome men and beautiful women with luxury cars, and two adorable twins by their side. Is this what the happy life of the rich is like? The scallion pancake in my hand suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. Wah, Mom, I hate that I'm not a rich kid. Luxury cars, beautiful women, twins. I don't even know which one to be sour about first. The incredibly enviable Su Chun was now happily driving with his wife, children, and the little ones onto the road to happiness. But the question is, where should this train's destination be? Tonight. Tonight. Su Chun and Yin Bingxue spoke almost simultaneously. Su Chun smiled and said, "You go first." Yin Bingxue pursed her lips. "You tell me." "Okay, I was just about to suggest we go to my place. How about that?" As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, Yin Bingxue suddenly raised her head, a hint of embarrassment in her large almond-shaped eyes. That's exactly what she wanted to say. Chapter 15. Staying at Dad's house tonight. Su Chun immediately understood when he saw Yin Bingxue's expression. Their marriage came as a bit of a surprise, so where they should live has become the biggest problem now. "Why don't we let the children decide?" Yin Bingxue said. Su Chun nodded, then turned to Tuanshuan and Lele and asked, "Tuanshuan, Lele, do you want to go to Daddy's house or Mommy's house tonight?" Without hesitation, Tuanshuan said, "Tuanshuan wants to go to Daddy's house. I want to take Mommy and my brother with me. Tuanshuan hasn't been to Daddy's house yet. Tuanshuan wants to go." Lele didn't speak, but her big eyes looked at Su Chun with a hint of curiosity and anticipation. It seems he really wants to visit his dad's house. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue immediately compromised and said, "Okay, then let's go to your house." "Okay." Su Chun readily agreed. He was looking for a job, and his studies at school had ended. He would be moving out of the dormitory soon, so he simply rented a 2-bedroom apartment outside. The apartment was 90 square meters, and it was perfectly fine for Yin Bingxue to live there with her 2 children. Well, he's a single guy who lives alone, and his house is a bit messy. He didn't know so many things would happen today before he left home, so naturally he didn't pack in advance. But this was the first time the mother and 2 little ones had visited his home, and Su Chun didn't want them to see the house littered with trash and piles of unsightly socks everywhere. Su Chun thought for a moment and said, "It's too late today. Let's eat out before going home." Having secured the consent of the 3 of them, Su Chun quickly sent a message to the housekeeper who had cleaned the house last time, asking her to hurry up and finish cleaning the house. The auntie is the dormitory manager at Su Chin's school, and she also does some hourly cleaning work outside. After Su Chin moved out, his roommates would occasionally go over to party, and sometimes they would make such a mess that none of the grown men wanted to clean it up, so they would simply pay the dorm supervisor they knew to come and clean it up. The aunt was close to Su Ming, and upon seeing the message, she immediately replied, "Little Su, are you in such a hurry to clean? Are you planning to bring your girlfriend home tonight?" "Okay, Auntie, I'll leave the house to you now. We'll be back in an hour." "Don't worry, Auntie, we'll definitely clean it up perfectly. Have a wonderful evening, haha." Su Chun was secretly pleased when he saw these words. Tonight is the first time he's brought his wife and children home, so of course it'll be a very enjoyable time. Su Chun rented a place near the university, an area he knew very well. Since he was already there, he took it upon himself to choose a barbecue place with pretty good food and drove there. Yin Bingxue seemed to pause for a moment upon seeing the bustling night market. Tuanshuan and Lele were leaning against the car window, looking a little bewildered. Tuanshuan lay there cutely and curiously, leaving a small puff of white mist on the car window as she spoke. "Daddy, where is this?" "This is the most famous food street in the university town. There are so many things to eat here, and there's a barbecue place that's absolutely delicious. Dad will take you there, okay?" "Barbecue? Street food?" Yin Bingxue swallowed hard, not because she was craving food, but because she had never eaten in such a lively place before. Tuanshuan doesn't seem to care at all what we'll eat for dinner. As long as she's with her dad, she's happy. Okay, let's go get some barbecue." The little guy was eager to get out of his car seat, crying, "Daddy, hug Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan wants to go eat barbecue." Lele frowned slightly and reminded her, "Barbecue is unhealthy and bad for your health. Besides, there are too many people here, and the hygiene of cooking on the roadside cannot be guaranteed at all. Eating this kind of food will make my stomach uncomfortable." The little guy spoke very seriously, his demeanor as earnest as a little adult. Although he is only 3 years old, he has read a lot of books and knows a lot. Moreover, his mother has never taken them to eat at a roadside stall like this before. Su Chin stretched out his long arm, intending to pat his son's head, but the little guy avoided it. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "Lele, you're a grown man. How could your stomach be so fragile? Whether it's a restaurant or a street stall, food can be made by chefs. I think barbecue is about the taste, not the environment or location. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely take you to a safe, hygienic, and super delicious barbecue place. I guarantee you'll want to come back for more after you've tried it once. Lele still frowned, looking at the crowded food street outside, her eyes filled with fear. Yin Bingxue looked at Su Chen's profile, as if she had suddenly made up her mind. She clenched her small fist and said, "Okay, let's go eat barbecue." Su Chen was a little surprised by her decisiveness. A CEO like Yin Bingxue probably has never eaten at a roadside stall like this before, right? However, Su Chen trusted his own taste. The barbecue restaurant he chose was no worse than a high-end restaurant. Yes, trust me, the taste here definitely won't disappoint you. They got out of the car together, and Tuanchuan immediately ran down as well. Although Lele was still a little resistant, he had no choice but to follow since his mother had left. The bustling food stalls, the blazing grills, the sizzling, oily skewers of meat, the fragrant barbecue seasoning. This restaurant was almost completely packed, both inside and out. Su Chun found a quiet spot to sit down. He wiped the table and chairs with a tissue before letting Yin Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lele sit down. This thoughtful and considerate gesture made Yin Bingshue's lips curl up slightly. Despite the large number of customers, the chefs are very fast, and the food is served quickly. 3 large plates of fragrant barbecue, including meat, vegetables, seafood, and fish, are served. The food is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with cumin and sesame seeds, emitting an enticing aroma. Tuanchuan couldn't resist taking action anymore. Seeing that she had picked up an enormous meat skewer, Su Chan was worried that she might get hurt by the skewer, so he quickly took it away. Tuanchuan, Daddy will put some in your bowl for you to eat. Thank you, Daddy. Su Chan smiled tenderly and affectionately at his daughter, then put all the meat into a bowl and pushed it in front of Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, blow on it before you eat. Be careful, it's hot. Lele didn't make a move, and Yin Bingxue seemed to be still mentally preparing herself. Su Chen picked up a skewer of fragrant lamb and turned to Yin Bingxue, saying, "Try it. It tastes really good." Yin Bingxue was taken aback. Although the meat skewers in Su Chen's hand looked very good, she hesitated a bit when she thought about how this was a roadside barbecue stall. But Su Chen's gaze was so sincere, he wanted her to try it. Chapter 16. 2 rooms. How do we sleep? Yin Bingxue opened her small mouth, her pearly teeth biting into the small piece of lamb at the front. She took a gentle bite, and the barbecue flavor lingered on her taste buds. The outer layer is baked until slightly crispy, while the inside is tender and juicy. The taste is really good. Yin Bingshue's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow triumphantly and laughed. "I wasn't lying to you, was I? Don't let the fact that this shop is located on a food street fool you. Its food tastes even better than that of the big hotels outside. Yes, he's quite good. It's a bit of a waste to put a chef like him in this position." Yin Bingxue glanced at the barbecue chef over there, then turned her head and said calmly, "Now only Lele hasn't eaten yet. Mom has tried it all, and Mom said it tastes good here. Does he want to try it or not?" The little guy stared intently at the barbecue in front of him, his eyes glazed over, his mouth slightly open, a glistening drop of water clinging to the corner of his lips, threatening to spill over. Su Chen found his son's behavior amusing. He wanted to eat, but was too embarrassed to refuse. Why should a man like him have to do that? He raised his hand and put the meat skewer directly into his son's mouth. Lele was caught off guard. Her slightly open mouth was filled with grilled meat. She wanted to spit it out, but couldn't bear to part with the aroma that had just entered her mouth. But if she swallowed it, she felt guilty for the disgusted expression she had just made. Tuanchuan then took a bite of meat, deliberately showing her little baby teeth as she chewed in front of her brother. "Giggle, it's so delicious. You should try it." She pulled on the wooden skewer that Su Chan had placed there, and all the meat skewers slid into Lele's mouth. Seeing Lele's cheeks puffing out as she ate the barbecue, Tuanchuan immediately smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Seeing this, Su Chen pushed the plate in front of the 3 of them and said with a smile, "Eat more. I ordered a lot. After you finish this, there will be 2 more plates later." Yin Bingxue nodded, a slight smile unconsciously playing on her lips. Just then, my phone rang. It was a WeChat message. It was sent by Gu Yusin. "Gu Yusin, Schwerer, my darling, what are you doing?" Where did you go to celebrate after getting your marriage certificate? You're ignoring me, boo-hoo. Yin Bingxue didn't say much to Gu Yusin after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. So many amazing things had happened tonight that she hadn't even recovered from the huge surprise and didn't know how to tell Gu Yusin. Seeing that Gu Yusin had sent another message to inquire, Yin Bingxue simply took another photo. The photo showed the tempting barbecue on the table, and Su Chen's well-defined hand was visible in the corner. Gu Yusin, this is barbecue? And it's a roadside stall table. My darling Schwer, you actually went to eat roadside barbecue for Su Chen. This is the power of love. Yin Bingxue, the food here is pretty good. It's in the snack street next to Su Chen University. I'll bring you here next time. Gu Yusin, I asked you to come with me to eat at that hole-in-the-wall restaurant in the alley before, and you wouldn't. But with just one word from Su Chen, you went with him to a roadside food stall. Honey, where are your principles and cleanliness? Don't you have any principles or cleanliness at all for Su Chen? Wah. Yin Bingxue, His confident and sincere gaze touched me, and the food here is really delicious. Su Chen has excellent taste. Gu Yusin, baby, I love how direct and cold you are. Gu Yusin on the other end of the phone was so angry she almost vomited blood, but what could she do? She was her own best friend, so she had to spoil her. After eating barbecue for almost 2 hours, Su Chen paid the bill and returned to the neighborhood with Yin Bingxue and the 2 children. It's evening, a time for people to cool off. The neighborhood where Su Chen rents is quite old, and many elderly people live there. The old men and women like to sit in the exercise area at the entrance of the neighborhood in the evening, with large palm leaf fans, chatting and cooling off. Suddenly, a new car drove in, and the elderly folks started discussing it. Hey, who bought a new car? It looks really nice. Oldly, you don't know anything about cars. This is a luxury car, a Rolls-Royce, the cheapest of which costs over 6 million. This car is obviously not an ordinary one. It must be more expensive than this, maybe tens of millions. What? A car worth tens of millions drove into our neighborhood? Old son, I think you're getting senile. Hey, you still don't believe me? Let's go over and take a look, see for ourselves. My son told me a lot about cars before. I'm sure this is a Rolls-Royce. You 2 old men, stop arguing. Let's go see whose relative they are, driving such a nice car. The elderly men and women stood up excitedly and followed the Rolls-Royce. The car was parked in the parking space in front of the building, and Su Chen got out. At that moment, the elderly men and women from the other side also came up. One of them, Aunt Lin, was Su Chen's neighbor. Upon seeing Su Chen, she exclaimed in surprise, "Little Su?" Su Chen had been living in the neighborhood for over a month, and Aunt Lin lived right across from him. They saw each other all the time. Aunt Lin was very hospitable and often gave the neighbors some vegetables she grew herself. Su Chen didn't cook for himself and had never received any vegetables, but he did receive fruit. Aunt Lin, are you out enjoying the cool air? Yes. Xiao Su, what's this car of yours? Aunt Lin asked curiously. Auntie, this car is brand new. Also, I think this parking space belongs to my house. I don't see anyone occupying it usually, so I just parked here. Yes, yes, yes. Aunt Lin said excitedly. This is the parking space for your house, Xiao Su. I didn't expect you to buy a car right after graduating from university. What kind of car is it? Old son just said it's called something like Rolls-Royce, and it's very expensive. It's a Rolls-Royce. We got it for 170 million, Su Chen said. The elderly people behind were so shocked they thought they had misheard. Buying a car for 170 million? Buying this old neighborhood for 170 million yuan wouldn't be a problem at all. These days, young people rent apartments in old neighborhoods, but buy luxury cars worth 170 million yuan. That's some pretty trendy thinking. Xiao Su, you're amazing. Such an expensive car. I feel like the prices in our neighborhood have gone up instantly. This car is amazing. It's better than all the ones my son showed me before. Xiao Su, can I take a picture? I want to show it to my son. Okay, please wait a moment. He said he went to the passenger side, opened the car door, and let Yin Bingxue, who was being blocked by Aunt Lin, get out of the car. Then he took Tuanshuan and Lei Lei out of the back seat. The elderly couple looked at the 3 of them with puzzled expressions. Xiao Su, who are this pretty little girl and the 2 adorable children? Auntie, this is my wife, Yin Bingxue. These 2 are my son and daughter, a pair of twins, Lei Lei and Tuanshuan. The elderly people looked shocked. Xiao Su, you're married. Such a beautiful lover. Xiao Su, you are so lucky. And there's a pair of adorable twins, a rare combination of a boy and a girl. Xiao Su, you and your wife are so good at having children. Look at these two little darlings. Aren't they cute? Xiao Su, I never expected you to be married and have children and to have bought such an expensive car. Now that you live in our neighborhood, we old folks will have something to brag about. Upon hearing these words, Su Chun looked at Yin Bingxue, who was standing beside him with a slightly shy expression and pursed lips, and couldn't help but smile broadly. Dear elders, it's getting late. The two children are sleepy, so I'll take them upstairs now. I'll buy some candy another day and treat you all to wedding candy. Su Chun hadn't prepared any of these things because he got the marriage certificate in such a rush today. And at such an important time, he certainly wouldn't leave his wife and children behind to go out and buy candy. All right, you guys hurry upstairs. Su Chun carried Tuanshuan in one arm and held Yin Bingshue's hand with the other. Lei followed behind her mother, and the family of four went upstairs together. Pushing open the door, Yin Bingxue stood in the entryway and looked inside. The room seems pretty nice. Although the house is not large, it is quite tidy inside, and the house is kept very clean. There is also a bouquet of fresh lilies in a vase by the door. Unexpectedly, Su Chin knows how to enjoy life. There was a small plush toy on the sofa that immediately caught Tuanshuan's attention. The little girl ran over, hugged the pink bunny tightly, and cried out, Daddy Bunny, Tuanshuan loves pink bunnies the most. Really? This is what Daddy won at the claw machine with his roommate last time. Tuanshuan likes it, so he's giving it to Tuanshuan. Yin Bingxue took a look and saw that the tags on the bunny were still there, and there was no price. It really looked like it had been grabbed directly from the claw machine and hadn't been touched. But Su Chun actually goes to play claw machines? With his roommates. Well, they're all boys, right? If it were a girl, then this bunny should have been given away. Yes, it's definitely a boy. Who says boys can't play claw machines? She imagined Su Chun and several other grown men standing in front of the claw machine, trying to win plushies, and looking anxious when they couldn't win on their first try. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Honey, my little house is definitely not as big as yours. There are only 2 rooms, a master bedroom with a double bed and a guest room with a bunk bed. It's definitely enough for our family. There's enough, but how am I supposed to sleep? Yin Bingxue looked at the 2 bedrooms, blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes a few times, and a blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Chapter 17. Yin Bingxue visits Su Chen's bedroom. Today is her first day of marriage with Su Chun. She wanted to sleep in the master bedroom. Yin Bingxue knew very well that Su Chun proposed to her and married her largely because of Tuanshuan and Lei. But what she needed wasn't just a title on a household registration. She wanted them to become a real family. She wanted to make Su Chun fall in love with her. Therefore, seize every opportunity to cultivate your relationship. As Ms. Gu said, she wanted to gradually permeate his life and become his habit and preference. But she can't bring this up directly, can she? She is, after all, a woman. Yin Bingxue looked at Su Chun expectantly, hoping that he would think of these things when making the allocation. Unfortunately, Su Chun didn't look at Yin Bingxue at this moment and said to himself, How about this? Mom, you take Tuanshuan to sleep in the master bedroom, and Lei and I will sleep in the second bedroom. After saying that, he looked at Lei and said, Lei, you sleep on the lower bunk, and I'll sleep on the upper bunk. Is that all right? They don't sleep together, so of course there's no problem. Just as Lei was about to answer, Yin Bingxue, who was standing behind Su Chun, suddenly shook her head gently at him. Lei pursed her lips and pouted, saying, No, I don't want to live with you. I want to live with my sister. Su Chun said nonchalantly, You brat, how old are you? You're still living with your sister. I'll sleep on top, and my sister will sleep on the bottom. Lei declared righteously. All right, you brat, you're trying to shut him down with his own words, aren't you? Okay, then you guys stay in the second bedroom, and your mom and I will sleep in the master bedroom. There are 2 bathrooms in the house, and there are 4 of us. Who wants to take a shower first? First come, first served. Me. Tuanshuan wants to take a bath. Tuanshuan immediately ran over and bounced into Su Chin's arms like a little cannonball, raising her head to give him a sweet and cute smile. A certain aloof little Lei perfectly inherited her mother's cold and elegant demeanor at work. Upon hearing this, she didn't say a word, simply took out her change of clothes from her little backpack, and walked towards the bathroom outside on her own. Holding his daughter, Su Chun pointed at the little one's back and asked, "Can Lele and Tuanchuan take baths by themselves yet?" "Yes, they usually take their own showers at home. Tuanchuan only showers with me when she takes a bath," Yin Bingxue said. Su Chun said happily, "Our two little darlings are so smart. They can bathe and dress themselves at just 3 years old. Tuanchuan, Daddy will take you to the bathroom in the master bedroom to take a bath. If you need anything later, just call for Daddy or Mommy, okay?" Although his daughter could take a bath, Su Chun was still worried. Not only that, this was their first time visiting his home, and many things were different, so he was worried they wouldn't be used to it. So while his son and daughter were taking a bath, Su Chun stayed in the living room, while Yin Bingxue waited in the bedroom, ready to deal with any emergencies. Yin Bingxue glanced outside, then gently closed the door. After locking the door, she happily walked around the room, her steps light and quick, looking around the small room of 20 or 30 square meters. In the middle of the room was a 2-meter-wide double bed. The quilt was neatly made, and 2 pillows were placed at the head of the bed, one a little wrinkled and the other looking very new. It seems that Su Chin usually sleeps here alone. Yin Bingxue couldn't help but feel happy. She walked over and stroked the slightly wrinkled pillow with her fair and slender hand. This must be the pillow that Su Chun used to sleep on. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The shampoo had a faint scent, just like the scent on Su Chin's hair. A desk was placed next to the window by the bed, with books from Su Chin's major on it, mostly mechanical engineering. Yin Bingxue flipped through them and saw Su Chin's notes on them. His handwriting is beautiful, vigorous, and powerful. Seeing it makes one think of Su Chin's hands, which are long and strong, with clear veins on the back of his hands. They are a pair of very powerful hands. The other side of the bed faces the master bedroom's bathroom, which has a large wardrobe built outside. The bathroom itself is hidden. Yin Bingxue bit her lip, her almond-shaped eyes shifting slightly. Is it okay to sneak a peek into Su Chin's wardrobe? She wanted to know his preferences so that she would have a reference point when giving him gifts in the future. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she was already standing in front of the wardrobe. She opened it and saw that the clothes inside were hung very neatly. There weren't many, but each piece was perfectly arranged, which looked very pleasing. As her fair fingers traced each detail, Yin Bingxue gained a certain impression of Su Chin's style of dress. He seems to prefer a casual style. The suit he's wearing today is probably for a job interview. Yin Bingxue's eyebrows curved slightly as she thought about these things. It seems the company's dress code needs to be adjusted. Superb Group isn't a sales company, so there's no need to wear formal attire to work every day. As long as it's not outlandish, casual wear is perfectly fine. With his handsome face and physique, Su Chun would definitely look even more youthful and dashing in casual clothes. After the two little ones finished their baths, Su Chun took the hairdryer to the living room and dried Tuanchuan's hair. The little girl's hair is fine and soft, but there's a lot of it. It'll definitely grow into a thick, black head of beautiful hair. Su Chun felt increasingly happy looking at his daughter, and his movements became very gentle. Tuanchuan thoroughly enjoyed her dad blow-drying her hair, playing with her pink bunny, while occasionally turning back to look at her dad and smile. "Okay, Tuanchuan, your hair is dry." "Thank you, Daddy." Tuanchuan turned around and kissed Su Chun hard on the face, making a loud and unrestrained noise, which immediately upgraded the feeling of happiness. "You're welcome, it's what Daddy should do. Daddy will blow-dry Tuanchuan's hair often in the future," Su Chun said happily. Tuanchuan nodded vigorously. "Okay, Daddy will blow-dry Tuanchuan's hair from now on." Tuanchuan likes Daddy blow-drying her hair. She spoke happily, sitting obediently next to Su Chun. Su Chun was also happy. His daughter was such a sweet little angel. So adorable. No wonder so many men want daughters. Who could resist such a cute and adorable little one? Having both a son and a daughter, and a pair of twins, is truly a blessing. Su Chun thought of his son, and when he looked up, he found that Lele's hair was wet and still dripping water, but the little guy didn't care. "Lele, come here, let Daddy dry your hair too." Lele tossed his head coolly. "No need, my hair will dry in a bit." Before the little guy could finish speaking, Su Chun had already pressed him down. The hairdryer was set to the warm setting, so it wasn't too hot. The airflow was gentle and carried a hint of warmth. "It feels so nice to have the air blown on my hair and occasionally brush against my cheeks." Lele slowly pursed her lips back. It feels pretty good. After settling the two little ones in and saying good night to Tuanshuan, Su Chan turned off the lights in the room, leaving a warm yellow wall lamp as a night light, and then took Yin Bingxue back to his own room. I'm going to take a shower outside. You can shower in the bathroom inside. I've put a new towel in there. Take your phone with you. Call me if you need anything. Su Chan waved his phone in his hand, then took his change of clothes and went out. By the time Yin Bingxue finished showering and came out, Su Chun was already lying in bed. Seeing Yin Bingxue come out, he patted the spot next to him and said, "Come and lie down to sleep." Chapter 18. That night, I couldn't sleep. Yin Bingxue slowly walked over and lay down on the other side of the bed. I turned off the lights. Kindness. Su Chun turned off the lights, and the room instantly went dark. But gradually, my vision became clear again. A large, round moon shines outside the window, its soft light streaming through the window and into the room, bathing everything in a gentle moonlight. Su Chun and Yin Bingxue lay flat on their backs, neither of them touching the other. Both of them had their eyes open, clearly not asleep. With such a big thing happening today, no one can sleep. Su Chun was still excited. In a single day, he gained a wife and children, a luxury car, amazing skills, and an awesome system. His life took a sudden turn for the better and took off. Yin Bingxue opened her beautiful eyes, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling above her head, her palm pressed against her chest, feeling her slightly faster heartbeat. She met Su Chun, got married, and even slept at his house. All of this happened so fast, it caught everyone off guard. She felt that finding Su Chun and recruiting him into the extraordinary group was the best decision she ever made. Moreover, the surprises from Su Chun seemed to be far greater than she had imagined. According to the information she found, Su Chun was an ordinary senior college student. However, today, with his luxury watches, luxury cars, and extraordinary expertise in mecha, he clearly did not behave like an ordinary senior college student. Just how many secrets does Su Chun still hold that I don't know about? With a creak, Su Chun rolled over, and his arm accidentally landed on Yin Bingxue's shoulder. Both of them, who were not asleep, were startled. Oh no, I forgot there was someone else next to me today. How could he just roll over as casually as usual? This sudden physical contact made Yin Bingxue's eyes widen instantly. Her breath caught in her throat for a moment, and her heart pounded like a rapid drumbeat. Still not asleep? Su Chun said, quietly pulling his arm back. Okay, Yin Bingxue replied. What's wrong? Can't you sleep in a different place? Su Chun simply turned around and looked at her openly. Yin Bingxue's face turned red instantly, but fortunately the darkness covered it for her. No, I'm just a little hungry. Are you hungry? Should we go get some late-night snacks? Su Chan rubbed his stomach and said, It's better not to mention it. Now that you're talking about it, I'm getting a little hungry too. Let's go downstairs for a late-night snack. The two got dressed and got up. Before leaving, Su Chan said he wanted to go next door to check on the two little ones. Under the warm glow of the wall lamp, the two little ones were sleeping soundly. Tuanshuan hugged her pink bunny, her little feet kicking off the blanket and sticking out. Lele, who slept on the upper bunk, was sleeping very well. He lay flat on his back, and the blanket was pulled up neatly so that it was hard to see even a wrinkle. His hands were placed outside the blanket. Su Chin suspected that this child probably didn't need to make his bed every time he went to sleep or got up. Yin Bingxue tucked the blanket around her daughter, and the two of them quietly slipped out. Midnight is the busiest time for food stalls. Outside the residential area, a long street is lined with all kinds of food stalls, and the late-night snacks are mostly barbecue, fried rice, noodles, dumplings, oden, and the like. Stalls lined up one after another, with one pot sizzling with activity and another bubbling away in a rich broth made from pork bones, releasing a delicious aroma. There were small groups of customers having a late-night snack at the stall. Some were eating barbecue and drinking beer, while others were enjoying a bowl of fragrant chicken soup noodles with their children, which was both heartwarming and stomach-warming. Upon seeing this, Yin Bingxue raised her delicate eyebrows almost imperceptibly. Who would have thought that she ate at a roadside stall twice in one day? If someone they know saw this, their jaw would probably drop in astonishment. What do you want to eat? We have barbecue, fried rice, fried noodles, various soup noodles, dumplings, and oden here. Over there, we also have grilled cold noodles and cold skin noodles. Su-chan was obviously very familiar with this place and could easily name the types of food. Anything is fine with me. What would you like to eat? Yin Bingxue asked him. She really didn't know which of these things were actually safe to eat. Su-chan glanced at the bustling barbecue stall over there, rubbed his nose, and said, "Let's have some chicken noodle soup. We just had barbecue tonight. Let's have something nutritious for a late-night snack." Okay. Yin Bingxue nodded and followed him to the noodle stall. The proprietress was cooking noodles in front of a large tub when she saw Su-chan and said with a smile, "Oh, young man, you're having noodles instead of barbecue today? What kind of noodles would you like?" "2 bowls of chicken noodle soup, please." After saying that, he turned to Yin Bingxue and asked, "Scallions and cilantro. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Yin Bingxue shook her head. "I won't eat any." "Boss lady, you didn't even put scallions or cilantro in the bowl." The proprietress chuckled and said, "I know, young man. Bringing your girlfriend out for a late-night snack really makes a difference. It's late at night, so chicken noodle soup is a good choice. It's good for your health. You've got such a beautiful girlfriend, you'd better treat her well." Su-chan laughed and said, "Of course, you should cherish your own wife." Yin Bingxue was slightly taken aback, turned her head to look at Su-chan's profile, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. He openly admitted to their relationship. He said he wanted to cherish her. The two packed noodles to go and took them home, where they sat down at the coffee table to eat. The rich aroma of chicken soup filled the room. Yin Bingshue's long hair seemed to be a bit inconvenient. Su-chan noticed that she kept one hand tucked behind her ear, and her posture looked uncomfortable. He thought for a moment, then got up and took a large plastic clip from the shelf, the kind he usually uses to clip bed sheets to dry. Su-chan scratched his head and said, "This is all we have at home. Otherwise, you can make do with this." Before Yin Bingxue could react, Su-chan suddenly walked behind her, tied all her thick, wavy hair back, and then clipped it with a large clip, making her hair neat and tidy. The effect is not bad. Su-chan clapped his hands proudly. Yin Bingxue reached out and touched her hair, a wonderful feeling she had never experienced before welling up inside her. A slight smile appeared on her lips. "Thank you." After finishing a bowl of hot chicken noodle soup, both of them broke out in a light sweat, but their stomachs were completely full. Just then, the door to the guest room suddenly opened, and Xiao Tuanshuan, barefoot, rubbed her sleepy eyes and sniffled as she walked out. "It smells so good. What are mommy and daddy secretly eating?" The little guy ran over, leaned over the coffee table, looked at the 2 bowls of noodle soup, pouted, and started crying loudly. "Wah, daddy and mommy are so mean. They secretly ate food and didn't leave any for Tuanshuan. Wah, Tuanshuan wants to eat too." Su-chan had never seen anything like this before. He immediately picked up his daughter, holding her cold little feet in one hand, and comforted her. "Tuanshuan, be good. Tuanshuan, don't cry. Tomorrow morning, Daddy will go buy something delicious for Tuanshuan, okay?" Chapter 19. Mom made a video call early in the morning. The next morning, Su-chan was woken up from his sleep by a ringing bell. He ate a late-night snack last night and spent time comforting his daughter, not going to bed until 2 or 3 in the morning. Now he is severely sleep-deprived. He groggily answered a WeChat video call from his mother. "Son, are you up yet? Didn't you have an interview at Chaofan Group yesterday? Why didn't you send me a WeChat message last night? How did the interview go? Son, are you still sleeping?" Su-chan mumbled with his eyes closed, his hand wobbling slightly, and the camera suddenly turned to the side. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Su's mother immediately noticed that there was a long-haired girl lying next to her son. Su's mother was slightly taken aback, then looked at Su-chan with a look of surprise and delight. He even coughed lightly twice, as if to remind him, "Ahem, son, you last night." Su-chan suddenly woke up and suddenly remembered what had happened yesterday. Yin Bingxue was lying right next to him. He almost hung up the video call, but when he turned his head, he found that Yin Bingxue had woken up at some point and was looking at him curiously with her beautiful eyes open. Su-chan paused for a moment, then switched the camera to the rear view, pointing it at the ceiling. He said directly, "Mom, your son is so grown up now. Could you please call at a different time next time? Your son is sleeping naked. It would be so bad if you accidentally saw something you shouldn't have." Yin Bingxue was fully awake by now. When she heard that it was Su-chan's mother on the other end of the video call, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She had planned to fix her hair and tidy herself up a bit, But she didn't expect to hear Su Chen say these words the next second. Doesn't he want his mother to know that she exists? But they're already married. Could it be that Su Chen still hasn't accepted her? Yin Bingxue pursed her pink lips and lowered her eyes slightly. Hearing her son's words, Su's mother chuckled and said, Yes, 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 it's my bad timing for calling. Haha, son, then I won't bother you any longer. Call me back when it's convenient. Bye-bye, son. After Su's mother hung up the phone, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. It seems Mom must have seen something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hung up the phone so hastily. However, he really didn't expect his mother to video call so early. He hadn't figured out how to tell his mother that he was already married and had 2 children. After hanging up the phone, Su's mother quickly grabbed her phone and ran to the study, excitedly telling Su's father, Old Su, I knew I heard magpies chirping this morning. It must be something very happy. Haha, I was right. Mr. Su was practicing calligraphy when he heard this and asked, What wonderful news. Did your son pass the interview? Oh dear, I forgot to ask that. Mrs. Su said, slapping her forehead in frustration. Mr. Su glanced at her helplessly and smiled. Didn't you call to ask about our son's job interview? Yes, but haven't I discovered even bigger good news already? Mrs. Su was beaming with joy, and looking at Mr. Su mysteriously, she said, Hee hee, I just video called him and saw a long-haired beauty sleeping next to our son. Su's father's hand trembled, leaving a large ink stain on the rice paper. What? Our Chen has a boyfriend. Mrs. Su smiled smugly. They've been sleeping together, so they must have been together for a while. You brat, you actually kept it from us. Did you see the girl? We didn't get to talk to her just now. Mr. Su put down his pen and asked with a happy expression. No, my son was probably still half asleep and didn't realize someone was next to him. The camera just shook for a second, so I didn't get a clear look at the girl. I just saw she had long hair and fair skin. She must be a pretty girl. Our son was probably a little embarrassed. He immediately cut the camera off and told me he's all grown up now. It's inconvenient to video chat so early in the morning. He said he slept naked. I think he has a daughter-in-law by his side now. Mr. Su rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face beaming with excitement as he said, Great. Honey, our son has graduated from university now. It's time for him to find a partner. A man should settle down and start a family before focusing on his career. If we two help him out, maybe we'll be able to hold our grandson soon, huh? You old man, you're dreaming even more than I am, huh? While Su's mother teased Su's father, she couldn't help but smile. Old Su, do you think we should go to our son's place and meet our future daughter-in-law? Mr. Su thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Wait a minute. This can't be rushed. Our son is all grown up now and he'll definitely know what he's doing. Once he gives his opinion, we'll go there immediately, bring the money we've saved, and buy him a house and a wife. Su Chun, now fully awake, scratched his messy hair and turned to Yin Bingxue, saying, Did I wake you up? My mom is getting old and gets up very early every day. She often calls me first thing in the morning, but I was still half asleep and forgot you were here. Yin Bingxue shook her head, a fleeting smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Fine. She thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Su Chun with a serious expression. Su Chun, we're already married. Huh? Yeah. Su Chun blinked blankly. Now that we're married, I think, shouldn't I go and visit my uncle and aunt? Su Chun caught a fleeting glimpse of her emotion, and a sudden inspiration struck him. So, Yin Bingxue just now thought that she was deliberately hiding it from her mother? This little girl is quite perceptive. Su Chun smiled and said cheerfully, Yes, of course I'll see you. But we definitely can't meet like we did just now. If we do meet, it will be as the mother of my children. We'll bring Tuanshuan and Lele, and you'll be dressed perfectly. We'll pack our things and go home together to meet. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yin Bingxue glanced down at her clothes and realized that after sleeping all night, her silk pajamas had long since slipped down to her shoulders. If I had actually met my future mother-in-law looking like that, I would have been so embarrassed. Yin Bingxue blushed and immediately pulled the blanket over herself, hiding her entire body inside. Su Chen laughed loudly. Good morning, I'm going to wash up first. After saying that, he jumped out of bed, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and went straight into the bathroom. As Su Chen brushed his teeth in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but think about bringing Yin Bingxue and Tuanshuan Lele home. His parents would be overjoyed to know that he had a daughter-in-law, and a pair of 3-year-old twins. Knowing Mom's personality, she might get so excited she doesn't know what to do. Such a wonderful scene. Of course, I had to witness it with my own eyes. So he wanted to tell his parents the good news in person. Chapter 20. Dragon Science Academy. Su Chun is a talent we must bring in. When Yin Bingxue came out after washing up, Su Chun, Tuanshuan, and Lele were already sitting in the living room. Su Chun ordered takeout, soy milk and fried dough sticks, chicken soup wontons, soup dumplings, and vegetable and lean meat porridge. The portions were small, but the table was filled with food. Good morning. Mommy Daddy bought us so much breakfast. There are soup dumplings, which are Mommy's favorite. Daddy really loves Mommy so much. The little guy grinned, revealing a set of snow-white baby teeth, so innocent and adorable. Seeing this scene first thing in the morning is truly delightful and makes me happy all day. With the two little ones sitting opposite, Yin Bingxue sat down next to Su Chun. As soon as he sat down, Su Chun pushed the soup dumplings in front of her and continued the conversation he had just finished, saying, "I've been thinking about it. My parents live on the edge of Zhonghai. It takes us 3 or 4 hours to drive there. We both have to work now, and our 2 kids are in kindergarten, so the timing isn't right. How about this? After I finish everything related to graduation at school, we can go back and pick up my parents so they can come and attend my graduation ceremony together. What do you think?" Yin Bingxue nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." She was still immersed in the tone of Su Chen's words. The two of them were discussing things together like an ordinary young couple. "Married life seems pretty good. Eat more? I bought a lot. It'll be a waste if we don't finish it." Su Chun pointed to the breakfast on the table. Yin Bingxue nodded and pushed the soup dumplings in front of her between Su Chun and her. "You eat too." Tuanshuan sipped chicken soup, ate wontons, and listened to her parents' conversation, covering her mouth and giggling secretly. Hee Daddy and Mommy have such a good relationship. They are a happy family. She raised her little face happily and asked excitedly, "Daddy, are you going to take us to see Grandpa and Grandma?" Lele had actually understood what Su Chun said a long time ago, but the first part left him a little uncertain. When the second half came out, Lele wanted to ask, but when she thought about her current relationship with Su Chun, she held back. Now that his sister has asked, he stops moving his hands, stops eating breakfast, and pricks up his ears to wait for the answer. Su Chun reached across the table and patted Tuanshuan's fluffy little head, smiling as he said, "That's right, once Daddy's done with work, he'll take Mommy, Tuanshuan, and Lele to Grandpa and Grandma's house. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely adore Tuanshuan and Lele. Yay! Tuanshuan will also love Grandpa and Grandma so much. Tuanshuan is so happy. Daddy, hurry up and finish your work so you can take Mommy, brother, and Tuanshuan home soon." Tuanshuan wants to buy gifts for Grandpa and Grandma, including a super delicious cake. Little Tuanshuan may be young, but she's incredibly filial. Lele's previously tense little body suddenly relaxed, and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips, which were hidden in the bowl. "I'm so happy to see my grandparents." Su Chen took in his son and daughter's emotions and felt a surge of pride as a father and head of the family. "This feels amazing. I was halfway through breakfast when my roommate Guyu called. 'Brother Su, did I disturb you? Our class is having a farewell dinner tonight. Don't forget.' 'Yes, I remember.' 'Well, never mind. We'll talk about it when you get here tonight. We'll be waiting for you, bro.' 'Okay, see you tonight.' Su Chen hung up the phone and continued eating breakfast. Lonka Institute. In the office, an elderly man dressed formally sat in an office chair. He was the same old man who had seen Su Chun at the photo studio yesterday. At this moment, what he was holding in his hand was Su Chen's personal information. The older man looked at the document with increasing doubt and frowned as he asked his female assistant, "Xiao Su, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this document?" "Yes, Mr. Yuan. I got this information from their school, along with his own resume. There won't be any problems." The old man gasped. "That's strange. How could a student majoring in automotive design at a third-tier university have so much knowledge about mecha? Xiao Su, we need to bring this person into Lonka Institute. The less information you can find in the documents, the more it shows that he is hiding something." Xiao Su looked shocked. What kind of talent is it that made Mr. Yuan value it so much? Professor Yuan is the pioneer and leader in the field of mecha research in China. This senior student must be quite capable to impress Professor Yuan. But judging from the information, He really is just an ordinary college student. Aside from being handsome and having above-average grades, he didn't have any particularly outstanding performances, nor did he show any advantage in Mecca. So how did he end up being chosen by Mr. Yuan? Professor Yuan, I don't understand. This college student surnamed Su majored in automotive engineering, which has nothing to do with Mecca. He has never participated in any competitions, nor has he published any papers on Mecca. Why do you value him so much? When Mr. Yuan recalled what he had witnessed the previous night, his eyes immediately lit up. He paced excitedly around the office, his face beaming, and said, Xiao Su, you didn't meet him in person. If you had met him yesterday and heard what he said, you would understand that he is a true talent. China has been researching mecha technology for so many years, but it still hasn't been able to make a real breakthrough. We don't know how long it will take to go from theory to reality. But I think this young man is the hope for this step. If mechs can really be manufactured in the future, I think the first one will definitely be made by Su Chun. Xiao Su was so shocked that he couldn't speak. She really wanted to know who Su Chun was, that he could receive such high praise from Elder Yuan. Will he be the first man to create a mecha? Is he really that powerful? Elder Yuan, should we extend an olive branch to Su Chun? Our Dragon Science Academy's mecha department has never made an exception to recruit undergraduates from third-tier universities, let alone non-major students. Yuan waved his hand and said firmly, in the face of true expertise and genius, rules are meaningless. I'll handle things from above. Our mecha research department absolutely cannot miss out on a talent like Su Chun. Go contact Su Chun and identify ourselves. Forget it. I'll go talk to him myself. Xiao Su watched as Mr. Yuan left the office excitedly, his steps light as if he had just made a major breakthrough, and he became even more surprised. She actually really hoped that Su Chun could come to Lonka Academy. I want to see this genius that Mr. Yuan talked about with my own eyes. She had followed Mr. Yuan for so many years, and she had never seen anyone valued by him so highly. Chapter 21, My Adorable Son. After breakfast, the family of four went out together. As soon as I got downstairs, Assistant Zhang was already waiting by the car. There was another Rolls-Royce parked next to it. Mr. Su, President, good morning. Assistant Zhang greeted her with a smile, and then began to report today's work arrangements to Yin Bingxue. President Yin, you were discussing the 1.2 billion renminbi project in the southwest region with the boss of Shengshi at 8:30 this morning. We should set off now. Yin Bingxue nodded, then turned to look at Su Chun. I have to go first. Can you handle the matter of sending the two children to kindergarten? I'll have Assistant Zhang stay. Su Chun waved his hand. No need. I'm fine. Taking my son and daughter to school is a father's job, so please leave it to me. Okay, call me if you need anything. I'll send you the kindergarten's address on WeChat later. Yin Bingxue kept turning back to look at herself as she walked, taking a long time to get into the car, even though it was only a few meters away. When Assistant Zhang saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The CEO and Mr. Su have such a good relationship. We really don't want to be apart for even a moment. As soon as Yin Bingxue left, Lele became uneasy. He wasn't used to being alone with Su Chun. Although Tuan Tuan was there too, his sister was completely siding with Su Chun. Whenever Su Chun was around, all she could think about was poop. It was better for her not to be there at all. Su Chun first put his daughter in the car seat in the back seat, and then went to pick up his son. Lele shrank back, pouting, and said, I can do it myself. Su Chun chuckled and didn't press the issue. All right, then do it yourself. You brat, still won't back down. Lele wiggled her little bottom as she climbed into the car and sat in her car seat, but she encountered a little trouble when fastening her seatbelt. He's so small, his arms and legs can't reach. Awkward. Su Chun leaned against the car door, leisurely watching his son. Knowing that his son couldn't handle it, he didn't offer to help. He just stood there happily, arms crossed, striking a cool pose. Lele tried for a long time, but still couldn't reach it. When she looked up at Su Chun's smiling face, she felt even more annoyed. Enraged, he threw down the seatbelt and said, No, I'm an adult now. I don't need to sit in a car seat. I want to be the front passenger. The little guy was about to jump down when Su Chun grabbed his shoulder and suppressed his smile, saying, Article 34 of the Regulations on Road Traffic Management in Zhonghai City clearly stipulates that, when driving a motor vehicle on the road, It is not allowed to arrange for a minor under the age of 12 to sit in the front passenger seat. Lele, you're not qualified to sit in the front passenger seat. Even in the back seat, a car seat is needed. Of course, you can also choose to walk to school, Su-chun said with a smile. You. Lele clenched her little fists angrily, her cute little face puffed out with her cheeks, like a little inflated ball, so adorable. Su-chun laughed twice. Just kidding. Sit up straight. We're about to leave. It's your first day of school, so I can't let you be late. He quickly fastened Lele's seatbelt, then got into the car and drove to the kindergarten. Lele was still pouting, but seeing the smile on Su-chin's face in the rearview mirror, she was no longer angry. Toanshuan whispered from behind. Daddy's taking us to kindergarten. I'm so happy. Daddy will take us inside later. Lele paused for a moment, then nodded gently as if she remembered something. They spoke very softly, but Su-chun could still hear them clearly. He thought his son wouldn't agree. After all, his son was still very hostile towards him, always acting awkward and asking for trouble. But he actually agreed to let me send him to kindergarten? Strangeness. Su-chun drove to the address Yin Bingxue had sent him. Wherever the luxury car went, it seemed to be the center of attention. The kindergarten teachers stood at the entrance to greet the children, and the surrounding area was full of parents dropping their children off at school. The presence of such a luxurious Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance naturally attracted everyone's attention immediately. Teacher Fan, have any new children joined our kindergarten? I've never seen this car before. Is that a Rolls-Royce? I remember Toanshuan and Lele's mom drive one too, but it doesn't look as luxurious as this one. Teacher Fan, is this a new student? Which class is he in? Such wealthy parents. We should definitely get to know them. Teacher Fan shook her head in confusion. No, there are no new children in the kindergarten. Oh, whose new luxury car is this? Everyone looked over curiously and saw a tall, handsome, and young man get out of the driver's seat. Wow, so handsome. Why did I have to run into such a handsome man at the kindergarten gate? God, isn't this just deliberately trying to make me feel bad? Another day of liking someone else's husband. I wonder whose dad it is. Oh, it's Toanshuan and Lele. Teacher Fan exclaimed. Su-chun had already locked the car, holding Toanshuan's hand with one hand and reaching out to Lele with the other. Lele was stunned for a moment, but then obediently let Su-chun lead her. It's like the sun has risen in the west. Why has my son suddenly become so well-behaved? Good morning, Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Teacher Fan greeted the two children, then looked up at Su-chun. Hello, may I ask who you are? You must be Teacher Fan? I've heard the children's mother mention you. I'm Su-chun, the father of Toanshuan and Lele. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as parents and Teacher Fan stared at Su-chun in shock. You're Toanshuan and Lele's dad? Yes. Su-chun confirmed. Toanshuan happily exclaimed, Teacher, this is my poop. To everyone's surprise, Lele spoke up. Teacher, this is my and my sister's daddy. Hello, Mr. Su. Oh my god, it turns out that Toanshuan and Lele's dad is so handsome. No wonder Toanshuan and Lele are so cute. Lele is exactly like our Mr. Su. He's been a handsome boy since he was little. Mr. Su, your fertility is amazing. You gave birth to such adorable twins, Toanshuan and Lele. The whole kindergarten is envious. Parents in the park exclaimed. Toanshuan and Lele's dad is Mr. Su. You're so handsome. Mr. Su, please come and drop Toanshuan and Lele off at school more often. It'll be a feast for the eyes of us parents. Haha. Mr. Su, your car looks very luxurious. I wonder which Rolls-Royce it is. I don't think I've seen it online before. Could it be a custom-made model? The male parent's attention was focused on Su-chen's car. Su-chen nodded and said, yes, it's a globally limited edition high-end custom model. A limited edition, high-end custom model. Wow, this car must be worth over 100 million. Mr. Su, you're truly amazing. Mr. Su is so rich and handsome. Have you joined our parents' group yet? Let's add each other on WeChat, so we can join the group later. Upon hearing this, Toanshuan immediately reached out her little hand to stop them. Lele stood between the parent and her father, propping up her cute little face, but speaking in a way that seemed to come from 1,000 miles away. Xiaoxu's mom, my mom has already joined the parents' group. Dad and mom are together all the time, so dad doesn't need to join again. Daddy and mommy have a super good relationship. Chapter 22. Shocking. The person behind Su-chun is actually the CEO. In the morning, Su Chun was working at his workstation when a WeChat message suddenly appeared on his phone. Are you busy? Come to my office. Yin Bingxue. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. This little girl really can't be without me for a moment. He had just returned from the meeting and couldn't wait to call him up to meet him. She's just too charming. There's no way around it. He straightened his clothes and was about to get up and leave when the manager, who had been staring at him for a while, suddenly walked over, tapped on the table, and said, Su Chun, go and make a copy of this document for me. Su Chun looked down and saw that it was a set of company documents. He had just found a copy on his desk yesterday, so he picked it up and handed it to the manager. Manager, I happen to have a copy here. Here you go. The slightly overweight 30-year-old manager immediately became unhappy. He had been staring at Su Chun for half the morning. This kid appeared out of nowhere without being interviewed, and when I looked at his resume, he turned out to be just an ordinary graduate from a third-tier university. When did the design department of Chaofeng Group become a marketplace that accepts anyone who comes? Not only that, Su Chun also has a handsome face that could bring ruin to a country. He only came to the office yesterday, but today all the female colleagues in the office have put on makeup and dressed up in their most beautiful clothes, obviously to show off to Su Chun. With so many male colleagues in their design department, not to mention him, a 30-year-old eligible bachelor, the female colleagues usually wouldn't even bother to look at him, let alone bother to get up early to dress up for him. But as soon as Su Chun arrived, they all became enthusiastic. How could he, as the manager, put his face in that situation? That's why he took the opportunity to launch an attack. Su Chun, is that it? You're quite the opportunist, aren't you? I asked you to make a copy, and you just gave me the one on your desk? Do you think you're set for life once you've joined the extraordinary group? Let me tell you, every new employee who joins the group has a 3-month probationary period. Whether you can stay or not is up to me, the manager. Anyone with eyes can see that the other party is deliberately making things difficult for them. The female colleagues over there all cast worried glances at Su Chun, but the manager was right about one thing. He was still the one who called the shots in this office. His colleagues, in order to keep their jobs, dared not offend him easily. Su Chun was quite angry. But considering this is Yin Bingshue's company, and now it's practically her own business, it would be beneath her dignity to cause trouble with these nobody. Forget it, let him do whatever he wants. When things between me and Yin Bingshue come to light, everyone's spit will be enough to drown this manager in front of me. Su Chun placed the 2 documents on the table and said calmly, Manager, it's not that I'm trying to take advantage of you, nor is it that I'm unwilling to help you make copies. It's just that the president just asked me to go to her office. You can't expect her to wait until I've finished making copies of these 100 or 200 documents before you go, can you? This document is an introduction to the group company. Aside from newly hired employees, probably no one else needs it. The manager probably isn't in a rush either. If you absolutely need it, I'll bring it back when I get back. Ha! The bald boss laughed heartily, his protruding beer belly swaying back and forth in an amusing way. The CEO wants you to go? Su Chun, you're really good at bragging. You think you can brag like this in the superb group just because you've watched a few romance and workplace dramas? When the president does things, the president's office handles them. Don't even mention that the president wouldn't hire a lowly design assistant like you. Even if he did, it would be Assistant Zhang from the president's office who would call me first and then notify you. But I didn't receive any calls at all, Su Chun. I think you're not only opportunistic, but also dishonest. Ring, ring, ring. The manager had barely finished speaking when the phone rang urgently. The entire office was startled, and everyone's eyes turned to the phone. The manager stiffly turned his neck, frowning as he looked at the phone on his desk. What's going on? Why is the phone ringing at this hour? Could it really be the CEO's office calling? Su Chun smiled slightly, leaned back on the table, and put his hands together in front of his chest, a comfortable and handsome pose. The female colleagues gasped, and one of them, her cheeks flushed, answered the phone. Hello, this is the design department of Chaofeng Group. Is this the manager? Hello, manager. The female colleague turned pale, her eyes filled with shock, and she frantically said to the manager on the other end of the line, Manager, come answer the phone. The manager, with a grave expression, walked over and asked, Who is it? The CEO's office. The female colleague shook her head. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the president's office, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Before answering the phone, He deliberately turned around and glared at Su Chun, saying, "We'll talk about your lying later." "Hello, this is President Zhang from the design department." "Yes, okay, I'll go and call him for you right now." The manager, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was now even paler than the female colleague he had just spoken to. His fat hands trembled as he held the phone and said to Su Chun, Mr. Su, the president wants to talk to you." Su Chun walked over with an air of nonchalance. Compared to the two people who had just spoken, the way he answered the phone was far more elegant. It was as if the person on the other end of the phone wasn't the aloof and beautiful CEO of the extraordinary group, but rather his gentle and considerate wife at home. "Okay, I was a little delayed by something just now. I'll go up now. See you later." Su Chin hung up the phone and looked at the manager on the other end. The manager looked like he had seen a ghost and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. He was obviously very frightened. Su Chin walked over and said with a smile, "Manager, I'll go upstairs first." Okay, go ahead. Then this information?" Su Chin asked, raising his eyebrows. The manager immediately stuffed the two documents into his pocket and said, "I'll make copies myself. I'll go right now." As Su Chun entered the elevator, the manager's knees buckled, and he almost slipped and fell. Luckily, he managed to brace himself against the table and stand up. Otherwise, he would have really lost face in front of his subordinates. Wow, this new handsome young man is really something else. The CEO actually called him personally. Who says it isn't? That was the first time I'd spoken to the CEO in my 3 years at the company. My legs went weak. The CEO's voice is just so beautiful. Oh dear, I think our manager has really messed up this time. A workplace tip for the day: never underestimate any new intern in the company, because you never know who's behind them. Hey, who exactly is this handsome young intern of ours? Chapter 23. Company colleagues in shock. Su Chun has actually joined the Mecha Research Department. Su Chun arrived at the office upstairs and immediately put on a handsome smile. The sunlight streamed in, giving his handsome features a soft, golden glow. Yin Bingxue paused for a moment, her eyes and brows softening slightly. "Su Chun, I thought your talk about mecha at the photo studio yesterday was amazing. Today, when I had an internal meeting, I talked to the head of the company's research department about it, and everyone was shocked and impressed by your ideas. Won't you be upset that I shared your ideas without your consent?" Yin Bingxue asked. "After all, this is personal knowledge, and it can be protected. Mecha is a hot research area right now. If someone interested hears Su Chin's theory from yesterday, it could be enough to usher in a new era of development." Su Chin laughed heartily and said generously, "Why would I blame you? If you want to hear those things, I can tell you anytime. You can tell whoever you want. It's nothing more than a bunch of ideas. Even if I were to make these things public now, it would probably take decades or even centuries for people to actually turn them into real mechs. The system's knowledge of mecha is indeed many times higher than the current research level of this world, but having only ideas is futile. You also need the basic manufacturing skills provided by the system to truly turn ideas into reality." Hearing Su Chin's words and seeing his confident expression, Yin Bingxue felt a surge of excitement. Tuanshuan and Leilei's father is a truly upright and honorable man. Super cool. Yes, my research team also said that these ideas are great, but they can't do them. Many of the ideas are completely beyond the scope of their current research. Su Chin, would you like to do research on mecha? The design department you're currently in was chosen based on your university major, but I think with your research in mecha, you're perfectly capable of joining the core mecha research group within the extraordinary group. Do you want to work in this field? After asking the question, Yin Bingxue added, "I'm just asking for your opinion. It's okay if you don't want to. When it comes to work, it's entirely up to you." Su Chin thought for a moment and smiled. "Mecha Research Group. That sounds pretty cool. Perfect timing. Tuanshuan and Leilei are very interested in mechas, and I haven't given them any gifts yet, so why don't I build them a mecha to play with?" If anyone else had said that, Yin Bingxue probably wouldn't have even bothered to glance at them. Making a mecha for kids to play with is such a boastful thing. But when Su Chin said it, Yin Bingxue felt that he could definitely do it. "Okay, I'll have Assistant Zhang make the arrangements. You go downstairs first, and we'll go to the research group in a bit." Su Chin nodded, got up and walked to the door, but suddenly stopped and turned back to look. Yin Bingxue, who was staring at his back, stiffened and her face turned slightly red. Their eyes met, and Su Chen suddenly smiled, mouthing, "Your lipstick color suits you perfectly today. You look beautiful." Yin Bingxue was stunned, and her face immediately flushed red, her small earlobes almost turning transparent. She looked at the closed office door, got up and walked to the window to enjoy the cold air for a while. This Su Chun, how can he be so outspoken in the office, even in broad daylight? Yin Bingxue thought with annoyance, but couldn't help holding her phone and opening the front camera to look at her mouth. Today I'm wearing Yves Saint Laurent Bar Slim Velvet Matte Glow in shade 21, and the color is really nice. From now on, I'll apply this color more often. As soon as Su Chen returned to his office, the bald manager came over, but before he could say anything, Assistant Zhang also came down. "Manager Zhang, what can I do for you, Mr. Su?" Assistant Zhang asked. The manager immediately shook his head, forcing a smile, and said, "No, it's nothing." "Oh, if there's nothing else, please step aside. Mr. Su needs to pack his things. Starting today, he will be going to the company's mecha research department. He's just arrived here, so he probably doesn't have any work to hand over yet. I'll take him there directly." "What? Su Chun is going to the mecha research department?" Everyone in the office was shocked. Everyone knows that the Extraordinary Group has a super mysterious mecha research department that occupies an entire building next door. Although they belong to the same group and are right next door, this mecha research department is completely different from the automobile research department where they are currently located. Judging from the security system alone, the mecha research department is extraordinary. In their company building, employees can enter the main gate with their employee cards and then swipe their cards in the elevators to go to their own floor. To go to other floors, permission is required. Meanwhile, employees in the building next door couldn't even get through the main entrance with their employee cards. The employees working in the building next door all enter by fingerprint scan. The first floor is full of security personnel, and the security checkpoints are even stricter than those at the airport. The Mecha Research Department is a hot research area that is being pursued globally, and the Extraordinary Group has invested a lot of effort and funds in this area. Therefore, the Mecha Research Department is currently the most sought-after department in the Extraordinary Group, with such high entry requirements that ordinary employees like them simply cannot reach it. But Su Chun, on his second day at the company, actually joined the Mecha Research Department. Wow, I never expected our handsome intern to be a talent in Mecha. No wonder the CEO personally called him. He's an expert. This is so cool. Such a handsome face, such beautiful hands, paired with a tall and cool high-tech mecha. Oh my god. This is the male lead configuration of a sci-fi blockbuster. Wow, I'm so sad. We finally got a handsome guy in the office, but before I could even get a good look at him, he's being transferred. Now I'll have to face this group of people all the time again. Ugh, don't be sad. At least you can save some money to buy cosmetics. After the young man joins the Mecha Research Department, I wonder if we'll ever have a chance to see him again. I haven't even spoken to him yet. What a pity. Manager Zhang looked like he'd swallowed a dead fly. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His legs were trembling, and he didn't dare to look at Su Chun over there. Seeing Su Chun packing his things at a leisurely pace, he quickly and secretly backed away. "You can't see me. You can't see me." As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Su Chun suddenly turned around after retreating to the door of the lounge and said, "Oh, right, Manager Zhang. Didn't you just ask me to photocopy some documents? I haven't left yet, otherwise I—" "What documents do you want to photocopy?" Assistant Zhang asked. Su Chen smiled as he watched Manager Zhang's expression change instantly and chuckled. "It's nothing. It seems the manager has already made the copies himself." Startled by this, Manager Zhang's legs finally gave way, and he collapsed into the break room. With a loud thud, everyone in the design department covered their mouths and chuckled. Assistant Zhang glanced at it and understood. That same day, just half an hour after Su Chun went next door, Manager Zhang of the design department was fired by the company for poor management. Chapter 24. The Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group. A high-tech experience. Su Chun had nothing to pack, so he simply followed Assistant Zhang next door empty-handed. As soon as Su Chun entered the building, he felt a sense of oppression wash over him. His fighting skills were provided by the system, so his strength is beyond question. However, the aura of force emanating from these security guards on the first floor was definitely not that of ordinary security personnel. Su Chun followed Assistant Zhang discreetly to the front desk. When they arrived, the staff immediately greeted Assistant Zhang. "This is Mr. Su." The other person's face lit up with joy, and he looked at Su Chun and said, "Hello, Mr. Su. Please come with me for a moment. We'll record your palm print, and then you can freely enter and exit the first floor." Huh. Palm prints can only be used to enter and exit the first floor? Su Chun walked over. Registering a palm print is much more troublesome than a fingerprint, but it also makes it more difficult to copy. Fingerprints are small, so it's possible to sneak in by hiding them in the palm of your hand with a special mold. But palm prints cover the entire palm. To completely replicate, one would require wearing the entire mold on your hand, which would be too conspicuous. You'd probably be caught before you even got into the building. Is the security system on this floor always this strict? After having his fingerprints recorded, Su Chun followed Assistant Zhang into the elevator. As they walked, Assistant Zhang said, "Mr. Su, the internal access passes for our entire building are based on a person's fingerprint and iris recognition. Both are indispensable." After saying that, she placed her finger in the elevator and then put her eye into the testing instrument. Level 2 Access Pass Verification passed. Elevator access has been fully unlocked. Assistant Zhang pressed 27. "Mr. Su, the access passes for the entire building are divided into different levels. The top level pass is the highest level and can enter and exit the entire building at will. However, currently only the president has a top level pass. Mine is a level 2 pass, which can be used on any floor, but cannot be used to enter the core research area. The group leader of the research department has a level 1 pass, which allows entry into the research department, but not into the core room. And so on. The lower the pass level, the more peripheral the area can be accessed." Su Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. He was quite shocked. Although I already knew that the extraordinary group was researching mechs, I didn't expect Yin Bingxue to be so serious about it. With such a strict security system, there must be something even more amazing inside. The elevator stopped on the 27th floor. As soon as Su Chun stepped out, he clearly felt that he had suddenly shrunk a lot. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this floor was extremely tall, estimated to be about 20 meters high. This height is suitable for placing mechs. In front of you is a large glass facade that looks fragile, but is actually indestructible. Su Chun walked over and found that Assistant Zhang was standing at the door without moving. "What's wrong?" Su Chun asked. "Mr. Su, this is a core department. My pass won't let me in. I've already messaged the president, and she'll come to pick you up." As soon as she finished speaking, a wall next to the next room was suddenly pushed open, and Yin Bingxue walked out from inside. Holy crap, it's a hidden door? Judging by the height, this should be Yin Bingxue's office. It turns out that the two buildings are connected. This design is brilliant. Yin Bingxue came over and scanned the instrument inside. The glass in front of her, which seemed to be without any cracks, suddenly split in the middle. After Su Chun went in, it was restored. There wasn't even a trace left in the place where it had just opened. It's really high-tech. "Su Chun, this is our company's core mecha research department." They walked through an open area and came to a steel gate, which was truly impregnable to the naked eye. Yin Bingxue entered the room with her pass, and the view inside suddenly opened up, with researchers in white uniforms busy at their respective workstations. The virtual projection that appears out of thin air on the control panel moves along with the instrument held by the operator's fingertips. On the large screen, a tall mecha projection slowly rotates, with one or two parts being replaced occasionally. It is clearly a prototype of a mecha that is being developed. It's just a model built on a computer, not a real mecha. The glass display cases on the wall showcase various high-tech robots and components, exuding the unique charm of modern technology. Entering this place is like stepping into the set of a sci-fi blockbuster. The high-tech features are truly amazing. Su Chun glanced at it, his gaze remaining relatively calm, because the technology he possesses has far surpassed the current level. Two men in their 40s or 50s walked towards Su Chun and Yin Bingxue. "President Yin, you've arrived." The older man greeted Yin Bingxue. The man next to him stared intently at Su Chun. "Mr. Yin, this must be Mr. Su." "Hello, Mr. Su. I am the deputy leader of the research department. I learned a lot from your theory on mecha this morning, but there are still some parts one don't quite understand. What exactly is the detection sensor you mentioned?" "Xiao Chun, Mr. Su has just arrived and hasn't gotten used to the environment yet. You can ask these questions later. The deputy team leader, looking excited, scratched his head sheepishly and said to Su Chun, Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Haha, it's all right. We'll be colleagues from now on. I have a lot to ask you, and I hope you won't hesitate to teach me. The team leader smiled and looked at Su Chun, saying, Mr. Su, it's great to finally meet you in person. I'm Chiu Jin, the team leader of the research department. Your theories on mecha are truly amazing. I just didn't expect Mr. Su to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. With Mr. Su joining the research department, our mecha research will definitely achieve great breakthroughs. All right, Su-chin will be working here from now on. I'll take him to get his pass first. Yin Bingshue's face was devoid of smiles in front of the other employees, displaying the image of a domineering CEO. The two returned to Yin Bingshue's office, where Su-chun, following her instructions, entered his fingerprint and iris data into her computer. Do you have any plans after get off work today? Yin Bingshue asked. She remembered that Su-chan received a phone call while he was eating breakfast that morning, and it seemed that he had something to do that evening. Yeah, it's a farewell dinner with my college classmates. Oh, where is it? Should I have the driver take you there? No need for that. I'll just call a designated driver tonight. I'll probably be out quite late. And the restaurant is right next to my university, and it's not far from my home. Yin Bingshue nodded. Okay, then I'll go pick up Toanshuan and Lele. Okay, please tell the kids that Dad has a dinner engagement tonight, but he'll be home early. Su-chan said with a smile, his natural tone making Yin Bingshue feel a little sweet inside. Go home early. They're talking as if they've been living together for a long time. Chapter 25, Class Reunion, 3 Updates. On his first day at the research department, Su-chin spent the entire afternoon in the archives. The current stage of research by the Extraordinary Group has surpassed the level of mecha technology publicly announced by the Dragon Kingdom, but it is still far from the concept in his mind. If the Extraordinary Group continues at its current pace, it will probably take another 100 years or more to produce a real combat mech. However, the equipment here is state-of-the-art. With the skills granted by the system and the strong financial support of the Extraordinary Group, Su-chin believes that this progress can be accelerated. He can definitely build a mecha within 6 months. When it was time to leave work, Su-chin packed his things and left. Premium pass check complete, all functions unlocked. A top-tier pass. The deputy team leader exclaimed in surprise. My God, Mr. Su actually has the same level of access as the CEO. The team leader next to him glared at him, but his eyes were also filled with shock as he looked at Su-chun. This Su-chun must be very strong. The farewell dinner was held at Gikolai, a local chain restaurant near the university. It's quite well known in China, and the prices aren't cheap. It's fine for students to eat there once a year, but if they want to come more often, they'll probably have to ask their families for more money. Su-chun and his classmates only came to the university once during their 4 years of college. Back then, they were naive freshmen who had just achieved financial freedom and spent half a month's living expenses on a single meal. Having learned their lesson from that experience, they never came back again. This time it was a farewell dinner, and someone suggested this place, so no one could refuse. They were all recent graduates, some of whom hadn't even found jobs yet. They were struggling to make ends meet, and were just trying to save face at this farewell dinner. Wan Pin, who had suggested bringing in distinguished guests, was feigning poverty in the crowd. Sigh, I haven't even received my first month's salary yet, and tonight's food is going to eat up 2 or 3 days' worth of my income. He may have been complaining about being poor, but he actually wanted to remind everyone that he had found a job. Moreover, the wages are not low. The average spending per person for VIP guests is close to 600 yuan, and with drinks, it is estimated to be over 1,000 yuan. If you earn thousands every 2 or 3 days, wouldn't you have to earn at least 10,000 a month? The classmates all gathered around. Brother Wan, what great job did you find? You're already making over 10,000 yuan a month right after you started? Wan Pin smiled smugly and waved his hand, saying, No, it's not that exaggerated. I just joined Hongxian Group as a small design assistant. My internship salary is a little over 7,000 yuan. I'll only get 10,000 yuan after I become a full-time employee in 3 months. Brother Wan is amazing. He actually got into Hongxian Group. It's the second largest car manufacturer in Zhonghai. Besides Chaofan, which is beyond our reach, Hongxian is the best. Brother Juan, you got such a great offer. You're definitely going to have a bright future. I'll be counting on you to take care of me from now on. Juan Gu is really amazing. He got into such a great company without making a sound. He must be the best working guy in our class right now. Juan Pin waved his hand dismissively, but his mouth was practically stretched to the back of his head in a grin. Oh, not at all. There are still a lot of classmates who haven't found jobs yet. Maybe your jobs will be even better. Besides, don't we have a rich young master in our class? Speaking of the young master, everyone looked around the crowd and someone asked, "Is young Master Lin coming today?" Young Master Lin only attends our gatherings when he feels like it. Today we have a distinguished guest, so I wonder if he'll even look at him. Speaking of which, it seems that young Master Lin didn't participate in our spring campus recruitment, and we haven't seen him at school recently either. Could it be that he went straight home to inherit the family fortune? Of course, although the Lin Group isn't as big as Chaofan or Hongxian, it's still a large company with assets of hundreds of millions. Besides, young Master Lin is the heir of the family business. Isn't this job much better than ours as wage slaves? Sigh, a young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth. How enviable. Upon hearing these words, Wan Pin's smile twitched slightly. Damn, he only mentioned Lin Tianxiang to be modest, waiting for everyone to continue praising him. How did the topic turn to Lin Tianxiang? What's so great about being the young master? Humph. He got Hongshuan's offer based on his own merit. Classmates, let's go to the private room first. I booked a room on the second floor. The location is excellent, with a large floor-to-ceiling window that overlooks the area below. If any classmates come over, we'll see them immediately. Wan Pin didn't want to hear them praising others anymore, so she quickly steered the conversation back on track. A group of people who arrived earlier went upstairs, sat down, and kept looking downstairs, chatting idly. Suddenly, a bright red Maserati supercar pulled up in front of the door. The students' attention was immediately drawn to it. It's young Master Lin. Wow, this new car is so cool. Lin Tianxiang got out of the car, gave a cool whistle, and tossed the car keys to the doorman next to him. Park it in the best spot for me. The door to the private room opened, and Lin Tianxiang walked in with Qin Xianqian, the class beauty, in his arms. They immediately became the focus of attention as soon as they entered. Young Master Lin, we just saw your new sports car, a red Maserati supercar. It's so cool. This car must have been expensive, right? Lin Tianxiang scoffed. You've never seen anything like it. It's just a sports car, worth maybe 5 million. I'm the general manager of Lin's now. Isn't it normal for me to drive a $5 million car? The students covered their mouths in surprise. Young Master Lin is truly extraordinary. He became the general manager of Lin's group right after graduation. Young Master Lin, you're now enjoying success in both your career and love life. Congratulations on finally getting married to Miss Qin. Lin Tianxiang smiled broadly, turned to look at the shy Qin Xianqian in his arms, and said with a smile, Xianqian and I are getting engaged soon. You should all come over then, and I'll show you around. Don't always stick to restaurants near the school for our get-togethers. How high class can the places in the university town that cater to students be? You guys are going to be working adults soon, so when we have meals together, the places should be a bit more upscale. If it weren't for the fact that this is a farewell dinner, I wouldn't have come to a place like this at all. By the way, where is the others? Didn't Suchun come? He scanned the crowd but couldn't spot Suchun. You should know, he came here today specifically for Suchun. Wanpin called him personally yesterday and emphasized that Suchun would be coming. So he came over. Lin Tianxiang is good-looking and a young master, a prodigy since childhood. Unfortunately, there was Su Chun in college, which prevented him from becoming the class heartthrob for 4 years. Su Chun also monopolized the campus heartthrobs for 4 years. Just thinking about it makes him feel suffocated. If it weren't for Su Chun, would he have been able to pursue Qin Xianqian for over a year before finally winning her over? Qin Xianqian is only after Su Chen's face. However, while her eyesight was poor, she was quite clever. When everyone else was looking for jobs, she finally realized that money was more important, so she stuck to him. This time, he was going to show Su Chun that he was much stronger than him. Look, what a cool car, a student standing at the window exclaimed. Everyone looked over, and the Rolls-Royce emblem flashed by. Wow, I never expected to see a Rolls-Royce near our school. That car starts at 6 million. That car was definitely worth more than 6 million. It was clearly a high-end custom version. I remember seeing it on Douyin, What was it called again? Found it. Holy crap. It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe worth 170 million. That car emblem is red. It's special. It's incredibly eye-catching. Only the 170 million customized Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe has this exclusive color spirit of ecstasy emblem. My God, this car is worth 20 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Chapter 26. I'm coming clean. This 170 million yuan car really does belong to me, Su Chun. Everyone is talking about this. After all, it's a super luxury car. Many people will never see a top-tier luxury car worth 170 million in real life. In addition, men especially love to talk about cars. So we had a very exciting conversation. I wonder who owns this car. No sooner had a male student finished speaking than the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Su Chin stood at the door, his handsome features and inverted triangle model figure immediately attracting the attention of all the girls present. Many female classmates glanced at Su Chun and immediately looked away shyly, not daring to meet his eyes again, their faces flushed. Class beauty Qin Xianqian's gaze fell on Su Chun. I couldn't help but feel a sense of Gonkai, deep emotion/reflection. Su Chun is really handsome. Unfortunately, he had neither financial prospects nor future. When she was in college, she could have a crush on Su Chun, but now that she's graduated, making money is more important. So she chose Lin Tianxiang, who was richer. The male student who was halfway through his sentence saw that Su Chun had attracted the attention of all the girls as soon as he arrived. They stole his spotlight. He immediately changed the subject, saying sarcastically, "Hey classmates, the luxury car just drove by, and our class heartthrob Su Chin came up. Do you think our class heartthrob bought that Rolls-Royce from earlier?" He feigned a question, but his gaze towards Su Chun was filled with contempt and a look of anticipation, as if he were waiting to see a good show. This classmate is Chun Guang, Lin Tianxiang's roommate, who dislikes Su Chin very much. He himself had no family wealth and was used to showing off his power behind Lin Tianxiang, which inexplicably gave rise to a bit of arrogance. Su Chun just couldn't understand what was so arrogant about someone who was just riding on someone else's coattails. After all, that car really did belong to Su Chun. Lin Tianxiang suddenly laughed and said to Chun Guang, "Guangzi, don't talk nonsense. That car was a limited edition Rolls-Royce, a high-end custom model. There are only 3 in the world, and it costs 170 million. How could our class heartthrob afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car?" Wan Pin also came over and stood next to Lin Tianxiang. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Lin Tianxiang stealing his thunder. Su Chun was his real target today. Lin Tianxiang is a rich kid. He can't compare at all. Su Chun is different. I heard he hasn't found a job yet. He just happened to step on it. Immediately, Wan Pin chimed in, "Exactly. Do you think everyone is young Master Lin? How could Su Chin possibly afford a car worth over 100 million? Our school heartthrob Su only has this face that's presentable, but looks are only a good thing in school. In the real world, you still have to rely on your abilities." As soon as Wan Pin finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a staff member walked up to Lin Tianxiang and respectfully handed him the keys to the Maserati. Lin Tianxiang dramatically waved his car keys in front of Su Chun and said with a smile, "Su Chun, we're classmates, so of course I'd like to help you out when you enter the workforce. This car is brand new. If you need it, I can lend it to you for a job interview to impress people. By the way, do you have a driver's license?" After listening to them talk for a while, Su Chin couldn't help but scoff. "After all that bragging, I thought you bought some fancy car. It's just a beat-up Maserati worth a few million. You think you're worthy of being arrogant in front of me? A beat-up Maserati? Su Chun, are you living in a dream? Fine. Can you even afford this Maserati?" Lin Tianxiang's face turned pale from the retort, and he said without any politeness. Su Chin curled his lips. A Maserati worth more than 5 million might have been something to him a few days ago, but now that he drives a high-end Rolls-Royce worth more than 100 million, why would he still be interested in a Maserati? Your Maserati? Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't bother driving it. I have my own car. Su Chin said. Huh, huh, huh. Wan Pin exclaimed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. School heartthrob Su bought a car? What kind of car did you buy? It's not that Wuling Mini that's been all the rage lately, is it? I've seen that car all the rage lately. It's good looking, perfect for a pretty face like our school heartthrob. Haha. Chun Guang added fuel to the fire. Campus heartthrob, you really bought a Wuling? That's a pretty good car. The high-end version costs 38,000. Ha ha ha. The male students chuckled, but Suchin didn't seem to care, looking at them as if they were idiots. These snobs think a Maserati is something special. If they knew he drives a Rolls-Royce worth 170 million, they'd be terrified. Several girls couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said unhappily, Lin Tianxiang, Chen Guang, Wan Pin, you three have gone too far. Su Chun is our classmate. As soon as he arrived, you started mocking him. Are you jealous that he's more handsome than you? So what if you have a little money? What's so great about having money? Haven't you ever seen a grassroots person rise to prominence? Haven't you ever seen a billionaire go bankrupt? The three of you have such low manners. These words made the three men's faces turn ugly, and they were about to refute them. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a female waitress rushed in, saying to the valet who had just delivered the car keys to Lin Tianxiang, "Why did you run so fast?" "I couldn't stop you." The parking attendant paused for a moment, then said, "Huh? What's wrong?" "I'm delivering the keys to a customer." "What are you giving away?" "A Rolls-Royce has come downstairs. Quickly move the guest's Maserati so the best spot can be made available for that 170 million Rolls-Royce. We dare not damage that car even a little bit. If we damage it even slightly, we couldn't afford to pay for it even if we sold it." The valet was startled and quickly turned around, smiling apologetically at Lin Tianxiang, saying, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I'll probably need to use your car keys to move your car to another location." Lin Tianxiang looked embarrassed, but then he thought of the Rolls-Royce worth 170 million yuan that he had just seen. He had no choice but to back down. With a displeased expression, he tossed the car keys to the valet and said in a cold voice, "Be careful when you drive and park it in a good spot. You can't afford to pay for any scratches or dents." After giving his instructions, Lin Tianxiang was still somewhat unwilling. He stood by the window and watched his Maserati drive out of the best parking spot, followed by the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce worth 170 million yuan that drove in. The students all rushed to the windows to look at the luxury cars. "This car is so cool. No wonder it's worth 170 million. I feel like it's made of gold. It's a dream I can never achieve in my lifetime. If I could sit in the passenger seat of a car like this, I would feel that my life has been worthwhile." Lin Tianxiang's face darkened, and then he said, "What's so interesting about luxury cars? All right, let's eat. By the way, Su Chen, where did you park your car?" Lin Tianxiang was unhappy that the restaurant had changed his parking spot. When he saw Su Chen, he wanted to tease him to satisfy his vanity. Su Chen knew exactly what Lin Tianxiang was thinking. He sneered, raised his chin, and said to the Rolls-Royce downstairs, "You're all watching my car, aren't you?" The students were taken aback. "What's the meaning?" Lin Tianxiang was the first to react, as if he had heard a huge joke, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you're saying this car downstairs is yours?" Su Chen nodded. "That's right." "Ha ha." Wan Pin laughed even harder, and a burst of laughter erupted among the boys. The female students couldn't stand it anymore and said, "What are you doing? Does that mean only Lin is allowed to buy a car, but not Su, the school heartthrob?" "Exactly. We're all classmates. Is it so hard to acknowledge that someone is excellent? Why do you people always keep harping on school heartthrob Su?" Although several female classmates spoke up for Su Chun, they didn't believe that the car worth 170 million downstairs belonged to him. Lin Tianxiang and Wan Pin glanced at the girls in their class and said helplessly, "You girls are really bewitched by Su Chen's face. That car downstairs is a luxury car worth over 100 million, almost 200 million. Su Chun, that poor bastard, couldn't even afford a bicycle during his 4 years of college. Do you think he can afford a Rolls-Royce?" Wan Pin went even further, saying, "If this car belongs to Su Chun, then I'll call him grandpa in front of all my classmates today and kneel down to kowtow to him 3 times. "I have no interest in taking on grandchildren," Su Chun laughed. "But if you insist on saying so, I can certainly contribute this good show for the students." As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, the parking attendant came in again, this time following a man in a suit and tie. The man in the lead, accompanied by 3 parking attendants, walked up to Su Chun and bowed respectfully to him. "Hello, I am the lobby manager of VIP Hotel. Sir, your Rolls-Royce has been parked in the best parking spot for you. For safety, we have put up a cordon around it, but that will not prevent you from driving away. We have dedicated staff to guard your car and will absolutely not allow your car to have any problems in our hotel. Chapter 27. I'm coming clean. The extraordinary group belongs to my family. Here are your car keys, dear guest. Enjoy your meal. The manager handed over the Rolls-Royce car keys with both hands, and Su Chun casually took them and stuffed them into his pocket. At this moment, the valet walked up to Lin Tianxiang and handed him the keys to the Maserati. He even went out of his way to flatter him, saying with great admiration, "Sir, your classmates are truly full of hidden talents." Lin Tianxiang's face darkened even more upon hearing this. What hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Who's the tiger and who's the dragon? Su Chun is clearly just a poor loser. But at this moment, his classmates were stunned by this poor loser's luxury car. Su Chun, is this Rolls-Royce really yours? Wow, school heartthrob, you've struck it rich. Brother Su, you're amazing. How much did this car cost? A super luxury car worth 170 million. Only 3 of these are made worldwide. The ultimate honor. My God, Brother Su, you're really generous. I never would have guessed that Brother Su was the real tycoon. He kept it a secret for all 4 years of university. Brother Su, isn't it really fun to drive this luxury car? We just saw it whiz by. It was so cool. Su Chin smiled and waved his hand. All cars are pretty much the same. A good car is just more comfortable to sit in and drive. If you're curious, go downstairs and see for yourselves after you finish eating. Thank you, Brother Su. Haha. I never thought I'd see a luxury car worth 170 million yuan and even get to go inside for a visit. This is so cool. Brother Su is awesome. Can I take a picture? Huh. The girls' gazes towards Su Chin changed. They looked at him with predatory eyes, practically gleaming with lust. However, Qin Qianqian was the most shocked. When did Su Chin become so rich? What did she miss out on? For the past 6 months, while his classmates were busy looking for jobs, Su Chun didn't participate in campus recruitment or go out to work. Qin Qianqian thought he had probably given up on himself, but she never expected that he had bought a luxury car worth 170 million yuan. This is much better than Lin Tianxiang, the rich second-generation playboy who can buy a $5 million sports car with his father's help. Passion rekindled in Qin Qianqian's eyes. She quietly distanced herself from Lin Tianxiang, pulled her shoulder away from his hand, and said to Su Chun with a shy expression, "Su Chun, you're amazing. It's really enviable that someone bought such a nice car right after graduation." Su Chun glanced at Qin Qianqian and smiled noncommittally. The class beauty had a bit of a crush on him throughout his 4 years of university, but he didn't reciprocate her feelings. Now, his wife is much prettier than the prettiest girl in class, so he has even less interest in her. Wan Pin stood in the crowd, looking at Su Chin's face, her eyes flashing with jealousy. Where did Su Chun get such an expensive car to show off? Judging from Su Chin's spending habits at school over the years, how could he possibly afford such an expensive car, let alone a car worth 170 million? Even if it's a car worth $1 million, Su Chin couldn't afford a single wheel. Hee. Okay, you, Su Chin, want to show off? Then I'll praise you to death. Immediately, Wan Pin smiled and said to Su Chun, "Su Chun, I really didn't expect you to be so awesome." He hasn't even graduated from university yet, and he's already bought a Rolls-Royce worth 170 million. In our entire Dragon Kingdom, only one mysterious tycoon has purchased this customized car. Now that you're one of them, it means that 2 people in our Dragon Kingdom have bought a custom-made Rolls-Royce worth 170 million. You have brought great honor to our Dragon Kingdom. As your classmate, I feel extremely honored. Su Chun, I never expected that you would be the richest person in our class. This is the first time I've seen such a low-key young master from a hidden powerful family. Su Chun, your family's assets must be at least over 10 billion, right? No. Buying a car costs 170 million. 10 billion is definitely too little. It must be at least 100 billion. Chen Guang immediately chimed in. Lin Tianxiang had lost face before, but after hearing what Wan Pin and Chen Guang said, his IQ immediately returned. Knowing that Wan Pin and Chen Guang didn't believe that the car really belonged to Su Chun. Oh right, he was such an idiot before. They actually believed that the 170 million yuan car belonged to Su Chun. Although Su Chun drove this car, there are too many fake rich kids renting luxury cars to show off these days. Who knows, Su Chun might have rented this car at a high price to show off. Even after renting it out today, Su Chun will have to live on dirt for the next few months to pay off his debts. The thought of that scene immediately lifted his spirits, and a smile returned to his face. He then said to Chen Guang, "Yeah, Su Chun, I really didn't expect you to be so awesome. I'm truly impressed. No wonder your classmates have been frantically looking for jobs these past 6 months, while you've been so relaxed. Turns out your family is rich. My family is well off and owns a small company. My dad doesn't allow me to go out to work and wants me to go home and inherit the family business as soon as I graduate. Your family is so much richer than mine. You probably don't need to look for a job. You can just go straight to work at your family's company after graduation, right? Which large corporation does your company belong to? Is it the Extraordinary Group?" Upon hearing this, Wan Pin immediately added, "It must be the Extraordinary Group. The Extraordinary Group is a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Only such a large corporation is worthy of our young Master Su's status." Chen Guang, suppressing a laugh, said, "That's right. You're absolutely right. Only a super-powerful conglomerate with a market value of trillions is worthy of our young Master Su's status." Seeing the three of them praising Su Chun so much that it almost ruined him, the female students all looked at Su Chun with concern. I wanted to speak up for Su Chun. I don't know how to say it. Everyone panicked. After the initial excitement, they calmed down, especially after hearing what Lin Tianxiang and the other two said. It's highly likely that the 170 million yuan car Su Chin drove today was rented by him. Now, when they talk about Su Chin's job and family background, they're putting him in a difficult position, making him feel awkward. That's terrible. Su Chin didn't expect that Lin Tianxiang and the other two would actually become intelligent and stop blindly criticizing him. They even know how to kill him with praise. Haha. To be honest, he found it quite amusing to watch the three of them talk like clowns. As expected, farewell dinners and class reunions are both very interesting gatherings. Su Chun smiled, shrugged, and said, "You guys were right. The Extraordinary Group really is my family's. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. I really am working for the Extraordinary Group now. This is my work ID." As he spoke, Su Chin took out his work ID and placed it on the table. Chapter 28. Shock. The dean of the Dragon Science Academy comes knocking. The expressions on Lin Tianxiang and the other two's faces immediately changed. The three of them stopped pretending. They immediately broke off all pretense of civility. "Su Chun, I really didn't expect you to be such a braggart. I really underestimated you." Lin Tianxiang was furious. He absolutely did not believe that Su Chun could get into the Extraordinary Group. They were even less inclined to believe Su Chin's claim that the Extraordinary Group belonged to his family. Why not just say the universe is his home? The students also had doubts. Qin Xianxian wanted to believe Su Ming, but the Extraordinary Group, she also felt that Su Chun was exaggerating too much. She couldn't help but say, "Su Chun, it's not shameful to not have a job yet. We just graduated, so let's take it slow." Wan Pin couldn't keep up the act any longer and directly started mocking again. "Su Chun, have you been under too much pressure from not finding a job these past few months and developed hysteria? You still say Chaofan Group is your family's business. You work at Chaofan Group. That car of yours, you clearly rented it. Classmates, what kind of family does Su Chin come from? We've been studying together for 4 years, and we all know each other well. Even our young master Lin can only afford a $5 million Maserati. Do you really believe that Su Chan can afford a luxury car worth 170 million? This supposedly low-profile young master from a mysterious family. You're really making yourself a rich young master just by flattering him." Su Chin looked at Wan Pin as if he were an idiot. "Wan Pin, if you want to cheat and don't want to kowtow and call me grandpa, I didn't say I wouldn't let you go. I don't even want a grandson as stupid as a pig as you. You're saying my car is rented? There are only 3 of these cars in the world. One is with the president of Country T, one is in the garage of some bigwig in Country D, and the other is downstairs. Who do you think would rent this car out? If you had even bothered to search this car, you wouldn't have embarrassed yourself like this. Your brain is on your shoulders so you can think, not to be used to compensate for your level 3 or 2 disabled height." Chen Jiqiang, Zhang Yubin, and Gu Yu, who arrived late, heard Su Ji's words as soon as they entered the door. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately understood what was going on. Zhang Yubin winked at the 2 men and suddenly raised his voice, saying, "Brother Su, you're here so early. We thought you'd be late for work. Guyu tapped him on the head and laughed. Zhang Yubin, are you stupid? Chaofeng Group never requires overtime. Chen Jiqiang followed him in and sat down next to Su Chun. Brother Su, I just heard outside that Wan Pin was going to kowtow to you and call you Grandpa. I didn't expect our farewell dinner to turn into such a big show. Wan Pin, I heard you joined Hongxian. Hongxian is nothing compared to Chaofan. Why don't you kowtow to Brother Su a few more times and ask him to help you find a clerical job at Chaofeng Group? That's right. Our brother Su has a lot of power in the extraordinary group. Gu Yu smiled mysteriously. Su Chen knew he was alluding to his relationship with Yin Bingxue and couldn't help but smile. Wan Pin's face turned ashen with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Su Chun has a lot of power in the extraordinary group. Gu Yu, how can you exaggerate like that? Su Chun, he probably only got into the extraordinary group as a cleaner or logistics staff member. Lin Tianxiang is already on the phone with his uncle. His uncle has a friend who happens to work at the superstar group. Hey, uncle, this is Tianxiang. I have something I want to ask you. A classmate of mine got an offer from the extraordinary group, but isn't it pretty hard to get into the extraordinary group? So I'm asking him to see if he's really been accepted. Oh, yes, it's my college classmate, Su Chun. Su means Suzhou, and Chun is like little dust, meaning dusty earth. Could you ask him for me? Okay, I'll wait for your call back. He hung up the phone, sat comfortably on the stool, and casually pulled Qin Xianxian into his arms. Qin Xianxian glanced at Su Chun, seemingly awkward and wanting to struggle, but then she heard Lin Tianxiang say, Classmates, my uncle's friend works at the Chaofeng Group. My uncle went to ask about Su Chen's situation for me. However, he said that the Chaofeng Group has a very strict recruitment system. Employees who are hired without passing the exam are probably top elites in the industry. Su Chun, didn't expect I had this ability? Haha, your boast is about to be exposed. You're quite pathetic. Su Chun wasn't flustered at all. On the contrary, he was quite optimistic about Lin Tianxiang. Just when Wan Pin said that he was bragging about renting a car, Lin Tianxiang immediately used his connections to call him to verify it. It was like a godsend delivering a pillow when you're sleepy. Brilliant. The phone rang, and all the students looked over. Everyone was waiting for this call. Just as Lin Tianxiang was about to answer, the female classmates, who still trusted Su Chun, said, Young Master Lin, why don't you turn it on speakerphone? Let us hear it for ourselves, whether it's true or not. Otherwise, how will we know if you're just framing Su Chun later? Lin Tianxiang's original plan was to say that Su Chun was lying no matter what answer he heard. But now that he was surrounded by several female classmates, he angrily turned on the speakerphone. Hey Tianxiang, I just asked my friend Chaofan, and they said there's no new guy named Su Chun in the company. Could your classmate have been scammed? Oh, I see. I understand. Thank you, uncle. Lin Tianxiang hung up the phone with a smile. Su Chun, what else do you have to say? The extraordinary group says there's no one named you. I never expected Su Chun, a school heartthrob, to brag like this to his classmates. We're all classmates. Are you trying to make a fool of us? Wan Pin sneered. The female students looked at each other, and some of the bolder ones secretly went over to Su Chun and said, Su Chun, why don't you go home first today? I think it's better not to eat this meal. They're just targeting you. Hey, Lu, what do you mean by this? It's not me or young Master Lin who are bragging. Who's targeting Su Chun? It's clearly him who's shameless and loves to brag. Bullshit. You cursed. My brother Su works at the extraordinary group. Su Chen looked at Lin Tianxiang and said slowly, Lin, why don't you ask him clearly? We're all classmates. I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself if there's a misunderstanding. If you can't find out from the superb group, then you can ask the mecha design department. Su Chen, you really won't learn your lesson until you're faced with the truth. Mecha design department, my foot. The superb group's mecha design department is a place that can rival the national-level mecha research institution, Dragon Academy. And you think you can compete with that? Do you know what a mecha is? That kind of high technology, you probably can't even imagine it. Lin Tianxiang's nostrils were practically pointing to the sky, and the classmates in the room were also looking at Su Chun with questioning eyes. At that very moment, Hello, are you Mr. Su Chun? A pleasant female voice broke the tense atmosphere in the room. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful woman in a business suit standing at the door, with an old man standing next to her. The old man was dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, exuding an extraordinary air. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, clearly a seasoned scholar. It's me, Su Chen said calmly. Mr. Su, hello. I am the assistant to the president of Lonka Institute. This is the president of our Lonka Institute. Our president would like to have a word with you. May I take a few minutes of your time? The beautiful assistant said with a smile. In an instant, the entire audience was shocked. Chapter 29. Joining the Dragon Science Academy. Su Chen looked at the old man in the Tang suit and frowned slightly. He had seen this old man yesterday at the photo studio where Yin Bingxue had her wedding photos taken. Although it was just a fleeting glance, he has now activated the system, and his memory is much better than before. Therefore, he can remember someone even if he only glances at them. He never expected that the old man was actually the president of Lonka Academy. It seems that the old man came to see him today because he overheard his conversation with Cui Haoyu at the photo studio yesterday. Then we went back and discussed it, and found that what he said about mechs was so insightful. So I made a special trip to his home today to talk to him. Having figured this out, he nodded to the old man. Okay. The Dragon Science Academy of the Dragon Kingdom has made tremendous contributions to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Because the world we live in now is a high-tech world. The country with the most advanced technology will have more say in the world, bringing more benefits and security to the nation. Therefore, Su Chun held the scientists at the Dragon Academy in the highest esteem. After Su Chun and Elder Yuan left, Su Chen's classmates in the private room collectively gasped in shock. My God! The Dean of Dragon Science Academy is here to see Su Chun. He wants to talk to Su Chun. The Dragon Academy of Sciences is the most prestigious research institution in our Dragon Kingdom, housing the most mysterious and advanced mecha research. Could it be that what Su Chun said about working in the mecha research department of the Extraordinary Group wasn't just boasting, but actually true? It must be true. Wow. Su Chun is so awesome. I'm in awe. My God. I really didn't expect that while we were studying automotive research at school, Su Chun quietly went on to research mecha. This is so amazing. Wanpin was furious when he heard what the girls said. You women are all talk and no action. I think you've all been fooled by Su Chen's appearance. Didn't you hear what young Master Lin's uncle said? Su Chun is just bragging. He's not even in the Extraordinary Group. As for this old man, you actually believed him when he said he was the president of the Dragon Science Academy. Who knows, this old man and his assistant might be people Su Chun paid to act in this play. Guyu snorted coldly. Tisich. Wanpin, I think you're just a frog in a well. How could you possibly know how powerful my brother Su is? Wanpin rolled her eyes. Me a frog in a well? Huh. If I'm a frog in a well, then aren't you a bug in a well? Guyu didn't continue arguing with him, and looked at Wanpin with an expression that said, I'm an idiot. What he's concerned about now is that the Dean of Lonka Academy has actually come to see his brother Su in person. It seems his brother Su is absolutely amazing. They really made their dorm proud. Suddenly, a female classmate pointed at the television, which no one was paying attention to, with a look of shock on her face, and said, Oh my God! Look, the person on TV is that old man from earlier. Everyone looked over and saw that a CCTV interview program was playing on TV. The old man was the interviewee, and below his name was his identity, Dean of the Mecha Research Branch of the Dragon Science Academy. It's true. He really is the president of Lonka Academy. This was an interview on CCTV. It's absolutely impossible for it to be fake. My God, this is amazing. Such an awesome person as the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy actually appeared in front of me. I saw it with my own eyes. What's even more impressive is that the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy actually came to see Su Chun in person. Then he must want to talk to Su Chun about mecha research. Su really knows how to build mecha. My God, this is so cool. Whether they were female or male students, apart from Lin Tianxiang, Wanpin, and Chen Guang, everyone else's eyes lit up with excitement. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Su Chun. Just then, a sudden ringtone interrupted the students' shock. It was Lin Tianxiang's phone. Lin Tianxiang was in a bad mood at the moment, and when he saw that it was his uncle calling, he deliberately turned on speakerphone again, so that all the students would know that even the Dean of Lonka Academy had come to see Su Chun in person. But Su Chun still bragged. Su Chun didn't work at the Extraordinary Group at all. Tianxiang, I'm sorry, but a friend from the Superb Group just called me again. He said they do have a new employee named Su Chun, but he went straight into the Mecha Research Department. As you know, the Superb Group's mecha research department is very secretive, so most employees don't know about it. He only found out by asking someone above him. Tianxiang, your classmate, is amazing. He's your college classmate? You should definitely try to get along with him. He might be able to take care of you in the future. With a loud bang, Lin Tianxiang's mind exploded. He hurriedly hung up the phone, but his classmates had all heard what he said. Holy crap, Brother Su is no joke. He got into the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, and even the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy came to see him. Brother Su is amazing. Incredible. Our third-tier university actually produced a genius in mecha. Brother Su is truly amazing. The three roommates looked on with pride and challenged Wan Pin and Lin Tianxiang, saying, "How about that? My brother Su is really awesome. Now you understand." The awesome Su Chun is currently talking to old Yuan in another private room. So you mean that you heard me talk about mecha theory yesterday, and that's why you want to recruit me into the Mecha Research Division of the Dragon Academy? Su Chun asked. Mr. Yuan nodded. Mr. Su, I saw that you seemed to be in a hurry to get your marriage certificate, so I didn't disturb you. After I got back, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night. I believe that China's mecha technology will definitely achieve a breakthrough because China has such a talented young man like you with such profound insights into mecha. Mr. Su, I know that you have now joined the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom are very supportive of the Extraordinary Group's research on mecha. Moreover, the research of private enterprises and the research of the Dragon Academy of Sciences do not conflict. If a talent like Mr. Su is willing to join our Dragon Academy of Sciences, even as an advisor, it is fine if he does not have to come every day. Regarding compensation, Lonka Academy offers more than just economic and material benefits. Mr. Su, as long as you are willing to come to Lonka Academy, you can make all your requests. An annual salary of 2 million is the minimum. If you achieve a major breakthrough, all intellectual property rights and income will belong to you personally. In addition, Lonka attaches great importance to high-tech talents, and your housing in Zhonghai can also be arranged. Would you be willing to join the Dragon Science Institute? I sincerely invite you to join me. The current housing prices in China overseas are almost outrageous. In better areas, they cost hundreds of thousands of yuan per square meter, while in more remote areas, they cost tens of thousands. Some people work hard their whole lives and still can't afford a house. Moreover, there are now purchase restrictions, so even if you have money, you may not be able to buy one. Housing is undoubtedly the most pressing issue for contemporary graduates, and now the government is directly solving it for Su Chun. However, Su Chun didn't care about that. With the system at his disposal, he could easily acquire a luxury car worth 170 million yuan, and a house would certainly be no problem for him. To be honest, Su Chun was very excited at that moment. As a man, and as a young man from the Dragon Kingdom, he was actually personally invited by the president of the Dragon Academy to join the Dragon Academy. This is something that brings honor to one's ancestors. It made him feel even more honored than obtaining the system, because this is the pride of being a Chinese. He immediately and solemnly said to Mr. Yuan, Mr. Yuan, I am willing to join the Lonka Academy. The country nurtures talents like us, and I'm just waiting for the day when I can repay my country. I currently work at the Extraordinary Group, so I'll go to the Dragon Academy as a mecha consultant. Although I can't go to the Dragon Academy every day, I, Su Chun, will definitely be there whenever the Dragon Academy needs me. As far as I, Su Chun, know about mecha, anything that can help advance the country's mecha technology, I will definitely help. Yuan Lao looked at him excitedly, deeply shocked by Su Chun's patriotism. He immediately exclaimed excitedly, Great! Mr. Su, you are truly the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. Rest assured, the Dragon Kingdom will never treat you unfairly. Okay, it's settled then. I'll make time to go to Lonka Institute to handle the formalities later. Today is my college classmates' farewell dinner, so I'll have to excuse myself. All right, then I'll see you out. Old Yuan stood up himself and walked out with Su Chun. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Domineering CEO, Yin Bingxue. Inside the private room, the students were having a lively discussion about Su Chun. Qin Xianxian had unknowingly widened the distance between herself and Lin Tianxiang. She now has complete faith in Su Chun. She was short-sighted before. Su Chun is indeed the most capable. Wampin was still unwilling to give up, and was arguing with a group of people all by himself. How do you know Su Chun can really get into the Dragon Academy of Sciences? What kind of place is the Dragon Academy of Sciences? It's a national institution. What makes Su Chun think he can get in? I see he works in the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, but I guess he's just doing odd jobs. You people really believe everything you hear. It's just that the dean came to see Su Chun, and you all think Su Chun can get into the Dragon Science Academy? What a joke. The female student couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "Isn't it impressive that the dean personally came to find them? When you received the offer from Hongxian, was it the big boss of Hongxian who personally came to your door to find you?" No way. Whether Su Qin got into the Dragon Academy of Sciences or not is not the point. The point is that the dean of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, such a brilliant scientist and academician, took the initiative to come. Su Qin was surrounded by them and couldn't get away, but he was very happy. Is this what it feels like to be slapped in the face endlessly? It's really satisfying. This is the first time he's ever been the center of attention like this. It feels great. At this moment, someone in the crowd secretly tried to take advantage of the chaos and planned to sneak out of the door while everyone was surrounding Su Chun. Su Chun possessed fighting skills granted by the system, had amazing five senses, and excellent eyesight, so he immediately noticed Wan Pin's subtle movements. He shouted into the crowd, "Wan, why are you in such a hurry to squeeze through? Are you trying to find an empty spot to kowtow to me and call me Grandpa?" As soon as Su Chin spoke, everyone automatically moved to the sides, making way for Wan Pin. Upon seeing Wan Pin's expression, Guyu immediately smiled and said, "Wan, are you ready? I'll record this on my phone. This is a big moment for our brother Su to recognize his grandson. We'll bring this video out for everyone to reminisce about at every class reunion." Everyone could see that Wan Pin was trying to escape, but Su Chin seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and caught him in no time. Wan Pin stood there awkwardly, wanting to swear and curse, but also wanting to simply act shamelessly and get away with it. But given Su Chin's current status and position, he dared not. Su Chun is so powerful now. If you really offend Su Chun, not to mention Hongxian, he probably won't be able to survive in the entire Zhonghai. Wan Pin gritted his teeth and, faced with the choice between his future and his dignity, chose the former without hesitation. He immediately put on a fawning smile and walked up to Su Chun, saying, "Grandpa Su is truly wise and powerful. Even my little tricks couldn't escape your discerning eyes. I just wanted to find a more open place to kowtow to you. Thanks everyone for making room for me." Su Chin remained silent, smiling as he looked at the myriad products before him. The students covered their mouths and chuckled, and many took out their phones to record the scene. Despite being surrounded by eyes and cameras, Wampin still maintained her smile. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed 3 times to Su Chun. He kowtowed and said, "Grandpa Su Chun, from now on I am your grandson. Is your grandson's kowtow to you standard? If you're not satisfied, your grandson will kowtow again. If you are satisfied, then please forgive my petty mistake. If there are any good things in the future, please think of your adopted grandson. I will definitely take good care of you in the future." His fawning expression gave the female students goosebumps, and they didn't want to look at him anymore. Su Chin also found it too greasy and waved his hand, saying, all right, you can kneel down and leave now. This is so greasy, it's ruining my appetite later. All right, then I'll get up first." Wan Pin stood up with a smile, bowing and scraping as he followed Su Chun. He found that once he knelt down, his mindset calmed down. Su Chun is so powerful, it would definitely be a good thing for him to curry favor with him. What's the big deal about kowtowing? He was overjoyed to have such a powerful grandfather as Su Chun. The matter should have ended there, and everyone went back to the table to sit down and prepare for their farewell dinner. But Lin Tianxiang was still unconvinced. After everyone sat down, he snorted and said, "So, Su classmate really likes to call someone a grandson. Yeah, he's a single dog who doesn't even have a girlfriend. Who knows when he'll have kids or grandchildren." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Qin Qianqian closer, about to flaunt his love. Qin Qianqian slapped him across the face and said unhappily, "There are so many classmates here, stop fooling around." After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Chun with a hopeful and tender expression. Lin Tianxiang was immediately embarrassed and was about to lash out when the door to the private room suddenly opened. A cute little radish rushed in, like a little cannonball, and into Su Chen's arms. "Daddy!" Her sweet, childlike voice, coupled with her adorable, delicately sculpted face, instantly stunned everyone present. Then, a little boy walked in through the door. He was just as pretty, but his expression was slightly serious. "Tuanshuan, didn't Mommy tell you not to run around?" "Hee hee, come quick, Daddy's really here," the little cutie sitting on Su Chen's lap called out with a smile. Huh, these two adorable babies are the children of Su, the school heartthrob? Before anyone could ask anything, their attention was drawn to Yin Bingxue at the door. "Oh my god, looks like that. Even the top singers and actresses in the entertainment industry are no match for her. Absolutely stunning. Moreover, he has the image of a domineering CEO. Who is this woman? So beautiful and cool." The female classmates in the private room were all outshone by Yin Bingxue, and even the class beauty Qin Qianqian paled in comparison. Chapter 31. Brother Su, your wife is the president of the extraordinary group. Yin Bingxue walked to Su Chen's side and said to him, "I picked up Tuanshuan and Lele, but they didn't want to go home with me first and insisted on coming to find their dad, so I brought them over. I hope I didn't bother you." Su Chen shook his head, picked up Tuan Tuan, and stood up. "Don't bother us. We haven't started eating yet." After saying that, he looked at everyone and said, "I'm sorry, my two little ones at home are too attached to me, so I brought my family members along for our farewell dinner. I hope you all don't mind." The students immediately shook their heads, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at Yin Bingxue and the two little cuties beside Su Chun. The male students couldn't hide their envy, and although the girls were a little disappointed, they were still captivated by the beautiful family of four. Chun Jiqiang, who was originally sitting next to Su Chun, immediately gave up his seat and even moved a large step over there to make room for the two children. "Brother Su, is this our sister-in-law, niece, and nephew?" Su Chen nodded, pulled out a chair, and said to Yin Bingxue, "Please sit down." The moment Su Chun and his family sat down, the atmosphere in the private room instantly ignited. "Campus heartthrob Su, you're already married. And your wife is so beautiful, plus you have such adorable twins. I'm so envious. Brother Su, your two little cuties are just like you and your wife. Twins, a boy and a girl. You two are so good at having children. You should have more. It'll benefit the current marriage standards in our country, haha." Everyone in the room greeted Yin Bingxue and the two little ones excitedly, except for Lin Tianxiang and Qin Qianqian, who looked ashen-faced. Lin Tianxiang never expected that Su Chun would have such a beautiful wife and a pair of twins. His earlier mockery of Su Chun has now turned into an invisible slap across his face. Even if no one is paying attention to him, he still feels embarrassed. He originally wanted to say that Su Chun had been single for 4 years of university, so it was impossible for him to get married or have such a big child. But Tuanshuan and Lele are practically carbon copies of Su Chun and Yin Bingxue. Even if he were blind, he wouldn't say such a thing. That's absolutely outrageous. Qin Qianqian was a little sad. She felt like she had missed out on a fortune. Su Chun is so capable, handsome, and rich. If only she had been more proactive back then and hadn't worried so much, she might be sitting next to him now, raising twins with him. Unfortunately, there's no going back in life. The two of them couldn't eat anymore, so Lin Tianxiang simply fled, saying, "Classmates, I have something to do. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he ran off quickly, forgetting to even bring his girlfriend, whom he was so proud of when he came. Qin Qianqian sat there awkwardly by herself, glanced at Su Chun, and then covered her face and ran out. This little incident didn't seem to affect the lively atmosphere of shipping couples in the private room at all. "Hey, sister-in-law looks familiar. She's so beautiful. Is she a celebrity?" a female classmate asked in surprise. With a knowing smile, Guyu looked at his classmate and said, "What are you saying, little sister? Our sister-in-law isn't in the entertainment industry. She's a female CEO who made her name through her own abilities. You've probably seen her on the financial channel. She's the CEO of the extraordinary group." The female classmate exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, my sister-in-law is actually President Yin of the extraordinary group. He's my idol." The other students were shocked. "Oh my god, school heartthrob Su, how many things have you been hiding from us? It turns out you were already married to CEO Yin, and you even had a pair of adorable twins. Now I finally understand why Su, the school heartthrob, isn't anxious at all while we're all busy with work. Turns out, Our extraordinary group is owned by Su's family. When Su Chun said that Chaofan Group belonged to his family, many classmates didn't quite believe it. Now that I've seen Yin Bingxue, I completely believe it. Brother Su, share your love story with your wife. It's a real-life tale of a campus heartthrob and a beautiful CEO. It's so exciting. Hey, school heartthrob Su, tell us something. Give us some inspiration for our dreams tonight. Everyone was making a fuss. Su Chun turned to look at Yin Bingxue, who was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Yin Bingxue lowered her eyes slightly. Her cheeks were hidden in the shadows, but her ears were already red. The sharp-eyed students couldn't contain their excitement and quickly called to the students next to them to look. This is way too much. Rumor has it that Yin Bingxue, the beautiful CEO of the extraordinary group, is as beautiful and aloof as her name suggests. However, she unexpectedly showed such a shy and blushing side in front of Su Chun. Su, the school heartthrob, is just too charming. Seeing that Yin Bingxue was a little embarrassed, Su Chun turned his head and whispered in her ear. They all want to hear, so can I say a little something? The two were already close, and now when he spoke, his warm breath fell on Yin Bingxue's profile. Yin Bingxue's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little excited. Actually, it wasn't just the babies who didn't want to go home and wanted to come find their father. She also didn't want to go back by herself and wanted to be with Su Chun. However, Su Chun was having dinner with his classmates, and she wasn't sure if he would want her to come over. After all, Su Chun didn't even post anything about his wedding on social media. Yin Bingxue felt that Su Chin's reason for marrying her was mostly for the sake of Tuanchuan and Lele, so she was actually a little nervous about appearing with him as his wife at Su Chin's farewell dinner. But when Su Chin asked her if she could share, she was quite happy. Does Su Chin's willingness to speak mean that he actually approves of their relationship? Yin Bingxue nodded, looking at Su Chun expectantly. She wanted to know what their story meant to Su Chun. After receiving permission, Su Chun addressed his classmates, saying, "My love story with your sister-in-law is a long one, since my two children are already 3 years old. Let me tell you something more recent. Last night, I proposed to your sister-in-law. I arranged a drone wedding for your sister-in-law in the central square. I put a lot of thought and effort into winning her over." As soon as Su Chin finished speaking, some students who were surfing the internet immediately realized what he meant. Yesterday's drone proposal at Central Square. Wow, this was actually Su Ji's proposal for his girlfriend. Oh my god, my Douyin feed has practically turned into a marriage proposal extravaganza since last night. I never imagined this would be the love story of our school heartthrob and his fiancée. Oh, I've stumbled upon some breaking news. This is so exciting. The roommates all knew that Su Chun was going to propose, but they didn't know the specifics. However, as soon as Su Chun mentioned proposing with a drone, they immediately pictured it. Guyu secretly gave Su Chun a thumbs up. "Brother Su, you're awesome. You said you were going to propose to your sister-in-law, and I was thinking of helping you out, but you went straight for the deluxe version with 400 drones. Wow, my brother Su is awesome. Sister-in-law, you must have been very touched by the proposal last night, right? To be honest, even I, a grown man, was moved when I saw Douyin's proposal," Chen Jiqiang said with a smile as he sat over there. Yin Bingxue nodded with a flushed face, looking at Su Chun with a happy expression and said, "Yes, it was unexpected, and I was also very touched. It's really rare to be able to sway me with money." These words convinced the students, who looked at Su Chun and Yin Bingxue with beaming smiles. Who is Yin Bingxue? She's the beautiful CEO of the Chaofan Group. The Chaofan Group is worth trillions. Compared to this, the proposal with 400 drones, which was so extravagant it was inhumane, was really just a sentimental gesture built on money. But Su Chin's sincerity truly touched Yin Bingxue. Wow, this is the power of love. Chapter 32. Mother Yin is shocked. My daughter got married? What wonderful news. At this moment, in a luxurious villa in Zhonghai, a beautiful lady was painting her nails and humming a song. The lady was extremely beautiful, and because of years of skincare, she looked like a woman in her early 30s. However, she possesses a more mature and charming appeal than women in their early 30s. She is Yin Bingxue's mother. The phone rang, and Yan's mother glanced at her phone and saw that it was her best friend calling. She smiled and tapped the answer button on her phone screen. As soon as the call connected, her best friend's voice came through. "Hey, Shuyan, some shocking news." As Mrs. Yin painted her nails, she asked casually, "What juicy gossip is it now? Unless our family's fortunes collapse, it's not anything earth-shattering. It has nothing to do with your wall turning. But this melon is from your own garden. Shuyun, did you know that Bingxue got married?" "What?" Mrs. Yan's hand slipped, and the nail polish was all over her fingers. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe her face, picked up the phone, and asked, "What did you just say? My Bingxue got married? Are you sure?" "It's absolutely true. My husband, Lao Gu, told me himself. He just went to a meeting at the bureau and ran into Lao Zhang from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lao Zhang said that your Bingxue called him home last night and went to get her marriage certificate with a man, along with Tuanshuan and Lele." Mrs. Yin looked shocked. Half a minute later, she suddenly jumped up and down on the sofa with joy. "Old man, I've waited for this day. I've finally waited for it." Wah! Yan's mother burst into tears of joy while talking on the phone. Shuyun's best friend laughed on the other end of the phone. "Shuyun, look at you, so weak-willed. Compared to your Bingshue's decisive and efficient style, you're too spoiled." "Old man, it's not that I'm being delicate. You have no idea how much I've worried about Bingshue's wedding. All these years I've been hoping she'd get married, so the two kids could have a father. I know. Isn't this a wish fulfilled? By the way, do you want to know what Bingshue's husband looks like? I'll have my husband call Lao Zhang and ask him. He personally handled the marriage certificate, so he definitely knows what the other person looks like. No need. I'll accept whatever my son-in-law looks like, as long as he's a man." Mrs. Yin said happily, touching her chest. "How many years has it been? Other people's children are either dating early, in a relationship, or getting married. But my Bingxue only studies all day long. I thought she would find a boyfriend after graduating from university, but who knew that after graduation, she would throw herself into the company. It seems that dating is not on her life agenda. And look at the top floor of the company building. Everyone in the secretariat who can get close to her is a girl. Even the cat upstairs is female. And among Bingshue's close friends, there isn't a single male. I'm starting to worry that this girl might have a problem with her sexual orientation. 3 years ago, she suddenly brought 2 children back to me. I even secretly did a paternity test. Although the test results showed that Tuanshuan and Lele were indeed Bingshue's, I always felt that Bingxue didn't want to get married and deliberately brought them back to fool me and my husband. Now that she's married, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for what kind of person her son-in-law is, I don't care at all. You're amazing. Your Bingxue is so beautiful. How could there be any problems?" her best friend said with a laugh on the other end of the phone. "There are a few more things you'd like to hear." Mother Yin stopped painting her nails and happily started chatting on the phone. Tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me all the good news." "Haha, look how anxious you are. Let me tell you, your son-in-law is no ordinary person, you know. After they got their marriage certificate yesterday, Bingxue took the 2 kids and moved into your son-in-law's house. And the 2 of them even ate barbecue at a street food stall last night. You know, the kind of street food stalls. Can you believe it?" Mrs. Yin looked surprised. "You said my Bingxue went to eat barbecue at a street food stall? Is that true?" "It's absolutely true, Shuyun. I had that little brat Yusin extort a lot of money from me for you. I gave her a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan to get the information from her. She showed me the chat screenshots that Bingxue sent her. It's the picture of Bingxue eating barbecue." Mrs. Yan's face was filled with disbelief. "I'm starting to doubt if you're talking about my Bingxue. Bingxue is a germaphobe, and she's never eaten unhealthy or unhygienic food since she was little. Her meals are always prepared by Michelin-starred chefs. How could she actually eat at a roadside stall?" "Haha, you just don't understand. The power of love is amazing. And that's not all. Bingxue and her boyfriend even went downstairs to the food stall and bought chicken noodle soup to eat tonight." Mrs. Yin blinked and smiled helplessly. Well, Bingxue has really grown up. She's even learned to be hypocritical. She complains about the chicken noodle soup I make, but she goes to eat the chicken noodle soup from the street vendor. It's true what they say, a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. Oh dear, it seems my precious daughter will belong to someone else from now on. Although Yan's mother said this, her tone was very happy, and she couldn't stop smiling. The best friend on the other end of the phone could guess what was going on. "Shuyun, don't be so smug. Who was so excited when they found out Bingxue got married? You're just trying to annoy me, trying to make me jealous, are you? Trying to be Versailles in front of me. Sigh, now your Bingxue is settled, but I don't know when my Yusin will give me a break." Mother Yin said, "There definitely will be. Don't worry, haha." As soon as she opened her mouth, a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Luckily, the person opposite her was her best friend, who was genuinely happy for her. "Shuyun, aren't you curious about your son-in-law?" "I'm quite curious. I want to know what kind of man could win over your Bingxue." With a hint of anticipation in her eyes, Yan's mother smacked her lips twice and said, "Curiosity is a given. Since he's now my son-in-law, I definitely have to go and meet him, but I can't do it openly." "What's wrong?" "I only know that sons-in-law get nervous when they meet their mothers-in-law for the first time, but I've never heard of mothers-in-law getting nervous when they meet their sons-in-law." "Haha, Shuyun, you're really not good enough. How about I go with you and give you some courage?" "Stop joking, Lao Man. I'm not nervous about meeting my son-in-law. I'm just afraid of my Bingxue. You know, Bingxue has always been a very independent person. She brought me twins back then without saying a word, and now she's married without telling her family. I'm afraid that if I suddenly pass away, Bingxue will be unhappy. I think it's better to wait for her to tell me herself." "Look at you, so pathetic." "But seriously, we parents really have to watch our kids' moods and expressions these days. Sometimes when my Yusin is angry, I get nervous too, and your Bingxue is even worse. I never dare to be too arrogant when I see her, huh?" Thinking of her daughter, Mrs. Yan's face softened with tenderness and affection. "Yes, Bingxue doesn't smile much. She always has a cold expression, and she's decisive in her words and actions. I always feel that she's more mature than me, her mother. So, even though I'm curious about my son-in-law, Bingxue hasn't mentioned it to me, so I can only secretly go see him." At this point, Mrs. Yan's eyes lit up. "I'm planning to visit my son-in-law tomorrow. I'm really curious about what kind of man my Bingxue would like to marry and still eat at a roadside stall. I have to see it for myself." Chapter 33. Sign in next to your handmade assignment and be rewarded with calligraphy master skills. After the farewell dinner, Su Chun led Yin Bingxue and their two children back to his home. It was getting late, and as soon as Tuanshuan and Lei Lei entered the house, they took out their school bags. "Brother, have you thought about how to do your homework?" Tuanshuan sat on the carpet and nudged her little head next to Lei Lei. Lei Lei nodded. "Yes, I've already thought of that." Tuanshuan was shocked. Her round little face contorted into a chubby double chin, and she pouted, saying, "Wah, Tuanshuan didn't expect that. What is it that brother is going to do?" Tuanshuan asked. Lei Lei smiled mysteriously at her, winked, and said, "I won't tell you, yet I'll show you when it's done." Tuanshuan pouted, her cheeks puffed out. Hee, trying to be mysterious with me. "You'd better think about what you're going to do," Lei Lei reminded him. Tuanshuan held her head in her hands, her soft, white fingers gently twirling her hair, her cute little face showing a thoughtful expression. "But this is too difficult, Wah." "Daddy," Tuanshuan shouted, looking up. "What's wrong, Tuanshuan?" Su Chun immediately put down his water glass and ran to his daughter. Ding! This is the first time the host has tutored the baby's homework. Sign in next to the craft project. The host is rewarded with full marks for craft skills and master skills for calligraphy and painting. Wow! The check-in system is back. This time it's for craft skills and calligraphy/painting. Not bad at all. To be a good and competent father, you must be able to help your children with their homework. Kindergarten homework mainly consists of crafts and simple drawing and writing, so the skill rewards from the system are a real lifesaver. Would you like to activate this reward skill now, host? Activation. Almost instantly, Su Chen clearly felt that his fingers seemed to have become longer and more flexible. Moreover, the oil paintings hanging on the wall and the calligraphy of home and prosperity in the restaurant, which he hadn't thought were particularly beautiful before, were now just too ordinary. He'll find some time later to write and draw, raising the cultural level of our family by several notches. Tuanshuan, what craft project are you going to finish? Show it to Daddy. Daddy will finish it with you. Yin Bingxue, who was dealing with emails on her laptop, kept having her attention drawn to Su Chun. When she saw him about to do his homework with Tuanshuan and Lei Lei, she couldn't help but smile. This scene is so heartwarming. She turned back to work, feeling full of energy. Sure enough, Miss Shuyan was right. It's not impossible to start a family before building a career, because family can really give people a lot of strength. Tuanshuan tilted her little head and rubbed against Su Chen's arm, saying sweetly, "Daddy, the teacher told us to make a craft project ourselves. The theme is simple little toys, and then we'll share it with the other children tomorrow. Giggle said he's already figured out what to do, but Tuanchuan hasn't decided yet. Daddy, can you help Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan can't think of anything. The little girl didn't seem very interested in doing her homework. She was whining and playing with Su Ming's watch while looking down at him. Su Chan felt that it wasn't that she couldn't think of it, but that she simply didn't want to use her brain to think about it. That won't do. Tuanchuan, this is homework from your teacher, not homework for your dad. Your brother came up with all of this on his own. Dad can help you with it, but you need to figure out what to do yourself. Although my daughter is only in kindergarten now, we should start cultivating the habit of taking her studies seriously from a young age. Otherwise, he would end up like those parents on the internet who are driven crazy by teaching their children to do homework, going mad every night. Tuanchuan looked up, pouting a little unwillingly, but seeing her father's serious expression, she immediately put on a serious face. Tuanchuan wants to be a little bunny. Tuanchuan absolutely loves bunnies. Daddy, can you make a little bunny for Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan raised her little face, revealing a set of white baby teeth. Every part of the little one's body was a miniature version, but her eyes were big and bright, and her long, curly eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a little butterfly. Even the toughest man can't resist such an adorable little baby's affectionate behavior. Suchin finally experienced the joy of being a doting father. Okay, then Daddy will make a cute little bunny toy for Tuanchuan. Yay, Daddy's the best. The little guy jumped up happily, waving his arms and legs and spinning around Su Chun and Lele next to him. Daddy's going to make me a little bunny toy. Tuanchuan knows what to do now. Tuanchuan is going to make little bunny toys with Daddy. Lele had already taken out his paper to do his craft project, but when he saw Su Chun coming over, he became so nervous that he didn't dare to move. Now that Su Chun is helping Tuan with her craft project, Lele suddenly feels that the little toys in her mind have instantly lost their original charm. What's the point of making a toy all by yourself? Lele, what do you want to do? Suchin asked. Lele stiffened, her back immediately straightening. I can do it myself. After saying that, he started to take action. Suchun shook his head and smiled, then started fighting with Tuan. Tuanchuan, Daddy will make you a little bunny that can play hide and seek. Lele, what little rabbit can play hide and seek? It's definitely just a hoax, humph. Suchin took out a paper cup, then went to the refrigerator and got 3 straws. He taped one end of each straw together and punched a hole in the cup wall on both sides and at the bottom. After doing all that, he took out a piece of paper and drew a large circle, 3 small circles, and 2 long, narrow ears. Tuanchuan, can you help Daddy cut this out? Tuanchuan nodded happily, picked up her little craft scissors, and began to work. She was very careful and attentive, carefully cutting along the shape her father had drawn. After she cut out the shape, Su Chun drew a pair of bright, big eyes and a small mouth on the large circle, then used a red pen to dot 2 small blushes, and then painted the ears and the middle of the small circle pink. Next, Su Chun attached ears to the large circle, then attached them above the 3 straws. He cut the straws on both sides shorter and attached the bunny's little hands. The lower straws went through the hole under the blanket, and the craft was completed. Su Chun held up some freshly made toys and smiled mysteriously. Tuanchuan, watch closely. The little bunny is going to play hide and seek with you. He gently pulled the straw at the bottom, and the little bunny's head disappeared into the blanket, while its hands were raised. When you put it down again, the bunny's little face is visible again. Tuanchuan watched closely, and upon seeing it, clapped her hands happily. Wow, Daddy is so amazing, he really made a little bunny that can play peek-boo. Daddy, Tuanchuan really loves the toys you made. Tuan loves Daddy too. The little guy jumped into Su Chen's arms and gave him a big kiss around the neck. Su Chen was beaming from ear to ear and handed the small toy to his daughter. Tuanchuan, try playing hide and seek with the little bunny yourself. Tuanchuan took the toy and started playing happily. Not content with playing with it himself, he took it to Lele, exclaiming, look, Daddy's bunny can really play peek-boo. Lele had actually seen it just now and was quite surprised. I never imagined Dad could actually make a bunny that can play peek-boo. He's really amazing. However, Lele wouldn't say that out loud. He turned his head away and said haughtily, What's so fun about that? I don't like bunnies. I want to be a little calf roly-poly toy. Tuanchuan failed to show off, so she ran to Yin Bingxue and showed her the rabbit playing hide and seek. Yan Bingxua looked at the little creation with a faint smile on her face. She glanced gently at Su Chun and said, this bunny is very cute. Tianquan's friends will definitely like it tomorrow. Daddy and Tianquan's handicrafts are amazing. Upon hearing this, Lele quickly finished her artwork. He couldn't let Su Chin outshine him in front of his mom. Humph. The little guy wanted to make a roly-poly toy cow, his own idea. It was simple, but fun. It can be made with just a bottle cap and some paper cutouts. He cut out the shape of a calf, with a large circle on top and small ears, and a smaller circle below to represent the calf's belly, which was exactly the size of a bottle cap. His drawing of the calf wasn't as lifelike as the little rabbit, but it was still cute and adorable, even though it was done by a child. He stuck the cow's belly to the bottle cap, then put a lump of clay inside the cap. In his idea, the cap wouldn't fall over, and with a gentle shake, it would become a roly-poly toy. But after he finished setting it up, he tried to operate it and found that the roly-poly toy immediately fell over. Lele frowned and muttered, "Why did it fall down?" The little guy was puzzled and tried a few more times, but the result was still the same. Suchin watched for a while and immediately saw the problem. He said slowly, "Lele, do you believe that if Daddy moves it a little, your roly-poly toy will stand up?" Chapter 34. The babies win first place. Suchin posts a picture of his kids on WeChat Moments. Lele turned to look at him. "Really? It's absolutely true. Should we let Dad try it?" Suchin asked with a smile. Lele looked at the little cow roly-poly toy she had worked so hard to make and hesitated a little. He didn't want Suchin's help at all, but he couldn't do it well himself. Seeing that he didn't speak, Suchin deliberately remained still, waiting for his son to come to him for help. Lele thought for about half a minute before pushing the calf in front of him, pouting and saying, "Then you try it." Suchin laughed. He took the clay out of the bottle cap, rolled it into a larger ball, placed it at the bottom of the bottle cap, put the little cow on the bottle cap down, and gently shook it. The little cow kept swaying from side to side without falling over. Lele looked on with delight, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her little face. Dad is so clever. He made a few slight modifications, and now the calf really won't fall over. Just then, Tianquan suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Daddy is so amazing. He saved the little calf in no time. Hee, Daddy is really great." Lele's smile faded. She glanced at Su Chun with surprise in her eyes, but refused to speak. The little guy pursed his lips tightly, as if afraid that he would praise him if he opened his mouth. That awkward little face was just so adorable. Suchin couldn't help but pat his son's head. Lele seemed to be stunned for a moment, but he didn't dodge. Daddy's hands are so big and warm. That head pat feels so good. The next morning, as usual, Su Chun took the children to kindergarten before going to work. The two little ones were super happy today. As soon as they entered the classroom, they couldn't wait to take out their craft projects from last night. The other children also had their own craft projects on their desks. The female teacher stood on the podium, smiling and greeting everyone. "Good morning, students. A new day begins." Last night, the teacher assigned a craft project for everyone, which required children to complete with their parents. "Now, please come up to the stage one by one to present your work." Tianquan and Lele were sitting at desks one in front of the other. Upon hearing this, Tianquan happily turned to look at her brother. I'll go up first in a bit. I think Daddy's bunny will definitely win an award, and my brother's calf is great too, Lele's lips curled up slightly. Without Su Chin around, his expression wasn't so awkward anymore. Looking at his roly-poly calf and then at his sister's little rabbit, he squinted and smiled. The girl sitting next to them, who was talking, leaned over and asked, "Lele, what did you and Tianquan do?" Lele quickly hid her little cow in her hand, saying, "You'll see when we get on stage." Lele's being mysterious now. The children took turns coming up to the stage, and they all made some very simple crafts, such as origami of small windmills, boats, and hearts. When it was Tianquan's turn, this little rabbit who knows how to play hide and seek, although simple, was very interesting. The children below loved it, and then Lele went up on stage again to show off his roly-poly calf, which piqued the curiosity of the boys. How can a small bottle cap turn into a roly-poly toy? That's amazing. Finally, after the teacher looked at all the works, she asked the children to choose the toy they wanted most. Tianquan and Lele's toys received the most votes, so the organizer honestly announced, "So, today's winners are Tianquan and Lele." Don't be discouraged if you didn't get first place. We'll have many more craft projects like this in the future, so keep trying. Now, let's invite our Toanchuan and Lele to come up on stage and share how to make this little toy. Would you all like to learn? Yes, the children shouted in unison, all looking towards Toanchuan and Lele. Even a 3-year-old can have a sense of honor. When Toanchuan heard that he had won first place, he was overjoyed. His cute little face was full of smiles. Holding his little bunny, he happily went on stage to share it with everyone. Lele was also happy. The little guy changed his usual serious face and followed his sister onto the stage with a smile. Toanchuan showed everyone how to make the little bunny, and then added, "My daddy made this for me. My dad is incredibly good at crafts." When it was Lele's turn, he briefly introduced the little cow he had made, and then reminded everyone. The most important thing in making this little cow roly-poly toy is to put the clay at the bottom. I didn't do it right at first, and the little cow couldn't stand up. Later, Daddy helped me adjust it, and it worked right away. He naturally called out, "Papa." His pink lips pursed, revealing a shy smile. The children below were clapping, exclaiming with surprise and envy. Toanchuan and Lele's dad is so amazing. He can make so many fun little toys. My mom says that Tuan Tuan and Lili's dad is super handsome. I'm so envious of Toanchuan and Lele. I hope my dad can be as awesome as their father. Hearing this, Lele's smile deepened, thinking to herself, "Wow, my dad is super awesome. None of your dads can compare." The teacher gave Yin Bingxue the results of today's craft assignment, as well as the little red flower and certificate awarded to Toanchuan and Lele. As soon as she saw it, she immediately forwarded the message and the picture to Suchun. He also sent a message. "Toanchuan and Lele got first place. They must be very happy. Your craft project is great." Suchun, who was at work, saw these messages and immediately posted them on her WeChat Moments with pictures of the certificates her son and daughter had received. The caption reads, "These are my 2 little ones award certificates." Sharing a picture on my WeChat Moments to commemorate the occasion. After sending the message, Yin Bingxue held her phone and waited for a reply, but instead of a WeChat message, she saw Su Chin's WeChat Moments. Upon seeing the caption above and the picture below, she liked it almost immediately. Su Chin posted on his WeChat Moments. He posted his children's award certificates on his WeChat Moments, and even said they were his 2 little darlings. Does this count as going public with their achievements? Yin Bingxue felt a slight, secret joy in her heart. Su Chun didn't post anything on his WeChat Moments about the big events, like when he proposed to her, and they got their marriage certificate. When Su Chun video chatted with his mother, he didn't mention their marriage, which made Yin Bingxue feel a little disappointed. She knew that Su Chin's proposal and marriage to her were probably all because of Toanchuan and Lele. Yin Bingxue felt that Su Chin's post on WeChat Moments was a sign of progress. She needs to keep trying to win over Su Chun. Today, Su Chin posted about Tuan Tuan and Lele. I hope he can post about their family next time. After Su Chin posted that message on his WeChat Moments, his phone never stopped ringing. He's handsome, has a generous personality, and has many friends. He rarely posts on WeChat Moments, so almost every post he makes attracts a lot of attention. Needless to say, this one is even more explosive. There were too many likes, so Su Chin skipped them all, only lingering briefly on Yin Bingxue's name before moving on to the comments. Guyu. Congratulations, Brother Su. Toanchuan and Lele are clearly smart kids. Brother Su's house will probably be overflowing with certificates of merit in the future. Chen Jiqiang. So envious. Brother Su, your nephew and niece are just too amazing. University classmates and roommates all knew that she had a child, and almost all of them wrote congratulatory messages. However, other friends who had never met Yin Bingxue and Toanchuan Lele were undoubtedly shocked by this earth-shattering news. Su Chen, this is your account? You have a child? When did this happen? Brother Su, you're married and have kids? A boy and a girl, both about the same age. Could they be twins? Wow, Brother Su, you're amazing. Brother Su, you actually had a kid behind the brothers' backs. That's awesome. Some people lose at the starting line before their lives have even begun. Suji, when did you manage to do something so big? Chapter 35. The mother-in-law has arrived. Suchin looked at these comments and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Haha, these people are quite interesting. Who knew that posting pictures of your kids on social media would feel so good? No wonder my older friends, who wouldn't post a single thing on social media for 6 months before having children, now posts 10 times a day after having kids, and all of them are related to their children. Suchin didn't understand before, but now he does. Sharing photos of your kids is so much fun. Tuanshuan and Lele are so cute. He'll have plenty of opportunities to show off their kids in the future, haha. Documenting your child's growth through WeChat moments. There's nothing more fun than that. Suchin chuckled for a while, then picked out a few posts from his WeChat moments to reply to before putting down his phone and continuing his work. In front of him was a 24-inch digital screen on which the outline of a combat mech was already beginning to appear. This is exactly the work he completed today. Suchun had a clear vision for the first mecha he wanted to build. The first combat mech to be launched in the Dragon Kingdom. It must be the best it can be at present. This current level, of course, refers to the mecha knowledge given to him by the system in his mind. On the screen, the tall mecha is divided into head, shoulders, chest, upper arms, forearms, thighs, and calves. Each part is separated to increase the flexibility of these parts. As for the internal components, a gear-driven meshing device is used, with precision gears controlling the transmission to maximize the mecha's fit to the human body's joints and movements. The external material is the titanium alloy he mentioned earlier. This alloy is very strong, has excellent bulletproof capabilities, and is of moderate weight, making it very suitable for mechs with current technology. Suchin also had ideas about the internal components and power drive system of the armor. After designing the exterior, then designed the internal systems. Suchin believed that with his current level of knowledge, and with the help of the advanced technology of the Superb Group's Mecha Research Department and the Dragon Science Academy's Mecha Research Branch, he should be able to bring the first armored vehicle of the Dragon Kingdom to life within a few months. Thinking about the future, Suchin suddenly felt full of energy. Around noon, Suchin received a message from Yen Bingxue. Suchin, I have to fly to Guangzhou now for an urgent meeting. I can't be sure when I'll be back, but I'll try my best to get home before 10 p.m. I'll have my assistant arrange lunch for you. Suchin saw these two messages and was about to type a message telling her to just focus on her work and not to worry about lunch when Assistant Zhang arrived. Mr. Su, the president is going to Guangzhou for a meeting. I'll have the chef prepare lunch for you. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Suchin thought to himself, Yen Bingxue is so considerate. Even when he's not here, she still has to arrange his lunch. Assistant Zhang, you don't need to arrange my lunch. You can go with President Yen. You are her personal secretary, and she will definitely be busier without you by her side. Assistant Zhang was slightly taken aback, and his expression showed some hesitation. She was Yen Bingxue's personal assistant. Before, she accompanied President Yen wherever she went, taking care of all the trivial matters for Yen Bingxue. But now, Suchun is more important to Yen Bingxue than herself. She was in a hurry to go to the meeting, but she was worried about Suchin's lunch, so she actually made him stay. Assistant Zhang was worried about President Yen, but at the same time, he was thinking about completing the task President Yen had assigned him. Mr. Su, then let me order lunch for you before I leave. No need, I'll eat at the cafeteria for lunch. I've been to the company for 2 days and haven't been there yet. But, no buts needed. I'll talk to your CEO Yen myself later. You should go with him. Assistant Zhang nodded gratefully, thinking to himself, Mr. Su really cares about President Yen. Their love was mutual. That's great. Su Chun told Yen Bingxue, and then went to the cafeteria for lunch by himself. A short while later, outside the glass door of the cafeteria, Tang Xuyan stood there, her head wrapped in a scarf, her face covered with large sunglasses and a mask, fully armed, looking through the glass window at Su Chun, who was eating inside the cafeteria. Suppressing her excitement, she asked, Xiao Qi, is it that one? Secretary Qi nodded. Yes, madam, that is Mr. Su Chun. He was personally brought in by President Yen. Tang Shuyun was overjoyed when she confirmed her son-in-law's identity. Ahem, Xiao Qi, I'm going to the cafeteria incognito. Tell the staff right away not to give themselves away. Secretary Qi frowned in confusion, but she still obeyed the madam's order. Who exactly is this Su Chun? He was personally recruited by President Yen and went directly to the mecha design department. Now even his wife has to disguise herself and come to see him. That's amazing. She immediately sent a message to the employees group. The lady is traveling incognito. Please keep yourselves hidden. After she finished making the arrangements, Tang Shuyun went into the kitchen changed into a set of Chaofan Group's work clothes, and then went into the cafeteria. As soon as she entered, the manager saw her and his eyes lit up. He came over to greet her, but Tang Shuyun coughed loudly and tried to wink at her. The other person immediately remembered the text message they had just received, so they shut their mouth and stood there obediently. The other staff members also received the message and worked even more diligently. Although everyone seemed to be doing their own job, in reality, their eyes were all secretly following Tang Shuyun. What's going on? Why is the lady of the house suddenly making an unannounced visit to the staff canteen? The lady has such a distinctive face. 80% of the company's employees recognize her. What's the point of her going on an incognito visit? Judging from the way Madam looks, she seems to have a special purpose today. Tang Shuyun, carrying her plate, circled around Su Chun, then suddenly walked to the opposite side of him and asked with a smile, "Is this seat taken? May I sit here?" Su Chun looked up and saw that the other person was a very elegant and beautiful woman in her early 30s. Even though she was wearing a similar work uniform to everyone else, this staff member's facial features were much more striking, and her skin was fair and very well maintained. "Of course," Su Chun said with a smile. After Tang Shuyun sat down, she didn't rush to eat and started chatting with Su Chun. "Are you an employee of our company's Wake Up cafeteria? I don't think I've seen you there before." Was he trying to strike up a conversation? Su Chun secretly chuckled to himself. He's incredibly charming. Even women in their 30s are attracted to his good looks. Look at her suppressed excitement in her eyes. It's obvious she's here for him. "Yes, I just started working here the day before yesterday," Su Chun said with a smile. "Oh, I see. I knew it. How could I not know someone as young and handsome as you if you'd always been with the extraordinary group?" Tang Shuyun smiled and looked at Su Chun with increasing satisfaction. This young man is so handsome. Standing next to Bing Xue and the others, plus Tuanshuan and Lele, they look like a painting. Author's note: my new book is climbing the charts. Brothers and sisters, please vote for me with your recommendation tickets and monthly passes, okay? Please vote for me. Please give me recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 36. Checking household registration? Young man, why are you eating here alone? Isn't your girlfriend with you? Tang Shuyun asked tentatively. Su Chun thought to himself, isn't this a typical test? To find out if he has a girlfriend. However, he is now not only a married man, but also has 2 adorable little babies, so he ignores everyone else. Sister, don't let my young age fool you. I'm already married, and my 2 children are already 3 years old. Ah, Tang Shuyun exclaimed softly, unable to suppress a look of joy on her face. Su Chun called her sister. This kid is so good with words. He also openly admitted that he was married and even treated Tuanshuan and Lele like his own children. He's a responsible and good kid. Seeing that the other party was not only not disappointed, but looked even happier, Su Chun felt a little suspicious. What's going on? Wasn't this woman trying to chat me up? Knowing I'm married and have children, why is she giving her that look? Tang Shuyun looked at Su Chun like a mother-in-law would look at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked him. She can't let such a good son-in-law go easily. She wanted to help her daughter win Su Chun's heart. The first step to helping your daughter succeed is to find out what your son-in-law likes and cater to his preferences. You're already married and have 2 3-year-old kids? I can't believe it, young man. You're so accomplished for your age. After praising the food, Tang Shuyun started eating her lunch, asking as she ate, young man, do you think the food in our cafeteria is good? Su Chun nodded. It's all right, much better than the school cafeteria. The cafeteria here employs professional chefs, and the special dishes change every day. Today for lunch, we have sweet and sour pork and steamed sea bass. What kind of flavor do you usually prefer? Do you like spicy or sweet food? I'm not a picky eater. I'm fine with most things, but I eat a lot of spicy food, Su Chun replied. You like spicy food? That's great. The South is humid, so eating spicy food can help get rid of the dampness. Let me ask you another question. What kind of girl do you like? You're so young to be married. Your wife must be incredibly beautiful. I really want to know, what kind of girl can find such a handsome husband like you? The other party was very hospitable, and Su Chun chatted while eating. My wife is indeed a great beauty. What about personality? Is it your type? Tang Shuyun asked impatiently. She knew her daughter was a bit aloof, but seeing her eat at a roadside stall with Su Chun, she thought maybe things would change once her daughter was in a relationship. Perhaps she'd be very gentle with Su-chun. This question is a bit too profound. Su-chun smiled but didn't answer. Tang Shuyan didn't continue, but asked again, "Young man, you just mentioned university. You must be quite young, right? Do your family members agree to you getting married so early? By the way, who else is in your family?" Su-chan gradually realized that the questions the woman in front of him was asking were somewhat like a household registration check. This doesn't seem like a normal pickup line. Seeing this, he immediately cleared his plate and said, "Big sister, I'm finished eating. You can continue eating." With that, he took his plate and left. Tang Shuyun stared at his retreating figure with a smile on her face. "Although I didn't get much help from my daughter today, I did get to meet Su-chun." After lunch, Su-chun continued his afternoon work. He took a break and glanced at his phone. There was a message from Yin Bingxue a few hours earlier, saying that she had arrived safely in Guangzhou, and then there was no further news. "You must be busy," Su-chun replied. "You're busy. I'll pick up Tuanshuan and Lele this afternoon." Kindergarten dismisses early at 4:30 p.m., while Chaofan Group closes for the day at 5:30 p.m. Su-chun finished his work ahead of time and left. Su-chun was in a great mood on the way to kindergarten. He was driving with cheerful music playing in the car, humming along as he drove. It feels so good to pick up the kids from school. He is now a parent of 2 kindergarten children. When Su-chun arrived at the kindergarten, it was only 4:10, but the area outside the park was already full of cars, as almost all the parents picking up their children had arrived early. Tuanshuan and Lele's teacher is talking about yesterday's craft project. The parents sat next to their children and listened together. Tuanshuan turned her head and saw Su-chun outside and immediately waved to him happily. "Daddy." The little guy sat obediently on the stool, not rushing out, but his eyes were full of excitement and anticipation as he looked at Su-chun. When the teacher saw Su-chun, she immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Su, you've arrived. Please come in and have a seat." As Su-chun walked in, Lele immediately moved aside, making room for him and Tuanshuan on the stool, and avoided Su-chun's gaze. This little guy is still so awkward. Su-chun sat down between his son and daughter, and the teacher immediately said, "Parents, this handsome gentleman is Tuanshuan and Lele's father." The 2 craft projects that tied for first place that I just showed you were completed with Mr. Su's help. Mr. Su's handicrafts and creativity are superb. Everyone should learn from him. The parents in the crowd all looked at Su-chun and exclaimed, "Mr. Su, your hands are so skillful. How did you come up with such a clever and simple craft? My husband and I racked our brains last night and could only make a simple little paper boat." Tuanshuan and Lele, your dads are amazing. They're role models for us. I hope my little chubby son can get first place in the future too. Tuanshuan happily held her dad's hand and said generously, "Everyone can ask my dad if they have any questions. My dad is super smart." Lele didn't say anything, but hearing everyone's praise, his little face was filled with smiles, and he unconsciously moved closer to Su-chun, closing the distance between the two. School ended promptly at 4:30. Su-chun put Tuanshuan and Lele in their car seats in the back seat and went to drive in the front. Tuanshuan chattered away the whole way, like a cute little Oriole, talking about what happened at kindergarten during the day. "Daddy, my brother and I are so happy today. We both got little red flowers and a first-place certificate. Daddy, all the other kids are so envious of us, and they all want to make the little toys we made, but Tuanshuan forgot how to make them. But luckily, Gidge remembered everything Gidge taught everyone." When Lele was suddenly called out and saw Su-chun looking over, his face immediately turned red. He awkwardly turned his head away and unconsciously touched his burning ears. Su-chun was delighted to see this. This kid didn't say anything on the surface, but he actually stole all my cooking skills last night. "Tuanshuan, Lele, Mommy is going on a business trip today and will be back late. It will be just the 3 of us at home tonight. Daddy told the cook not to prepare dinner for us. Daddy will cook dinner for you himself, okay?" Hearing this, Tuanshuan nodded happily. Okay, Tuanshuan wants to eat Daddy's cooking. Lele felt a little worried. How come Dad knows how to cook? Chapter 37. Obtaining the skill of a culinary god. They've been here for 3 days now, and they've been buying breakfast every day. Dinner is prepared and delivered by the family cook. Su-chun has never cooked before. Su-chun wasn't really confident in his cooking skills, but the food for babies wasn't complicated. He figured he could just search for tutorials online and learn how to make it. The food his own child eats tastes better when the father cooks it for him. Suchin found that he was increasingly enjoying being a father. He wants to learn to cook so he can make lots of delicious food for Tuanshuan and Lele. With food in the refrigerator, Suchun took the two babies home. Lele seemed a little worried, so she followed Suchun into the kitchen. As soon as the two stepped into the kitchen, the system's voice rang in Suchin's head. Ding! Detected that the host is going to cook for the babies. First time checking in at the kitchen with the adorable babies. The host is rewarded with the chef skill. Bingo! The system is amazing. He no longer needs to learn to cook. With his culinary skills, he can satisfy the children's appetites in no time. Suchun activated his skill, and within the time it took to open the refrigerator, he could already feel the changes in his body. Looking at the dishes in front of him, his mind instantly transformed into a sophisticated and advanced machine, generating dozens of recipes for the dishes in the refrigerator. There are also helpful tips on which dishes are suitable for 3-year-olds. Suchin thought for a moment and made up his mind. 3-year-olds are not good at eating strongly flavored foods, and they definitely prefer sweeter flavors. Suchin planned to make sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, which the kids love, and a vegetable dish of shrimp and mixed vegetables, pine nut and corn, along with garlic broccoli and salted bok choy. Finally, he planned to make Westlake beef soup as a side dish. A balanced meal with both meat and vegetables. Perfect. There were 3 people eating, including 2 babies. Suchin prepared small portions of each dish, so it was best to finish them in one meal. Any leftovers would have to be thrown away, as reheated food contains nitrites, which are bad for the baby's health. With his culinary skills, Suchun felt like a painter holding a pencil or a martial artist wielding a sword the moment he picked up a spatula. The wok and spatula worked together seamlessly in his hands, and he could easily master the art of seasoning with oil and salt. Lele watched for a while and saw that Suchun was very good at it, but she couldn't help much, so she went out to wait for dinner with her sister. When dinner was served, Tuan Tuan and Lula sat in their dining chairs, their mouths agape in surprise as they looked at the fragrant food in front of them. Wow, Daddy made so many delicious things. There are big wings, which is Tuanshuan's favorite. The little guy immediately asked for a cola chicken wing, but after using chopsticks for a while, he found it too troublesome to eat with them and simply used his hands. It smells so good and tastes so delicious. The poop is so good. The soup is super delicious too, Daddy. You're amazing. It tastes even better than what my aunt makes. Lele didn't quite believe her sister's exaggerated praise. Mom said that Auntie is a professional cook, so how could Dad possibly cook better than Auntie? Tuanshuan must really love his dad so much that he's just bragging. Lele also picked up her chopsticks, intending to try it herself. He picked up a shrimp and elegantly put it in his mouth, intending to savor it slowly. But as soon as the shrimp entered his mouth, the deliciousness spread across his taste buds. So fresh and tender, this is absolutely delicious. Lele's eyes lit up, and Suchun took in everything. Although his son didn't praise his cooking, the fact that he ate 2 big bowls of rice was the greatest recognition he could receive. The chef's skills have clearly won over the 2 little ones' stomachs. Around 8 p.m., Tuanshuan and Lele had finished showering, but Yin Bingxue had not yet returned. Both children were a little disappointed, sitting in the living room playing, glancing at the door every now and then. Suchin knew that the babies had grown up with Yin Bingxue. They were fine during the day, but they would definitely feel sad if they couldn't see her at night. However, Yin Bingxue said she would be back late tonight, so Suchin didn't mention it. He spent some time playing with them in the living room, and then took care of them so they could rest. Tuanshuan nestled in Suchin's arms, her usually chattering little mouth slightly pouting. Suchun felt heartbroken seeing this, so he held his daughter and comforted her until she fell asleep in his arms before putting her back on the bed. Lele is a boy, and he's not used to being held by Suchun, so he lay down on his own early on. But after Tuanshuan fell asleep, he was still awake and felt a little down. Suchun tidied up his daughter's blanket, then stood up, thought for a moment, and gently patted Lele's head. The little guy opened his eyes immediately and looked at him like a startled fawn. Suchun smiled gently and said softly, "Lele, Mommy's finished with work and will be back later. Go to sleep early, and you'll definitely see Mommy tomorrow morning, okay?" Looking at Suchun, Lele's unease suddenly vanished. He nodded and gently closed his eyes. Suchin waited until they were all asleep before turning off the lights and leaving. Guangzhou. In the conference room, Yin Bingxue looked unwell, glancing at her watch every now and then. It's too late. Today's events happened suddenly, and this meeting was even more sudden. Several people in charge shirked their responsibilities and talked for hours without coming up with any useful solutions. If this continues, she probably won't get home until midnight. Thinking about the 10 o'clock time she had told Su Chun, Yin Bingxue felt a little irritated. She glanced at the people in charge who were still arguing fiercely below, and suddenly said sternly, I paid you to not let you shirk responsibility when something goes wrong. We'll discuss whose fault it is afterward. Right now, I'm giving you half an hour to come up with a solution. If you don't, you're all going to get out of here and go home. When the beautiful CEO gets angry, the managers below immediately fall silent. No one argued anymore. Everyone was seriously trying to find a solution, and some people were making phone calls in hushed tones. Half an hour later, everyone presented a proposal. After reviewing them, Yin Bingxue selected the best one, provided revisions, and then concluded the meeting. Without pausing for a moment, she got up and walked out of the conference room, her steps somewhat hurried. As soon as she left, a sigh of relief immediately filled the conference room. Someone asked in a low voice, What's going on? Why is President Yin so angry today? She seems to be in such a hurry. Could it be that something's wrong at headquarters? Yes, the problem here isn't that big. Logically speaking, President Yin shouldn't be so angry. Although President Yin is usually aloof, he's very patient when it comes to work. Why are we in such a hurry today? Yin Bingxue glanced at her watch in the elevator. Half an hour had passed since she had expected it. If we go back as originally planned, we definitely won't be home by 10 o'clock. She didn't want to break her promise, and she didn't want to keep Suchin waiting. Assistant Zhang, arrange a helicopter immediately. I need to arrive at the airport as originally planned. A few minutes later, a helicopter suddenly roared past the rooftop of the Yangqing Chaofin Group branch, instantly attracting a crowd. My goodness! Did President Yin send a helicopter over? Why the rush? Chapter 38. A bowl of noodles late at night, warm and cozy. With the help of the helicopter, Yin Bingxue finally arrived at Su Chin's residential area before 10 o'clock. Standing downstairs, Yin Bingxue, who had been in a hurry the whole way, suddenly slowed down. She looked up and saw that Su Chin's house was on the 3rd floor. The living room light was still on, and the warm yellow light stood out against the dark windows, giving off a warm and inviting feeling in the dead of night. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips as she entered the room with light steps. Using the key Su Chin gave her, Yin Bingxue opened the door and immediately saw Su Chun tidying up in the living room. Many toys have been moved over, and the once clean and tidy living room is now filled with children's toys. Su Chun had almost finished packing, but there were still a few odds and ends left, which he was about to pick up and put into the storage box. Hearing the door open, he turned around and stood up, immediately spotting Yin Bingxue standing there. A breeze picked up tonight, and Yin Bingxue's long hair was blown a little messy. A few stray strands of hair clung to her usually delicate and fair face, giving her a kind of disheveled beauty. She looked a little tired, probably having traveled a long way back. Su Chin thought of the time she had agreed upon with him, and it was exactly 10 o'clock now. He figured Yin Bingxue should be back by now. My heart suddenly felt warm. It felt like being stung by a bee, not painful, and actually quite sweet. Su Chin stood up, walked to the door, and gently hugged Yin Bingxue. A brief, fleeting hug, and Su Chin quickly pulled away. You're back? It's windy outside, are you cold? Yin Bingxue remained in the same position as before, her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. It's not cold. It was so warm. It was windy outside, but for a moment just now, she felt warm all over. She didn't expect Su Chin to hug her. Although it was just a simple hug, it was a truly historic moment for the two of them. Is this considered progress for her? Awesome. Gurgle. The atmosphere in the entryway was just right, but in the quiet night, an untimely sound suddenly rang out. Yin Bingxue was stunned. Her face immediately turned bright red, and she clutched her stomach in a panic. She, who was usually eloquent, didn't know what to say at this moment. Oh my God, how embarrassing. Why am I hungry now? Her stomach is so unreliable. Su Chin chuckled, knowing Yin Bingxue was embarrassed, but he didn't dare laugh too loudly. But honestly, Yin Bingxue looks so cute right now. I bet no one would have thought that the icy beauty, CEO Yin, would also have a rumbling stomach and feel awkwardly helpless. Su Chin felt he had really hit the jackpot tonight. You're so busy and haven't eaten yet. If you do this again, I'm going to get angry. You're really neglecting my stomach. Go wait on the sofa over there. I'll make you some noodles. Tomato and egg noodles, or shredded pork noodles, which would you like? Yin Bingxue was both shy and happy, and pursed her pink lips, saying, anything is fine. Su Chun was cooking noodles in the kitchen, wearing a sky-blue apron. She was looking down and carefully cutting shredded meat with a knife, appearing very domestic. However, his handsome features were slightly out of place. Seeing such a handsome man cooking in the kitchen does give the impression of being in an idol drama. Yin Bingxue leaned against the door, her eyes filled with admiration and love, and took out her phone to record the scene. Gu Yusin, Bingxue, what are you doing? Want to come out for a drink? Upon seeing this WeChat message, Yin Bingxue immediately took a picture of the handsome male cook and sent it over. In the picture, Su Chun was cooking intently with his back to the door. Only half of his arm was visible, and the shape of his muscles was faintly visible under his shirt. Yin Bingxue, I'm busy, I'm not going. Gu Yusin, ? Bingxue, am I really your best friend? Now that you're married, I can't even invite you to dinner anymore. Yin Bingxue, I have food at home, I'll order takeout for you. Gu Yusin's lips twitched involuntarily when she saw the message. I have food at home. They're showing off their love. They'll even order takeout for you. You. It seems that ordering takeout for her was already the greatest kindness and love Yin Bingxue could show her. Gu Yusin, I'll treat you to crayfish, hot pot, and a seafood feast. Pick whatever you want. I'll bring you the best wine. I'll steal it from my dad's wine cabinet. Yin Bingxue, no, I just want to eat shredded pork noodles tonight. Gu Yusin, Bingxue, is it really that much of a romantic relationship that you prioritize romance over friendship? Yin Bingxue's ears burned slightly when she saw this message, and she replied with a cute tongue-out emoji. This startled Gu Yusin. Gu Yusin, love is terrifying. My ice queen actually sent this kind of emoji. All right, I won't disturb your little life as a couple. By the way, you and Su Chun are making good progress, aren't you? He's even cooking for you now. Bingxue, tell me, how far have you two gotten? Have you pounced on him yet? Yin Bingxue's face flushed, and she quickly ended the conversation. Yin Bingxue, I'm not talking anymore. I'm going to eat noodles. You should eat less late-night snacks, or you'll gain weight. Gu Yusin, that's too much, baby. You can't curse your best friend like that. After reading this sentence, Yin Bingxue put her phone away and focused on watching Su Chin busy in the kitchen. He was already cooking noodles. The steam rising from the pot filled the kitchen with a hazy mist, and the warm yellow light from the range had shone above Su Chin, outlining a cozy golden edge. He remained calm and composed, knowing exactly when to add the noodles, when to add the shredded meat, and when to adjust the heat. The entire sequence seemed to be in his mind. Perhaps because the kitchen was a bit hot, Su Chun rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to his forearms, revealing a section of his arm. Yin Bingxue could see the clearly visible meridians on it from this angle, and with his movements, they subtly carried a sense of power. Turns out, even cooking is this handsome. All right, wash the dishes and let's eat. Su Chin called out, and Yin Bingxue immediately went into the kitchen, took out the bowls and chopsticks, and washed them clean. The steaming noodles were placed on the table, and before Yin Bingxue even took a bite, she felt a wave of warmth spreading from her heart to her fair face. My empty stomach was growling, craving to taste the delicious-looking shredded pork noodles in front of me. But Yin Bingxue didn't pick up her chopsticks immediately. She was overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. In the past, when she worked this late and got home, the family cook was already asleep, and she was too lazy to wait for a bowl of noodles, so she would just go to sleep hungry. Or, like today, maybe she finished her meeting too late and simply stayed in Guangzhou for the day. She never imagined that when she returned home late at night, the lights would be on for her, someone would be waiting for her, and there would be a bowl of hot noodles. Everything was so heartwarming. Chapter 39. Creating Friends Out of Thin Air. Eat noodles. Weren't you hungry just now? Looking at noodles won't make you full, Su Chun said with a smile. Yin Bingxue nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. She took a bite of noodles, and her eyes immediately brightened. Tasty. Su Chin's noodles are so delicious. The noodles were cooked to perfection, chewy and springy. The shredded meat and scallions added a touch of aroma to the plain noodles, and as they were swallowed, a wave of warmth washed over me. My empty stomach seemed to have suddenly found a source of energy, desperately screaming, "I want it! I want it!" "How does it taste?" Suchin asked. Yin Bingxue immediately nodded. "Delicious. It's even better than what the housekeeper makes at home." "Suchin, your cooking is absolutely amazing." After dinner, Suchin sat down next to her and started talking about Tuanshuan and Lele winning awards. As Yin Bingxue ate her noodles, she listened to Su Chun say that he had received public praise at her son's and daughter's kindergarten, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. She knew Su Chun was good at handicrafts, but she didn't expect Su Chun to bring up this somewhat childish thing with such pride and joy. It seems he quite enjoys attending kindergarten activities as the parent of Tuanshuan and Lele. Yin Bingxue was worried that when Su Chun met the children, Tuanshuan and Lele would be 3 years old. She was afraid that although they were the closest relatives, they would feel distant because they had not spent time together, just like Lele was always a little awkward with Su Chun. However, Su Chun didn't seem to feel that way. He quickly adapted to the role of a father and did it even better than he had imagined. And then what? After you took Tuanshuan and Lele home that night, did anything interesting happen? Yin Bingxue couldn't help but ask. For the first time, she silently complained to herself that she was too busy with work. She used to be a workaholic, always putting work first. Only after having Tuanshuan and Lele did she start trying to balance work and family. But today, when she heard Su Chin talk about him and the babies, she actually felt a pang of regret that she wasn't there. This is amazing. After that, I brought them back and cooked a feast for them. Today, Lele ate 3 big bowls of rice. Tuanshuan also ate 2 bowls. I made 5 or 6 dishes plus soup, and they actually ate almost all of them. These 2 little guys can really eat a lot, Su Chen said with a smile. Yin Bingxue looked at him in shock. Did you cook dinner for the children? Where's the family chef? Why wasn't anything prepared? I told her not to prepare anything. I went to pick up the kids, and you weren't home. The 3 of us had nothing to do, so I cooked for them myself. I haven't spent much time with the babies yet, so I have to seize the opportunity to get closer to them. As the saying goes, the way to a person's heart is through their stomach. The fact that the babies love my cooking is the first step in them loving me. Yin Bingxue listened to these words in surprise and couldn't help but look at the bowl of noodles in front of her. To win someone's heart, you must first win their stomach. So, is Su Chun trying to win her stomach with this bowl of noodles? Yin Bingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head to eat her noodles, not daring to look into Su Chen's eyes. Her mind was in turmoil. She was happy and excited, but also a little doubtful, afraid that she might have misunderstood. Seeing her eating so quickly, Su Chen smiled and said, "Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Bingxue choked and quickly covered her mouth, coughing softly. Su Chen took out a tissue and handed it to her, then gently patted her back. He said, quite amusedly, "I've noticed that while you appear to be a cool and aloof so on the surface, you're actually quite playful and easygoing in private. When you encounter something delicious, you immediately forget all about being serious. Is it because my noodles are so delicious that you can't stop eating them?" Yin Bingxue was actually just provoked by his words, choked on her soup, coughed a couple of times, and then recovered. But then Su Chun said something like that again, and she choked on her own saliva. This time it was really bad, and her face turned red from coughing. "Su Chun, what kind of talk is that? These are absolutely outrageous words." Yin Bingxue didn't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. After all, his words were too ambiguous. You cough, shut up. Don't say anything. Cough, cough, cough." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. As a seasoned straight man, he instantly realized where the problem lay. "However, I was just saying it casually. I didn't expect that Yin Bingxue, this little cutie, would misunderstand." "Ha ha." Su Chen suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Yin Bingxue, whose cough had stopped but whose face was still flushed, and said, "I didn't expect that our wife isn't just focused on work all the time. She knows a lot about current events. This car isn't for kindergarten." Yin Bingxue glared at him playfully. "You still dare to talk back?" "I didn't say that. I was just stating the facts." "You reminded me." "Ha ha ha." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't say anything. It's your thinking that's the problem." "I'm full. I'm going to take a shower," Yin Bingxue said, then stood up calmly, pushed the bowl away, and turned to walk towards the bathroom. As soon as she entered the room, she closed the door and angrily pounded her head with her fist. Yin Bingxue, what are you thinking? How could you say something like that, and even let Su Chen see through it? This is so embarrassing. Does Su Chen think I'm some kind of experienced driver? Actually, I can't do anything. So annoying. Yin Bingxue took her clothes and phone into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and then threw herself in. A bath could relieve her fatigue. However, with nothing to do while taking a bath, her mind was filled with what had just happened. She was worried that Su Chen would think she was a very capable girl and might even misunderstand that she had similar driving experience before, which made her feel flustered and irritable. So she took out her phone and continued chatting with Gu Yusin. Yin Bingxue, Ms. Gu, I have a question for you. Gu Yusin is someone who is always on her phone and replies to messages almost instantly. Gu Yusin, oh, you finished your noodles? You finally remembered you have a best friend. Yin Bingxue, let's get down to business. Look at the previous one. Gu Yusin, go ahead and ask. Although you prioritize your boyfriend over your friends, I will still never abandon you. Just ask me any questions, and I promise to answer them to the best of my ability. Yin Bingxue, yes. I have a friend who accidentally got the wrong idea while chatting with the man she likes, and he found out. Do you think he might think she's not a good girl? Gu Yusin, honey, are you making friends with me out of thin air? Chapter 40. Mother-in-law wants to meet son-in-law. If you're not honest, then I have nothing to say. After all, you're my friend, not you. I don't care about other people's business. Yin Bingxue, Gu Yusin. Okay, it's me. Gu Yusin, haha, that's exciting. My darling actually admitted it. If you ask me, Su Chen is a real genius. He actually managed to get my darling to care so much. I really want to meet him. Yin Bingxue, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll send the novel you're reading to your mother. With a single, understated sentence, he directly struck at Gu Yusin's Achilles heel. You should know that Ms. Gu is an avid reader. If her parents were to see the novels hidden on her phone, it would be a major social disaster. Gu Yusin, haha, just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Baby, tell me, what happened back then? I'll listen and give you some advice. Yin Bingxue immediately recounted what had just happened, and even while typing, she couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Gu Yusin, that's it? I thought it was something serious, baby. This is a classic case of love making people lose their minds. You just drove with Su Chen, right? Besides, he's the one who said it. It's nothing, okay? Yin Bingxue, are you sure everything's all right? I don't want him to misunderstand. After all, I've never said anything like that to anyone other than him. Gu Yusin, oh my gosh, my little darling, you're just scaring yourself. Driving a little something between couples is just a bit of romance. I think you just don't have enough experience, so you make a big deal out of such a small thing. Here, I'll send you a few books. Yin Bingxue, what book? Gu Yusin, it's the book that teaches you. Bingxue, read more of what experienced drivers write. Gain some experience, and you won't be as naive and cute as you are today. To win over Su Chen, the most important thing is to make it a fait accompli. If you act like this, you won't get past this final hurdle. We need to stand on the shoulders of giants to see further, right? Hurry up and put the book away. These are all valuable tips your sisters have left for you. After reading them, I guarantee you'll be invincible and win over Su Chen. Upon seeing the message and the compressed file the other party had sent her, Yin Bingxue immediately dropped her phone, covered her face with her hands, and her heart pounded wildly. When did she become like this? It seems like it only started after she met Su Chen, right? In the past, she had dealt with many men in the business world. In her eyes, those people were either business partners or competitors. Her professional attitude never led to any mistakes. Why is it that when it comes to Su Chen, it's so easy to get the wrong idea? Is she really too inexperienced to resist the temptation of handsome men? Yin Bingxue buried her face in the water, cleared her mind for a while, then picked up her phone and accepted the file. Su Chen washed the dishes and went straight to take a shower. When he came in to get his clothes, Yin Bingxue deliberately turned her back to him. Su Chen knew she was still embarrassed, so he simply said, I'm going to take a shower, and then went into the bathroom. After he closed the door, Yin Bingxue turned around and glanced back. She took out her phone and opened a book to read, but listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, she couldn't concentrate on the book. His gaze kept drifting towards the bathroom doorway. Just then, Her phone rang, startling Yin Bingxue so much that she almost threw it away. Seeing that it was her mother calling, she quickly composed herself and answered the call. Hey Schwerer, what are you doing? Mom, I just got back from Guangzhou. I've taken a shower and am about to go to bed. You're at home? That's perfect, let's video chat. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue immediately sat up straight. No, I can't turn on the video. This is Su Chen's home. Mom, let's video chat another day. I'm a little tired today. I'll just chat for a bit and then go to sleep. Tang Shuyun on the other end of the phone had a big smile on her face. She had already heard that Yin Bingxue had moved into Su Chen's house, and now that her daughter was refusing to video chat, it seemed that it was true. That's wonderful. But her daughter is still keeping it from her. She needs to find a way to get her to tell her herself. Tang Shuyun thought for a moment and immediately came up with a plan. Okay, let's talk on the phone then, Schwer. Actually, Mama's calling you today because there's something I want to tell you. Are you free this weekend? Yin Bingxue didn't think much of it and said, the weekend's plans are still uncertain. Mom, is there anything I can help you with? She doesn't have any important work on weekends, but now that she has Su Chun, she naturally wants to use her rest time to nurture the bond between her family. If her mother has something really important to do, she will still go, but if it's not that important, then she'll have to make way for her love life. It's nothing major, it's just that a friend's son just came back from abroad. He's about your age, quite handsome, and a highly skilled professional. So I'd like to invite you back for a meal so we can get to know each other. She's already brought up blind dates in public. She just doesn't believe her daughter will still refuse. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue frowned immediately. Mom, didn't I say I wouldn't do these things? You promised me before. Oh dear, isn't that a different story now? Tuanshuan and Lele are both 3 years old now, and you're at the age where you should get married. I'm worried about you being single now, Schwer. Please understand your mother. Yin Bingxue sighed softly and said, Mom, you don't need to make any arrangements. I'm already married. Married? Really? Schwer, you're not lying to your mother to avoid blind dates, are you? Tang Shuyun asked, feigning suspicion. No, I really am married. If you don't believe me, go ask me yourself. I had Uncle Zhang at the Civil Affairs Bureau handle it. The Civil Affairs Bureau stamped it, and it's a nationally recognized marriage. Tang Shuyun was overjoyed. Her daughter had personally confirmed the marriage, so how far was it for the whole family to go home together? Of course not. Really? Daughter, that's wonderful. Tang Shuyun tried her best to look surprised. Schwer, you're such a decisive child. Why did you only tell your mother about something as important as getting married now? What kind of person is your partner? Her mother's words made Yin Bingxue look towards the bathroom immediately, and she also thought of Su Chun. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her voice a few degrees gentler than before. He is very good, very handsome, very good to the children and me, smart and capable, and can cook. Tuanshuan and Lele both like his cooking, and I like it very much too. Su Chun has so many good qualities that Yin Bingxue was a little embarrassed when she said it. Isn't it a little embarrassing to praise your husband in front of your mother like this? Tang Shuyun became increasingly happy as she listened. She never expected Su Chun could cook. Such a handsome young man. So young, yet his domestic skills are off the charts. That's fantastic. Hearing you say that, I'm quite curious to see my future son-in-law. I think he must be a very handsome guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to charm my Schwer. Schwer, now that you're married, why don't you bring your son-in-law home for a meal? How about this weekend? Come back as a family, and I'll prepare something delicious for you. Chapter 41. Son, your father is so proud of you. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue's eyes suddenly dimmed, and her pink lips pursed. Her voice was far less gentle and excited than before. Mom, let's talk about this later. Tang Shuyun's joy seemed to be suddenly dampened. She thought of something and clenched her fist in annoyance. I was too hasty. When I get excited, I tend to say the wrong thing. Schwer, are you worried about your father? Actually, Mom thinks. Mom, okay, I went to Guangzhou today, and I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. We can talk about this later. Tang Shuyun sighed softly and said, okay, then you should get some rest, honey. Don't just focus on work. Take care of yourself and your son-in-law too. We have a long future ahead of us. Good night. Good night, Mom. Yin Bingxue hung up the phone, her head down, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Her marriage to Su Chun was so sudden, she hadn't thought much about it. She wondered how her father would react. Click, the bathroom door opened, and Yin Bingxue immediately turned her head. Su Chen came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe with a low neckline that subtly revealed his well-defined chest muscles. His fine, dark hair was still wet, and he was wiping it with a towel, water droplets dripping down his hair. Hiss! What a beautiful picture of a handsome man emerging from a bath. Yin Bingxue thought of the novel she had just been reading and suddenly had an impulse to make it a fait accompli. However, she and Su Chen already have Tuanshuan and Lele, so their relationship should be a done deal by now, right? So what is it now? The issue didn't linger for long. When Yin Bingxue saw Su Chen approaching, only one thought remained in her mind. Pounce on him, sleep with him, and make him your husband completely. But she didn't dare. The usually ruthless and decisive CEO, Yin suddenly became timid. Seeing Su Chen reach the bedside, she immediately stood up and said in a flustered manner, "I'm thirsty. Go boil some water." After saying that, she walked straight out of the room. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. This little girl, she's still not over it? She's so easily embarrassed. He was drying his hair when his phone, which was on the bedside table, started buzzing. Su Chen looked at the phone and saw that it was his mother calling. "Hey, why has Mom been calling him so frequently these past few days?" "The Su family." Mr. Su asked anxiously from the side. "How did it go? Did our son answer?" Mrs. Su shook her head. "Not yet. The phone hasn't even gone through yet. Don't worry." A few minutes earlier, Mr. and Mrs. Su, who were at home preparing to rest, suddenly received a call from a friend who said they had seen the baby that Su Chen had posted on his WeChat moments, and wondered why Su Chen hadn't mentioned such a big event as getting married and having a baby. Su's parents had no idea what was going on, so they just gave a few perfunctory answers and then quickly called Su Chen to ask, "Dad, what should I ask him later?" Su's mother's palms were sweating with nervousness. Mr. Su lowered his head and thought for a moment, then rubbed his hands together and said, "Don't ask too directly. We can't just ask about the child right away. There must be a reason why our son hasn't told us. We can't just ask him directly." Mrs. Su nodded and asked, "Then how should I ask?" "You should ask your son about his job search first. Isn't he busy looking for a job after graduating recently? After he says a few words, we can ask about the kids on social media." "Okay. Stop talking. The call is connected." "Hey, Mom. Why are you calling me so late? Do you miss your son?" Su Chen asked in a good mood. Upon hearing her son's voice, Su's mother felt a little relieved and a smile appeared on her face. "Of course, Mom. Mrs. Yi, you're my son's son. Have you been busy with graduation and job hunting lately? You've rented an apartment again, and your dad just got paid today. We wanted to ask if you need any money." "Mom, I don't need the money. I've already found a job, so you and Dad don't need to worry about it," Su Chen said. "Found it? So fast. Son, what kind of job did you find? Which company?" Su's mother asked happily. Mr. Su put his ear to the phone, but he still couldn't hear what his son was saying, so he gestured anxiously to Mrs. Su. Su's mother nodded, and while talking to her son, she put her phone away and turned on speakerphone. "Mom, I got a job at the Extraordinary Group, the one that the financial channel always mentions, a big company." Su Chen knew his parents were worried about his job, so he tried his best to put their minds at ease. "Superb Group." Su's father's voice came through. "Is it that extraordinary corporation that does automotive research?" "Yes, Dad, that's the one." Su's mother and father were overjoyed. She couldn't help but clench her fist and gently tap Su's father. "Our son actually got into the Extraordinary Group. That's a big company. He'll definitely have a bright future." Mr. Su was also filled with pride and joy, but as a man, he remained calm and nodded, saying, "Your major is quite relevant. To be able to get into such a big company, you must work hard in the future, son." Su Chen smiled and said, "Dad, I don't do professional work at the Extraordinary Group. I work in the Mecha Research Department." "Mecha Research Department? What's that?" Su's mother asked, puzzled. Mr. Su asked in shock, "Son, you went to the Mecha Research Department?" The Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group is approved by the state, and it's the department that the Extraordinary Group values most right now. "Son, but aren't you studying car design? You know about mecha." Mr. Su didn't know his son had this talent. "Yes, I know a little. I like this field, so I studied and researched it on my own in college." "Dad, your son has quite a bit of insight in this area. Not only did he get into the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, but he will also be taking a position at the Mecha Research branch of the Dragon Academy next Monday." "Lonka Institute." Sue's parents were so surprised they were speechless. Although Sue's mother doesn't understand mecha, the Dragon Academy is a national department. That's way more impressive than the average company. My son actually got into Lonko Academy of Sciences. Does that mean he'll be working for the government and have a secure job? Mr. Sue rubbed his hands together excitedly and asked incoherently, Son, what? What's going on? You actually know so much about mechas, and you even got to work at the Mecha Research Branch of the Dragon Academy. I know a little bit about it. It was the dean of their branch who invited me, but I had already joined the extraordinary group at the time. So, at the Dragon Science Academy, I was just going to be a consultant. It's good to get an extra salary, right? Mom and Dad, your son is doing well with his job now, so you don't need to worry about me. Su Chen said on the other end of the phone. Mr. Su was so excited that his eyes reddened. Mrs. Su didn't quite understand how powerful mechs were, but seeing her husband's expression, she knew that her son must be incredibly amazing now. Son, that's wonderful. I never imagined my son would be so successful, Mr. Su said happily. He wiped away his tears, his voice choked with emotion. Chapter 42. Parents Su are shocked. They have grandchildren. Hearing his father's voice, Su Chun felt a warmth in his heart. Dad, don't cry. This is a good thing. When your son becomes successful, you and Mom can also live a good life with your son. Yes, my son will definitely amount to something. Mecha is a hot technology right now. I never imagined my son would be so amazing. I'm so happy. Dad is so happy. Mr. Su said excitedly. Sue's mother handed a tissue to Sue's father, her own eyes reddening, and said to her son on the other end of the phone, Chin Chin, I've never seen your father so happy before. Son, although I don't understand, I know you must be amazing. Good child, you are the pride of your father and me, and the glory of our Su family. Hearing his parents' slightly choked voices, Su Chun felt a lump in his throat and almost burst into tears himself. But this is a happy thing, so he doesn't cry. Men don't cry easily. Son, with such a good job, your mother and I are completely at ease. You must do your best at Lonka Academy and Chaofan Group. I believe in your abilities. Maybe one day our family will produce a national hero who can design real mecha. Mr. Su clenched his fist, his eyes full of hope for the future. Su Chun chuckled on the other end of the phone. Dad, you're being too narrow-minded. Your son might be the first to design a mecha and become a world-renowned hero. Hee, you silly boy, you're quite proud. But Mom and Dad believe in you. You're the best in our hearts. Mrs. Su wiped away her tears, then suddenly remembered something important and tentatively asked, Son, now that your job is settled, shouldn't you start thinking about your family too? Actually, Mom and Dad are calling you so late because your Aunt Chen just called us and said she saw your child's award certificate posted on your WeChat moments. Son, what's going on? Whose child is that? Sue's mother asked. She certainly hoped it was her son's child, but she also felt it was a huge deal and dared not speculate. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately understood. No wonder my parents called so late. They just found out about the awards they posted on their WeChat moments. If the elderly couple doesn't get an answer tonight, they probably won't be able to sleep. Su Chen originally planned to take Yin Bingxue and the children home after he finished the graduation ceremony to surprise his parents. But now that they knew, there was no need to hide it anymore. He said directly, Dad, Mom, those aren't other people's children. They're your sons. They're also your grandson and granddaughter. What? Sue's mother was shocked on the spot. Mr. Su realized what was happening and quickly grabbed the phone, asking, Son, what's going on? When did you have children? A grandson and a granddaughter? Do you have two? His tone betrayed his delight, and Su Chun was also happy. Yes, I have children, a boy and a girl twins. Mr. and Mrs. Su remained silent for a long time. The elderly couple on the other end of the phone looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Dad? Mom? Hey son, Mom's here. Mom and your dad are both here. We're just so surprised and happy we can't even speak. Son, when did this grandson and granddaughter? When did this happen? You silly child, why didn't you tell us about something this big? How old are the children now? How come they're already getting awards? Sue's mother felt that if Su Chen really had a child, it was probably still in his daughter-in-law's belly. So when she learned that Su Chen was posting an award certificate on his WeChat moments, she really didn't dare to think about her own child. Su Chen explained, Dad, Mom, this is a long story, but the children are indeed mine. Both children are already 3 years old. I only found out recently. This is a bit sudden, and I didn't know how to tell you. I originally wanted to bring them back later to tell you in person. Mother Sue said happily. You silly son, what's so hard about talking about this? Your father and I are overjoyed that you have children. The two children are already 3 years old. Did your wife raise them all by herself these past few years? Yes, Su Chen replied. Mother Sue sighed softly. Son, you've never raised children, so you don't know how hard it is to raise a child, let alone twins. Raising two at the same time not only costs more money, but also takes up more time and energy. Your wife must have suffered a lot. You mustn't treat her badly. While happy, Sue's mother couldn't help but feel sorry for the mother of two babies. For the past 3 years, she has raised two children on her own, and she must have suffered a lot. Thinking of Yin Bingxue, Su Chun felt moved and heartbroken. He said earnestly, Mom, I understand. That's why I married her immediately after we met. We've already registered our marriage. Really? Son, you should have told us about this sooner. Getting the marriage certificate isn't enough. The wedding can't be done carelessly either. Your wife must have suffered these past 3 years. We can't let her suffer just because our child is grown up. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely treat your daughter-in-law well. I originally planned to bring the whole family back to see you after I finish my graduation. Yes, 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 we definitely have to bring them back. We also need to prepare nice gifts for our daughter-in-law and grandchildren, said Mrs. Su happily. Mr. Su, who was standing next to him, finally came to his senses and couldn't stop smiling. Okay, then we'll go back together. It's getting late. Mom, you and Dad should go to bed early. I need to sleep too. I have to go to work tomorrow. Good night. After Su Chen hung up the phone, his parents were so excited they couldn't sleep. Mrs. Su walked around the house happily, talking nonstop. That's great. Lao Su, that's really great. Today is such a wonderful day. Our son not only got a good job, but also a daughter-in-law and two children. I'm so happy I don't know what to say. Mr. Su took out some wine from the cupboard and some leftover peanuts from the evening, saying happily, Wife, let's have a drink. You old man, you've already had dinner. Why are you still drinking? Mrs. Su said with a smile, somewhat annoyed. Mr. Su said, I'm so happy. My son's important matter of getting married and starting a career has been resolved all at once. How could I not be happy? Moreover, the children are twins, a boy and a girl. My son and daughter-in-law are so good at having children. Nonsense, having twins is determined by genes. We have those genes in our family, and it's not because of you. Sue's mother paused abruptly. Mr. Su was also taken aback. The two of them had the same idea, and they tacitly avoided the topic. Mr. Su continued, Wife, how much savings do we have left? Our son and daughter-in-law have gotten their marriage certificate, and now they have good jobs and two children. I reckon they'll be having their wedding soon, and we'll have to prepare a new house for them then. Chapter 43 Mom, what are you doing? Mrs. Su nodded in agreement. Yes, I checked recently. We've saved over 600,000 yuan over the years. We'll definitely need money for the wedding and the dowry. Houses in Zhonghai are so expensive. I'm afraid our savings won't even cover the down payment. Mrs. Su had a bit of a headache. She glanced at Mr. Su and tentatively asked, Actually, that million on the other card isn't untouchable either. Don't do anything. Honey, we've endured this for so many years. We can't let it all go to waste. We'll think of a way to help our son buy a house. If that doesn't work, we can sell our house to help him with the down payment. Anyway, we're still able to move around, so renting a place won't be a problem for us. Mrs. Su nodded and smiled. You're right. We won't touch that money. Our son is so successful now, he'll definitely have a good life in the future. We'll do our best to prepare for our son and daughter-in-law. However, my son said he will only bring his wife and grandchildren back after he finishes his graduation. That's more than half a month away, isn't it? Old Su, I can't wait that long. I want to see my wife and the two children right now. Sue's mother said excitedly. Mr. Su took a sip of his drink, his eyes filled with excitement. Half a month is a bit too long. It would have been fine if we didn't know, but now that we do, how can we wait that long? Seeing that things were looking promising, Sue's mother immediately said, Why don't we go there tomorrow? Our son gave us such a big surprise. Let's give him one too. Mr. Su smiled, took out his phone and said, Okay, I'll buy the tickets now. When Yin Bingxue returned, Su Chun had already hung up the phone. He gave up the spot where he had been lying, patted it, and said, Come and sleep. The bed is warm now. Yin Bingxue was slightly taken aback, then smiled and walked over, lay down on the bed. The sheets were indeed warm and cozy. The temperature was just right, and the pillow still had Su Chen's scent, with a faint minty fragrance from the shampoo. Both of them were very tired today, and they fell asleep quickly after lying down and slept soundly without any dreams. The next morning, Yin Bingxue woke up and opened her eyes to find herself lying in Su Chen's arms. She was startled. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened suddenly, and her body stiffened. What happened? Last night when she went to sleep, she and Su Chen were sleeping on opposite sides of each other. So how did she wake up to find herself lying in his arms with her head on his arm? Su Chen's other hand was still on her waist, and the two of them were facing each other. The distance between them was too close. After being shocked, Yin Bingxue was suddenly drawn to Su Chen's sleeping face. Her man is so handsome. Yin Bingxue's lips involuntarily curled up, and her cheeks flushed slightly. What a wonderful morning. I hope to wake up in Su Chen's arms every day. Su Chen had his eyes closed, seemingly still asleep, when Yin Bingxue brazenly scrutinized his handsome features. How can someone be so good-looking? Her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth. It seems like every feature is perfectly suited to her aesthetic. Over the past 3 years, she has watched Lele grow up and slowly become the person she loves most in her mind, and her longing for Su Chen has grown stronger and stronger. Finally, Su Chen graduated, and her first thought was to recruit him into her company. Being in a good position, she wanted to make Su Chen her man as soon as possible so that they could be reunited as a family. Her plan is now 50% complete. The remaining 50% is to make Su Chen fall completely in love with her, and then they can become a happy family of 4. Thinking of these things, Yin Bingxue couldn't help but feel a sweet warmth in her heart. Her eyes were fixed on Su Chen, so intensely that if Su Chen didn't wake up, he must be fast asleep. Su Chen woke up, but didn't open his eyes immediately. He knew that Yin Bingxue was spying on him. This little girl is usually so shy during the day, she'll easily hide away if you're not careful. But now that I'm asleep, she's quite bold, daring to stare at me like this. Yin Bingxue was even bolder than Su Chen had imagined. She looked at Su Chen's thick eyebrows and long, thick eyelashes, which resembled 2 curled little fans, possessing an inexplicable attraction. Yin Bingxue gently bit her pink lips and carefully moved around in the quilt. She slowly lifted her hand up, but one of her arms was pinned down by herself, and the other hand was pinned down by Su Chen's arm, making it difficult for her to move. Unable to move her lower hand, Yin Bingxue could only move the hand under Su Chen's arm. In order not to wake him up, she moved very slowly and carefully. Su Chen felt the subtle movements under his hand, and felt both amused and curious. He wanted to see what this girl was up to, so he simply continued to pretend to be asleep. When Yin Bingxue took her hand out of the blanket, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Warm breath sprayed on my face, carrying the woman's faint fragrance. This is really bad this early in the morning. Yin Bingxue was unaware of her subtle flirting. She was still cautiously trying to touch Su Chen's eyelashes. Her eyelashes are actually quite beautiful, but she's a girl. Su Chen, a man, actually has such beautiful eyelashes. I wonder if his eyelashes are the same as mine. Actually, Yin Bingxue wanted to touch his eyebrows more. These thick, dark eyebrows looked like sharp blades slanting into his temples, subtly conveying a sense of masculine strength. But she didn't dare touch it. They were afraid Su Chen might wake up. With eyelashes that long, a gentle touch shouldn't be a problem, right? Yin Bingxue mustered her courage, carefully raised her hand, and slowly approached Su Chen's face. Su Chen was practically screaming inside. Holy crap, Yin Bingxue is going to kill me. Just say what you want to do. This cautious way of doing things is really making me itchy to do more. With her eyes closed, she could only rely on her senses to judge what the other person was going to do, but she couldn't guess what she was planning to do. Time ticked by, and despite being so close, Yin Bingxue's shyness and caution prevented them from touching. Su Chen couldn't wait any longer and frowned slightly. Yin Bingxue was startled when she saw this action and immediately withdrew her hand, accidentally hitting Su Chen's arm in the process. She didn't dare to move at all, like a frightened little rabbit, her body stiff and her big eyes tightly closed. Helpless, Su Chen could only continue to pretend to be asleep. Yin Bingxue carefully opened her eyes a little bit, and when she saw that Su Chen hadn't woken up, she breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to repeat the same actions. This time, Su Chen learned his lesson and kept his eyes closed, not daring to move an inch, just wanting the other party to hurry up. But just then, a childish voice came from the doorway. "Mommy, what are you doing?" Chapter 44, How Embarrassing. Tuanshuan rushed in and immediately saw her parents hugging. It was hot in the summer, and the air conditioning was on, but the thin blankets only covered their waists after a night. So Tuanshuan saw Su Chun and Yin Bingxue embracing. The little guy immediately covered his eyes, chuckled to himself, and ran away as fast as he could. Su Chen sighed inwardly and reluctantly opened his eyes. Yin Bingshue's cheeks were as red as a ripe crab. She quickly got up and said, "I'm getting up first." After saying that, she rushed into the bathroom as if fleeing. Su Chun watched her retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, I almost knew where she was going to touch. After the two finished washing up, Tuanshuan and Lei were sitting on the sofa. The little girl was vividly describing to Gidge what she had just seen. I just saw Daddy hugging Mommy while they slept. Their faces were almost touching. So embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the two main characters immediately became embarrassed. Lei gently nudged her younger sister. "Tuanshuan, you can't just go into adults' rooms, and you can't look at things you shouldn't." It would have been better if her son hadn't said that. Yin Bingxue was even more embarrassed after he did. Her face flushed, and she quickly went back to her room. Su Chun, being a grown man, was quite frank and went into the kitchen with a smile to prepare breakfast. Today is Saturday, so Tuanshuan and Lei don't have to go to school. While eating the loving breakfast her father had made, Tuanshuan said, "Daddy, Mommy today, Gidge, and I don't have to go to school. Can you take us out to play?" Yin Bingxue drank her oatmeal porridge and shook her head, saying, "Tuanshuan, Mommy has to go to work today." In commercial cities like China overseas, companies generally have only one day off per week, and Saturday is considered a work day. Tuanshuan pouted a little disappointedly, "But my deskmate Pampan got to go out and play with her mom and dad today." Seeing her daughter's expression, Yin Bingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Then how about Daddy takes you to play?" She turned to look at Su Chun and said with some difficulty, "I have 2 important video conferences today, and I really can't get away." "Get away." Su Chun nodded understandingly. "Okay, it's fine. I'll take them out to play. It won't interfere with my work. I'll finish what I need to do during the day when I get back tonight." Yin Bingxue nodded happily. Tuanshuan over there was also super happy, happily shaking her little head. Yay, I can go play with Daddy now." "Daddy, let's go play by the river too." Pampan said her mom and dad often take her there for barbecues, and Daddy takes us too. Su Chen nodded and readily agreed. After breakfast, Yin Bingxue went to the company. Su Chen asked Tuanshuan about the specific address and then searched for nearby amusement facilities. He found that it was a camping and barbecue site where you could enjoy the river view while barbecuing, which was perfect for a day trip. After finishing their meal, Su Chen took the two children to a nearby supermarket to prepare ingredients for a barbecue. That's a designated area for barbecues and camping. You can rent barbecue grills on site, but you still need to bring your own ingredients. Buying them there is not only more expensive, but they might not be fresh or clean. As soon as they entered the supermarket, Su Chen pushed a small cart over. As soon as Tuanshuan saw the cart, she immediately grabbed Su Chen's trouser leg and said, "Cart, cart, cart, Daddy. Tuanshuan wants to ride in the cart." "Okay, Daddy will carry Tuanshuan in the stroller." Su Chen lifted his daughter into the stroller, where she sat on the small frame, her two little legs sticking out from the middle, facing him, gently swaying. Tuan got into the car and smiled happily at Su Chen. This was also the first time Su Chen had experienced this. Looking at his daughter so close to him, he couldn't help but laugh along with her. Turning my head, I suddenly realized that my son was looking at me with envy. Su Chen pointed to the seats inside the car. "Lei, do you want to sit in? Your little sister can sit upstairs, and you can sit inside. Daddy can push it." Lei immediately turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed, as if her little thoughts had been guessed, and argued, "I don't want to. That's so silly." After saying that, the little guy walked straight ahead. Su Chen gritted his teeth behind him. "Hey, this brat. Tuanshuan, what do you want to eat?" Su Chen asked, pushing the cart while looking at Lei walking beside him. The supermarket was quite crowded on Saturday. The little guy is short and could easily get swept away by the crowd. Tuanchuan wants to eat barbecue. Lamb, beef, pork, all kinds of meat. Why is it all meat? My little one needs a balanced diet, so she can't be picky and should eat plenty of vegetables too. Su Chun said to his daughter while holding various kinds of lamb and beef. Tuanchuan pouted, but Tuanchuan doesn't like to eat vegetables. Vegetables don't taste good, but meat tastes good. Dad's grilled vegetables are delicious too. Mushrooms and greens are all good. Tuanchuan, do you want to try some? Su Chin asked tentatively. The little guy hesitated. She doesn't like to eat vegetables, but she loves her dad so much. If her daughter doesn't eat the vegetables that her father made, her father will be sad. So she wants to eat. Tuanchuan is eating the vegetables that Baba grilled. Everyone loves the dumplings dad makes. Daughters are truly their father's little angels. Such well-behaved little angels are just too lovable. Su Chun felt secretly delighted. Having bought a bunch of things Tuanchuan loves to eat, Su Chun asked Lele, who was standing next to him, Lele, look, what do you want? Lele walked awkwardly to the freezer, saying, I can choose by myself. The little guy grabbed a large carton of yogurt, then a bag of milk-flavored steamed buns, and then tried to grab the ham on top, but his little hands couldn't reach it at all. He knew Su Chun was watching him, and he became even more anxious, as if he wanted to prove himself, and kept tiptoeing to get it. Su Chun looked at it for a long time, shook his head, walked forward, and easily took the ham from the second floor. Lele, is this what you want? Lele turned to look at him, put her things in the car, and nodded silently. I'm angry him. When will he grow up and grow taller, just like Su Chun? He doesn't want him to help him carry it. It's too embarrassing. Su Chun bought a lot of food and drinks for the two of them, and they didn't arrive at the riverbank until mid-morning. Even the engine sound of a super luxury Rolls-Royce is different. The moment a luxury car stops, it immediately becomes the focus of everyone's attention. Pampan didn't recognize the car. She just thought it was beautiful and that she felt like she'd seen it somewhere before. Pompon's father said excitedly, I never expected to see such a luxurious, bespoke Rolls-Royce here. This car is really popular lately. I saw someone take a picture of it in the university town and post it online. I heard it's worth 170 million yuan. Wow, there are so many rich people in Zhonghai. 170 million yuan to buy a car. My goodness, we ordinary people can't even dream of such a life, Pompon's mother said while skewering skewers. The two were chatting casually when Pampan suddenly saw Tuanchuan get out of the car and exclaimed, Oh, it's Tuanchuan and Lele. Pompon's mother then looked over. Oh, really? Pampan, I didn't expect to run into your classmate today. She immediately washed her hands, took Pompon's father's hand, and led her daughter over. Tuanchuan Lele, Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Chapter 45 My Dad's Barbecue is especially delicious. Su Chun didn't recognize the family of three in front of him, but his daughter immediately ran over, calling out, Pampan. Pompon's mother introduced, Mr. Su, I am Pompon's mother. Pampan and Tuanchuan are classmates in kindergarten. You even gave a speech on stage during the craft project the other day. This is Pompon's father. Oh, I remember now, hello. Su Chun didn't actually remember what the other person looked like, but he knew they were his classmates' parents, so he greeted them politely. Honey, this is Mr. Su I told you about. He's really good at handicrafts. Tuanchuan and Lele won first place. That little rabbit playing hide-and-seek was taught to Pampan by Tuanchuan. One sentence instantly bridged the gap between the two parents. Pompon's father said with a smile, So that's Mr. Su's work. It's really great. Mr. Su is so skillful. Are you here to play on the weekend too? Su Chin nodded. Yes, Tuanchuan said it's fun here and wanted to come, so I brought them here. Tuanchuan, holding Pompon's hand, happily told her father, Daddy Pampan said her daddy and mommy often bring her here. That's why I wanted to come. Su Chin smiled and said, Oh, I see, so it was little Pampan who discovered such a wonderful place. Pampan was praised by the handsome uncle and immediately smiled happily. Pompon's father, familiar with the place, accompanied Su Chun to rent a barbecue grill. Tuanchuan has already started playing with Pampan. Pampan is a girl with an average appearance. Her parents are both working parents and have ordinary looks. Pampan looks like her father, with a slightly square face. The little girl wears two pigtails and is quite cute. But Pampan knew very well that she wasn't as pretty as Tuanchuan, because all the children in her class liked Tuanchuan, but not everyone liked her. The little girl is young, but she's quite shrewd. She thinks that Tuanchuan is pretty and her mom is rich, which her family can't compare to. That's why she keeps telling Tuanchuan that her dad and mom always take her out for barbecues and treat her incredibly well. Unexpectedly, Tuanchuan's dad brought them along today. The only thing the little girl could compare to Tuanchuan seemed to pale in comparison. She looked at Su Chun, who was busy over there, and pouted slightly. Tuanchuan, my parents often bring me here for barbecue. My dad is a great cook, Pampin said proudly. The innocent little Tuanchuan didn't realize that this was a slightly boastful remark. She smiled and said, Pampan, my daddy's cooking is super delicious too. Pampan felt increasingly uncomfortable and couldn't help but raise her voice, saying, but your daddy has never made you barbecue before, and your daddy's barbecue is definitely not as delicious as my daddy's. The little girl's voice was a bit loud, and all three parents over there heard it. Pompon's parents looked at Su Chun embarrassedly, and Pompon's mother went to pull Pampan away. Pampan, how can you talk to your classmate like that? Pampan pouted and turned her head away unhappily. Seeing that Pampan was angry, Tuanchuan looked a little aggrieved. She walked to Su Chen's side, looked up at him, and said softly, Daddy. Tuanchuan didn't say anything. Su Chun patted his daughter's head and said gently, Yes, Dad knows. Our Tuanchuan didn't bully any other children. Upon hearing this, Pompon's father said awkwardly, Mr. Su, I'm sorry, my Pampan is a bit immature. Su Chun shook his head, his smile fading slightly. He stopped talking to Pompon's parents and focused on preparing the barbecue. Tuanchuan and Lele sat obediently to help, but what they called helping was actually just causing trouble. The meat in their hands became their playthings, and after playing with it for a while, it became unusable. Su Chun set up the barbecue grill, and with his culinary skills at his disposal, a delicious aroma soon wafted from the grill. On weekends, the riverside is full of parents bringing their children out to play, with a few young couples mixed in among them. The children and girls were all drawn to the fragrance. It smells so good. Why is everyone else eating barbecue? This looks so delicious. My mouth is watering. The children, following their instincts, ran straight to Su Chin's barbecue grill and gathered around it, smacking their lips and looking on with great anticipation. Pampan was scolded by her mother. Her eyes were red, and she was still a little angry, but when she smelled this smell, she couldn't help but look over there. Uncle, your barbecue smells so good. Can I have a little bit to try? A bold little girl asked, her mouth watering. Su Chin smiled and nodded. Of course. Wait a moment. Uncle will save some for the two kids here, and the rest are for you to try. Wow, Uncle is so nice. Su Chun placed the grilled skewers in front of Tuan Tuan and Lulu, letting them choose a few skewers first, and then distributed the rest to the children surrounding them. The children all praised it highly after eating it. Wow, Uncle's baking is so delicious, it's much better than my dad's. It tastes even better than the ones in the restaurant. It's amazing. Upon hearing this, Tuanchuan's little face lit up with a smile, and she proudly declared, I told you, my daddy's cooking is super delicious. Lele didn't say anything, but took a big bite of the skewer in her hand. It smells so good. When Pampan saw everyone eating so happily with their mouths full of oil, she burst into tears. Mom, I want some too. Ponpon's mother handed her the barbecue that Ponpon's father had grilled to her, but Pampan didn't even look at it. Instead, she pointed at Su Chun and said, I want to eat the skewers grilled by Tuanchuan's dad. I want to eat something delicious too. Wah. You child, Ponpon's mother said helplessly and could only kick her husband. Ponpon's father sighed helplessly and awkwardly walked towards Su Chun. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. Could you give me a couple of skewers too? That child is really... Su Chun smiled and pointed to his barbecue grill, saying, Ponpon's dad, I'm really sorry. I've already finished distributing the first batch. Otherwise, you can ask Tuanchuan. She still has quite a few left. Ponpon's father was even more embarrassed. Of course he knew what Su Chun meant. Pampan just hurt Tuanchuan's feelings, and now they've come begging for food. It depends on whether Tuanchuan is willing to forgive them. He wanted to leave, but hearing his daughter's heart-wrenching cries, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, Pampan made a mistake just now. Would you still like to share some of your skewers with Pampan? Uncle can bring you some more later so your dad can grill them. Your dad's skewers are even tastier. Upon hearing this, Tuanchuan handed over the skewers she was holding almost without hesitation. Of course. Uncle, You can take these to Pan. I'll wait for Daddy to grill some more for me. Pon's father took the skewers and said with emotion, Tuanchuan is such a wonderful child. He took the skewers back, and Su Chin glanced at Tuanchuan, then patted his daughter's head with satisfaction. Tuanchuan did a super great job today, so Daddy has decided to reward Tuanchuan with even more chubby meat later, okay? When Tuanchuan heard the word meat, her eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded happily. Pan finally got to eat the barbecue she had been dreaming of, and she immediately stopped crying. However, Pon's father seriously educated his daughter. The little girl knew she had done wrong and was still resentful after being scolded by her mother, but when her father said that the kebab was given to her by Tuanchuan, she couldn't help but feel guilty. She got angry at Tuanchuan, but Tuanchuan was still willing to give her barbecue skewers. Tuanchuan is the good girl, and she is not well-behaved at all. Pan, after eating the barbecue skewers, do you think you should apologize to Tuanchuan? Pan nodded immediately, grabbed the skewers, and ran towards Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. I just think you're so cute, prettier than me, and your family is richer than mine. You even said your dad's grilled meat tastes better than mine. It makes me sad, but I was really wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Chapter 46. Su's parents arrived at Su Chin's doorstep. Pan kept shedding tears, and Tuanchuan immediately came over, took Pon's hand, and gently wiped away her tears with one hand. Pan, it's okay, I forgive you. I'm not angry, we're good friends. Pan nodded vigorously, and then the two children happily sat down next to each other to eat kebabs. Pon's father sat down on a small stool next to Su Chin and said apologetically, Mr. Su, I really feel so sorry. Su Chin shook his head. It's nothing, Pon's dad. Look at the two kids. Aren't they doing fine now? It was just a small matter to begin with. You are so generous. Indeed, sometimes we parents are not as insightful as our children. Tuanchuan is just like you, a very generous child. Pon's mother and I are very happy to have such a classmate. The children made up, and the parents had no more grudges. Pon's father even brought over the barbecue grill to learn how to grill from Su Chin, because Su Chin's barbecue was really delicious. The two fathers discussed their experiences raising children while having a barbecue. Su Chin, the new father, listened with great interest. Mr. Su, taking care of a child is hard work, but it's also joyful. Watching the little one grow up day by day is truly a magical thing. By the way, Mr. Su, I noticed that your Tuanchuan seems to really like eating meat, but doesn't like eating vegetables much. Is he a bit of a picky eater? Su Chin nodded. Yes, Lele is fine. She eats both vegetables and meat, but Tuanchuan is not so good. She only likes to eat meat. Pon's father laughed. It's strange, but both of our daughters love to eat meat. Kids don't have to worry about their figure, and meat definitely tastes better than vegetables, Su Chin said. Yes, to correct this child's picky eating problem, her mother and I have tried countless methods, and now it's finally starting to work. Every time I cook, I mix the vegetables and meat together, chop them up in a food processor, and then shape them into meatballs. Kids are easy to fool. They can't tell the difference at all, huh? Su Chin looked pleased and laughed. This is a good idea. Even if they suspect something is wrong, they won't doubt it when they see it's meat. I'll try it out later. Yes, that works with this method and Mr. Su's skills. Tuanchuan will definitely not find out, and also. The two fathers chatted about parenting experiences, while Su Chin's hands never stopped moving. His little barbecue stall seemed to have become a barbecue restaurant in the area, with children all waiting around. This made the parents feel embarrassed and shamelessly come over to exchange their raw skewers for Su Chin's grilled ones. However, since they had eaten his food, the children had a great time playing with Tuan and Lele after they finished eating Su Chin's skewers. As it was time to leave, Tuanchuan happily told Pan, this place was so much fun. I want to come back again. Next time, I want to come with Daddy and Mommy. My mom has to go to work today to earn money, so only Dad can come with us. When Mom has a day off, our whole family will come out to play together again. Pan nodded. Okay, then let's go out and play together next time. Tuanchuan happily pinky-pinched with her, while Lele stood beside her, a slight smile playing on her lips. When Su Chin happily returned home with Tuan and Lele, Yinbing Xue had already returned. After the video conference, she still had some work to do, but there was no need to handle it at the office, so she simply took her laptop home. After moving to Su Chen's place, she suddenly found that she was much happier at home than at the company. Whenever she had the chance, she was willing to stay by Su Chen's side and the two children's side. The sound of a door opening came from the entrance hall. Yin Bingxue immediately looked up and saw Tuanshuan's happy voice before she even saw anyone. Daddy Tuanshuan is so happy today. Pampan told me that Daddy's barbecue is the best in the world. Yin Bingxue immediately stood up and went over to greet them. You're back. Mommy. Tuanshuan rushed to her and buried her head in her arms. Lele also happily walked over and stood next to her mother. Su Chun changed his shoes and walked over. Yeah, you're back. You're back very early today. Yin Bingxue nodded. I'll bring the rest of the work back to handle after the meeting. Did Tuanshuan and Lele not misbehave during the day? Before Su Chin could answer, Tuanshuan immediately replied, No, Mommy, my brother and I are super well behaved. Mommy, we had such a great time today. Daddy's barbecue was so delicious, all the kids loved it. She couldn't wait to share the fun she had playing outside with her mother today, and even talked about how she and Pampan had argued and then made up. Her little mouth kept chattering away. As Yin Bingxue listened, her gaze would occasionally drift towards Su Chun, who was drinking tea over there. When Tuanshuan said that Su Chun had grilled a lot of skewers today and all the other children had eaten, she looked at him with some concern and said, You've worked hard today. Su Chun shook his head. It's not hard work. I'm very happy to go out and play with Tuanshuan and Lele. Besides, if this is considered hard work, then how hard must you have worked before? Yin Bingxue lowered her head slightly and smiled. He's very considerate of himself. It turns out that in his heart, he felt that it was very hard for her to raise Tuanshuan and Lele to the age of 3. Humans are so strange. When she was raising Tuanshuan and Lele alone before, she didn't feel that it was hard, but after hearing Su Chin say this, she felt like she had 1,000 grievances in her heart, and she wished that he could hug her properly to relieve her pain. However, Yin Bingxue quickly dismissed the thought when she remembered how Tuanshuan had chuckled when she and Su Chun cuddled together in bed that morning. Turning to look at Tuanshuan and Lele beside her, Yin Bingxue suddenly felt that the two of them seemed rather bright in this scene. She chuckled at her own thought, looked up at Su Chun and said, I'm not tired at all. Su Chun was slightly taken aback when he heard this, then laughed. There seemed to be something unspoken in their smiles. After resting for a while, Su Chun checked the time, stood up, and said, Honey, now that you're back, you stay home with Tuanshuan and Lele. I'll go downstairs to buy some groceries, and I'll cook a nice meal for you 3 tonight. I cooked for Tuanshuan and Lele yesterday, but I haven't cooked a proper meal for you yet. After yesterday and today, Su Chun is now extremely confident in his cooking skills. He believes his culinary skills can definitely surpass those of the family's chef, and even make Yin Bingxue applaud in admiration. Yin Bingxue looked at him with surprise. She didn't expect that he still cared about the fact that she hadn't eaten his cooking. Actually, she had eaten the noodles he made last night and was already very satisfied. But since Su Chun was thinking of her and wanted to cook for her, she was naturally even happier. Tuanshuan clapped her hands happily. Great. Daddy's cooking is super delicious. We can eat Daddy's cooking again tonight. Hee, do you want to eat Daddy's cooking? Tuanshuan was not only happy herself, but also had to ask Lele. Lele blushed awkwardly. He originally wanted to say no, but thinking about the food Su Chun made last night, he couldn't help but swallow. He wanted to eat it too. His son's action said it all. Su Chun smiled and said, Then you wait at home for a while. I'll go buy groceries and cook for you. Su Chun happily went out the door. Just as he walked out of the residential area towards the nearby vegetable market, his partner, Mr. and Mrs. Su, arrived carrying large and small bags of things. The three of them almost brushed past each other. Following the address on his phone, Mr. Su found his son's home. The elderly couple stood at the door. Mrs. Su asked nervously, Mr. Su, we came so suddenly without telling our son. Is he not home? Chapter 47 Twin Grandchildren. So exciting. I don't know. It's the weekend. Even if my son and daughter-in-law have to work, the 2 kids should be on holiday. There must be someone at home. Mr. Su was also unsure. Last night, as soon as they heard the news that their son was getting married and had 2 children, they came over excitedly. Today, they went to the mall and bought a lot of things, dishes for dinner, gifts and supplements for their daughter-in-law, and all kinds of building blocks and toys for the children. The elderly couple could barely carry any more. Should we call our son? Mr. Su asked. After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Su shook her head and said, "Forget it. If our son is really at work, it's not convenient for us to call. Let's just knock on the door and see if anyone's home." Mr. Su nodded. "That's fine. If our son is home, we don't need to call. If he's not, we'll just wait here. Anyway, our son and daughter-in-law will definitely come home after work." Mr. Su raised his hand to knock on the door, but Mrs. Su suddenly called out, "Wait a minute, Mr. Su. I'm a little nervous. Imagine if our son, daughter-in-law, and kids were all home, and we suddenly showed up. The scene would be so exciting." Mr. Su laughed and looked at his wife, saying, "We're already here, and you're only just realizing you're nervous? Don't overthink it. It would be great if their whole family were home. We're just eager to see our daughter-in-law and grandchildren, aren't we? Wouldn't you be happy if we actually saw them?" "I'm happy. Of course I'm happy. I'm just nervous." Lao Su, our son, said his grandchildren are already 3 years old. "We only have Chun Chun as a child, and we've long forgotten the experience of raising him back then. What are we going to do to make our grandchildren like us?" At this moment, Sue's mother was truly feeling the bittersweet feeling of being close to home. Standing at the door, she had a lot of questions on her mind. Mr. Su smiled helplessly and pointed to the house-shaped building blocks in her hand, saying, "If all else fails, you can just play with the kids. Kids love to play, so we'll just play with them. Don't even think about it. I'm knocking now." After finishing speaking, Mr. Su didn't wait for Mrs. Su to hesitate any longer and immediately raised his hand to knock on the door. Inside the room, Yin Bingxue heard the sound and stood up with some confusion. "Su Chen is back so soon. Did you forget something?" She walked to the door and opened it abruptly. As soon as the door opened, the 3 people inside and outside the house officially met. Yin Bingxue thought the person at the door was Su Chun, and Su's parents also thought the person inside would be Su Chun. When they saw that it wasn't him, the 3 of them looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Mrs. Su was the first to react, immediately flashing a bright smile. "Hello. You are my son. You are Chinchin's girlfriend, right?" She originally wanted to say daughter-in-law, but then changed her address for fear of scaring her. Yin Bingxue paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "Hello, I am Su Chen's wife. May I ask who you two are?" "We are Su Chen's parents," Su's father introduced. Yin Bingxue suddenly opened her almond-shaped eyes wide, her gaze darting around in a panic. "Why are my in-laws here? This is so sudden. She's not ready yet." In that instant, Yin Bingxue felt as if her powerful heart was about to be overloaded. She tried her best to remain calm, but still couldn't help but fumble and move aside from the doorway. "Uncle and aunt, please come in. Su Chun, he just went downstairs to buy groceries." Yin Bingxue felt that Su Chen's departure was extremely unfortunate. If she had known her in-laws were coming, she would never have let Su Chen go downstairs. What should we do now? She suddenly appeared here, and her in-laws probably don't even know that she and Tuanshuan and Lele exist yet. After all, Su Chen didn't mention marriage when his mother-in-law sent him a video last time. Her mother-in-law just asked her if she was Su Chen's girlfriend. Could it be that she thinks they're dating? If I move into Su Chen's house now, will I leave a bad impression on the 2 elderly people? Yin Bingxue's mind was in complete turmoil, and she even forgot that there were 2 little babies in the family. When Su's father and mother entered the house, they were a little reserved for a moment. "I thought my son would be home, and even if he wasn't, no one would open the door. But it turned out my son had gone out to buy groceries, leaving my daughter-in-law home alone. This first meeting was far too rushed. Uncle and aunt, please make yourselves at home. I'll go make you some tea." Yin Bingxue invited Su's parents to sit on the sofa, then immediately turned and went to the dining room to make tea. She appeared calm on the surface, but her hands were actually trembling slightly as she brewed the tea. "I'm so nervous. What kind of tea is this at home? It seems like Su Chen bought it. It smells quite fragrant, but I don't know if it's appropriate to give it to my father-in-law. I should have asked Assistant Zhang to bring the tea from the car. When was this water boiled? It seems like it's been a while. Will the water not be hot enough to make the tea taste good?" Yin Bingxue's mind raced, her head a complete mess. After finally brewing 2 cups of tea, she took them to the living room. "Uncle, Auntie, please have some tea." Mrs. Su nudged Mr. Su gently, then looked up and smiled. Daughter-in-law you. My name is Yin Bingxue, Annie. Yin is the color yin, and Bingxue is the Bingxue in Bingxue, meaning clever and bright. She had introduced herself so many times that she usually didn't need to introduce herself when she went out, since there were very few people in Zhonghai who didn't know her. But this sentence is truly the worst, yet most sincere self-introduction she has ever given. Mrs. Su smiled and nodded. Bing Xue, what a nice name. Bing Xue, you're already married to my Chinchun, so don't call us uncle and aunt anymore, just like our Chinchun. Call us dad and mom. Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her lip as she slowly said, Dad, Mom. Okay, Mrs. Su replied with a smile, her face full of kindness and love. Seeing her mother-in-law like this, Yin Bingxue felt a little relieved. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yin Bingshue's expression immediately turned serious, but she quickly realized that her parents-in-law were there. She turned around somewhat embarrassedly. Dad, Mom, I'm here. Mr. Su raised his hand to interrupt her and said with a smile, Xiao Yin, you go ahead with your work. Let's sit for a while. Yin Bingxue nodded and took her phone to the balcony to answer the call. Looking through the glass door, Mrs. Su said with satisfaction, Old Su, our daughter-in-law is really beautiful. But where are my grandson and granddaughter? It was my first time meeting my daughter-in-law, and I was so nervous that I forgot to ask. Mr. Su looked around. I don't know. Shouldn't the two kids be home today? Tuanshuan and Lele went to a barbecue during the day, and Yin Bingxue just said they both smelled bad and ordered them to take a shower. Lele finished showering first and came out of the bathroom wearing cute blue pajamas, her hair still wet. He was taken aback when he suddenly noticed two more people in the living room. Tuanshuan had already finished her shower and opened the door to the master bedroom, rushing straight towards Lele like a little pink dumpling. Hee, how come you're faster than me again? The little girl was wearing pink pajamas with two long bunny ears hanging from the hood. She had washed her hair and wrapped it in a hair-drying cap. Pink towels were rolled into small circles on both sides of her ears, making her look incredibly cute. Seeing her brother's expression, Tuanshuan also turned to look at the living room. Oh, we have guests at home. When Su's father and mother saw these two adorable children, how could they sit still? The two immediately stood up. Su's mother squatted down in front of Tuanshuan and Lele, smiling kindly. Hello, little friends. Tuanshuan and Lele immediately responded. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Mrs. Su looked delighted and turned to Mr. Su, saying, Old Su, our grandchildren are so smart. They know we're their grandparents. Chapter 48 Son, you've been holding back a big move. Dad Su said with a smile. My grandchildren are indeed very smart. After Su's father finished speaking, he looked at Tuanshuan and Lele and asked, Little friends, we are Su Chen's parents and your grandparents. What are your names? Tuanshuan's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected the two elderly people in front of her to actually be her grandparents. She immediately said sweetly, Su Chun is my daddy, my name is Tuanshuan, and this is my little goose, Lele. Lele probably didn't expect that the two grandparents in front of her were real, and her blank expression was rather cute. With his hands behind his back, he became a little reserved. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. The little guy repeated it solemnly again. Su's father nodded happily. Hello, Lele. Tuanshuan enthusiastically climbed onto Su's mother's shoulders, hugged her affectionately, and said, Grandma, what brings you and Grandpa here? Did you come to see me and Gidge? The little girl is clever and charming, and she has won the old lady's heart. Su's mother is so amused that she can't stop smiling. When Yin Bingxue came in after finishing her phone call, this was the scene she saw. She slightly furrowed her brows and said softly, Tuanshuan, you can't hug Grandma like that. You'll make her fall over. Upon hearing this, Tuanshuan immediately stopped shaking, but her little hands were still wrapped around Su's mother's neck. Mother Su turned around and said, Bingxue, don't worry. I'm perfectly healthy. I can even pick Tuanshuan up in my arms. After saying that, Su's mother picked up the little girl and held her in her arms, smiling happily. Lele, come here, let Grandpa hold your hand. Let's go play on the sofa over there, okay? Su's mother hugged her eldest granddaughter, but her mind was still on her eldest grandson. Mr. Su immediately reached out his hand to Lele. Lele seemed to be stunned for a moment, then reached out her little hand. Although he was a little awkward with Su Chun, he was very obedient to Su's father. Mom said we should respect the elderly and care for the young. Yin Bingxue couldn't help but smile when she saw her son and daughter's performance. With two little ones around, The atmosphere at home instantly became lively and cheerful. Su Chun returned carrying a large bag of groceries and immediately noticed 2 extra pairs of shoes by the door. He was startled when he heard Su's mother laughing again from the living room. Why are mom and dad here? Thinking about what he had said on the phone last night, he smiled with relief. It seems the 2 elderly people knew about my marriage and children and couldn't help but come over. Yin Bingxue was working on her laptop in the restaurant when she spotted Su Chun at a glance. She immediately called out, "Su Chun, you're back?" Su Chun smiled and nodded, then pointed to the living room. Yin Bingxue blushed and blinked, indicating that things were exactly as he thought. The 2 stood together and walked into the living room. Su's father and mother are playing with Tuanshuan and Lele using building blocks to build a small house, which has already taken the shape of a small house. 2 elderly people and 2 children were sitting on the street stall, creating a very heartwarming scene. When Su's father saw Su Chun, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Son, you're back." Su Chen's face showed a mix of smiles, surprise, and a hint of helplessness. "Dad, Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have at least picked you up." Mr. Su pointed at Mrs. Su and said, "You told us such a big thing last night. How could your mother possibly hold back?" Mrs. Su looked up and said, "Old Su, don't just talk about me. Aren't you also eager to come and see your daughter-in-law and grandchildren?" Seeing the smiles on the elderly couple's faces, Su Chun felt a slight warmth in his heart. Tuanshuan was having a great time playing when she saw her dad come home. She didn't rush over to him, but just looked up and cutely called out, "Daddy, Grandpa and Grandma brought us lots of gifts, lots of delicious food, and toys too. Giggle, and I absolutely love it." When Lele, who was brought along, saw Su Chun, she immediately put down her toy and sat there obediently. Her expression of wanting to hide, but not being able to was really cute. Su Chun smiled and said, "Then you guys play with Grandpa and Grandma. Dad will go put the vegetables away first." "I'll go with you," Yin Bingxue said. Su Chun nodded, and the 2 went into the kitchen together. After closing the door, Su Chun immediately asked, "When did Mom and Dad arrive?" "You just came downstairs a little while ago," Yin Bingxue replied. "Are you a little nervous?" Su Chun asked, noticing the blush on her face. Yin Bingxue's face turned even redder, and she licked her pink lips, saying, "I just didn't expect to meet you so suddenly." As Su Chun put things into the refrigerator, he said, "I didn't expect them to come here directly. My mom called last night after seeing my WeChat moments and asking about the 2 kids. I told her the truth. I didn't expect them to show up here today. Don't be nervous. My parents are very kind. They will definitely like you and Tuanshuan and Lele." Yin Bingxue nodded. "Yes, they are all doing well." Mrs. Su craned her neck to look into the kitchen and said to Mr. Su, "Old Su, I'll go cook in a bit. You should find a chance to have a good talk with our son. This kid, he's been keeping such a big thing to himself until now." Mr. Su nodded. "Yes, I know. Go to the kitchen and help. Chin Chin can't cook either, so don't let your daughter-in-law do all the work by herself." Reluctantly, Mrs. Su got up, patted her grandson and granddaughter's heads, and said, "Tuanshuan, Lele, Grandma will play with you again later. Grandma will go make you some food now." After she finished speaking, she got up and went to the kitchen. At the door, she gently knocked. "Chin Chin, why don't you take Bingxue out and play with the children? I'll cook. I brought you a lot of homemade cured meats. You young people don't know how to make them." Su Chin opened the door, looked at his mother, and said, "Mom, I'll cook." "Your son's cooking is amazing now." Su's mother pushed him out and said irritably, "What kind of cooking do you know? You can't cook anyway. Let Mom do it. Mom will cook something delicious for you, and let Bingxue and the children taste Mom's cooking." Su Chun was pushed outside and smiled helplessly. "All right, then let Mom show off her skills today." After saying that, he winked at Yin Bingxue. "My mom's cooking is also delicious." Yin Bingxue smiled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, she was gently pushed out by Su's mother. Su Chun returned to the living room, and Tuanshuan immediately waved to him. "Daddy, come and make a little house with Tuanshuan." Just as Su Chun walked over, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in front of the baby house building blocks. You are rewarded with a 500 square meter, 8-bedroom villa with a 500 square meter garden. The house address, door lock password, and property information have been transmitted to your mind. Please specify the location for storing the property certificate. Author's note. I'm currently aiming for the top of the new book charts. Brothers and friends, if you have any recommendation votes, please cast them. Thank you. Chapter 49. Father Sue is shocked. Son, you bought a villa worth 70 million. A 500 square meter villa? 8 rooms. Wow, this system is amazing. This reward is quite generous. Now that I have a wife and kids, living in this small rented room is really not suitable. Now I can move into a big house. Please put the property certificate in the bedside table drawer in my bedroom. Stored, please check it in time. Perfect. Su Chin's smile grew even brighter as he sat on the carpet and played with Tuan Tuan, stacking blocks together. Lele stopped moving when he came over, but since Su's father was also there, she could only continue to sit obediently to the side. After Su Chun and Tuan Tuan finished at the small house, Su's father said, Chun Chun, your mother and I forgot to buy alcohol, and I'm also out of cigarettes. I'd like to go downstairs to buy some. Will you come with me? I don't know the way around here. Upon hearing this, Su Chun knew that his father was deliberately trying to get him to go out together. So he got up, said something to Yin Bingxue, and went out with his father. When the two arrived downstairs, Mr. Su patted his son on the shoulder. You little rascal, you're really something. Yesterday you said you had 2 children, and your mother and I were happy, but it still felt unreal. Today, when we saw Lele, she looks exactly like you when you were little. She must be one of our Su family's children. You really managed to keep such a big thing to yourself. Su Chin smiled at his father. Dad, didn't I already tell you? I only found out recently myself. Mr. Su smiled with satisfaction and said, Chun Chun, your mother and I came here today not only to see our daughter-in-law and the 2 children, but also to discuss matters concerning your little family. This is the house you told us about before, the one you rented, right? Su Chin nodded. Before, it was just you living alone, so renting a place was no problem. But now that you're a family, you're married and you have Tuan Chuan and Lele, it's definitely inconvenient for the 4 of you to live in a rented place. Your mother and I have discussed it, and we're going to take out all the money in the house and put together a down payment for you to buy a house here so that your daughter-in-law and the 2 children can live more comfortably and feel more secure. Your daughter-in-law has raised 2 children on her own for the past 3 years, which must have been very hard. Our Su family must not treat her unfairly. You can set a date for the wedding, and don't worry about the money. Your mother and I will find a way to make sure it's all taken care of. Su Chun was deeply moved by his father's words. The elderly couple had worked hard all their lives, all for the sake of their son. He thought his parents were just happy to come today, but he didn't expect them to have thought about things more than he did. They probably had already planned ahead and were determined to do everything they could to get his little family back on track. However, Su Chun is no longer the Su Chun of the past. Now, he doesn't have to work as hard as his parents. He has a system, so he has nothing to worry about. Su Chun looked at his father and said, Dad, you and Mom don't need to worry about the house anymore. I've already taken care of it. Su's father looked at his son with a puzzled expression. Is it done? How exactly is it done? Su Chun continued, I can live anywhere by myself without any problem, but since Bingxue and the child are here, renting a house would definitely be inconvenient. So a few days ago I went to look at houses and bought a villa. It was fully furnished and had all the necessary items, so I could move in right away. Mr. Su looked at his son in shock. Chin Chun, you said you bought a villa? Child, I know you're sensible and don't want your mother and me to worry about you, but all parents in the world are like this. We've saved our money for you to buy a house when you get married. You don't need to lie to your father about this. Su's father felt that Su Chan was deliberately trying to reassure him and was lying to him. Su Chan laughed and said, Dad, you really don't trust your son? I really did buy a house. The property certificate is all issued. It's upstairs. I'll show it to you later. If you still don't believe me, since you and your mother are here, I'll show you for yourselves. Looking at his son's expression, Su's father realized that he was serious and not joking. He swallowed hard, his voice dry, and said, Son, houses in Zhonghai are so expensive, and you bought a villa. It must have been incredibly pricey. Did you take out a loan? Isn't that a lot of pressure? You silly child, your mother and I are saving money for you. With such high loan interest rates, it would be so much better to have more money and take out less loan money. Su Chin put his hand on his father's shoulder and said with a smile, Dad, can you have some faith in your son? I bought the house outright, so I don't have to pay a loan. Bought it with cash? Son, a villa in China overseas must cost a lot of money. How much did you pay for your villa? Su Chan could access real estate information in his mind at any time, and he answered directly. It would cost more than 70 million in full. Really? Son, where did you get so much money? That villa must have cost a lot. He and his mother had saved up only a few 100,000 yuan their whole lives. They could barely afford the down payment for a villa in Zhonghai. And their son actually bought a villa worth more than 70 million yuan in cash. Su Chan had already thought of a solution, so as soon as his father asked, he immediately replied, "Your son is capable. I earned it myself." Su's father glared at his son and laughed. "You brat, you're a father now. How come you're still so unserious? I'm talking to you seriously. This isn't a small amount of money. Where did you get it?" "Dad, I'm not kidding. I really earned it. When I was in college, I took on some design work for Mecha Toys Online and earned a lot of design fees, so I saved up some money." After finishing speaking, Su Chun tossed his hair and said rather narcissistically, "I wasn't originally planning to tell you and Mom directly, because I was afraid you'd be scared and wouldn't sleep well at night if you knew your son had earned so much money, huh?" Mr. Su glared at his son, then exclaimed in shock, "Son, is that mecha design you're doing really that profitable? You could save up enough to build a villa just by making toys." "Yes, mechs are a hot high-tech trend all over the world right now, and they've become popular in China in recent years. I've seized this new opportunity. Before, I made mech toys and only earned small amounts of money. But once your son designs a real combat mech, the money will be much more," Su Chen said confidently. Mr. Su looked at his son, his gaze shifting from disbelief to shock, and then to pride and satisfaction. His eyes even reddened slightly. "Chen, you've really grown up. Your mother and I never dreamed you would be so successful. Good boy, you are truly the pride of our Su family. Your mother and I are really getting old now. We don't understand the things you young people do, but I know that my son is incredibly capable. As your father, I am truly happy and proud," Mr. Su said happily, holding his phone in his hand, eager to share the good news with his old friends. His son not only bought a villa worth over 70 million yuan in China overseas through his own efforts, but he will also be able to design real combat mechs in the future. My son is a high-tech talent. Seeing his father's eyes redden with emotion, Su Chun felt very excited himself. Chapter 50. Yin Bingxue was surprised. "Su Chen, you bought a house?" At home, Yin Bingxue stood at the kitchen door for a long time, hesitating for a long time, before finally knocking on the door and going in. "Mom, let me help you." Mrs. Su was washing vegetables when she saw her come in and quickly said, "Oh dear, Bingxue, no need for your help here. The kitchen is a mess. Don't come in, you'll get wet. Go out and play with the kids. I'll take care of things here." Yin Bingxue didn't move. Su's mother's hands were wet, so she couldn't push her out again. Yin Bingxue said, "Mom, Tuanshuan and Lele are watching TV and playing with the toys you bought them outside. They are both very well behaved, and there won't be any problems. I've finished my work, so I'll come and help you out. It's tiring for one person to prepare food for the whole family." "Oh, Bingxue, you're such a thoughtful child. But Mom really doesn't need your help. I've always managed like this at home. Haha, I can handle it. You can go out and rest for a while," Su's mother said cheerfully. Yin Bingxue shook her head. "I'm not tired, Mom. Let me help you pick the vegetables. You and Dad came all this way with so many gifts. You must be very tired. I'll just pick and wash the vegetables for you. I'm not tired." Seeing her insistence, Su's mother smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, then you can help me pick the vegetables. Just don't get your hands wet or oily." "Okay," Yin Bingxue responded, picked up a small stool, and sat down obediently to pick vegetables. Su's mother would glance down at her every now and then, her eyes filled with increasing joy. Her daughter-in-law is so beautiful, and she's so filial. If she's so good to her, she must be even better to her son. Mrs. Su understood perfectly well that her daughter-in-law was probably a little reserved since it was their first time meeting, and her good behavior was all because she loved her son. "That's wonderful. My daughter-in-law is wonderful, and so are Tuanshuan and Lele. My son's little family is so happy." Mrs. Su was happy, and her movements became lighter. "Bingxue, is my Chinchin usually good to you? He hasn't bullied you, has he? If that brat bullies you, just tell Mom, and Mom will beat him up for you," Su's mother said to Yin Bingxue while washing vegetables. Yin Bingxue wasn't quite used to this casual, family-oriented atmosphere. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled faintly as she looked down. Mom, Chin didn't bully me. He's very good to me and the children. Su Chun and his father returned with wine. As soon as they entered, they smelled the aroma of soup simmering in the kitchen. He immediately went over and saw Yin Bingxue and her mother, one picking vegetables and the other washing them. The scene was harmonious and heartwarming. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. This scene was just too beautiful. Mrs. Su has been cooking for half her life, and she's very quick and efficient. She prepared 6 dishes and a soup in just over an hour. The family sat down to eat together in a happy atmosphere. Mrs. Su kept putting food on Yin Bingshua's plate, clearly very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. While they were eating, Su's mother suddenly remembered the accommodation for the night and hurriedly asked Su's father, "Old Su, have you booked a hotel nearby? It's getting late, and I'm afraid there won't be any rooms available." Upon hearing this, Su's father was overjoyed, his face beaming with pride as he said, "No need to book a room. We'll just sleep at our son's house." Mrs. Su was taken aback, then frowned and said, "Old Su, are you confused? We only have 2 rooms here, and the children are here too. We'll have to sleep on the floor. Your daughter-in-law is here. Don't talk nonsense." "No, not here. It's my son's own house." Seeing the surprised look on Su's mother's face, Su's father smiled and said, "Our son bought a house. It's a super big villa, worth over 70 million. He bought it in full. Honey, our son is really something now." Su's mother was both surprised and delighted. Her eyes widened as she looked at her son, speechless for a long time. Yin Bingxue was also somewhat shocked. Su Chen bought a house. How come she didn't know? And it's a villa worth 70 million. Could it be? Tuanshuan blinked her adorable big eyes and clapped her hands happily, saying, "Yay, Daddy bought a new house. We can move to a new house again. I'm so happy." Lele was also surprised that Su Chun would buy them a new house. The little guy couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Chun, his expression showing a hint of surprise. Coming to her senses, Su's mother exclaimed in utter shock, "Son, you bought a house? A villa worth over 70 million yuan, bought in full? Son, where did you get so much money?" Before Su Chun could explain, his father proudly chimed in, "Our son is amazing. He can build those mechs, that high-tech stuff we don't even understand. He made a lot of money designing mech toys while in college. He was the one who didn't believe him on the way here, but now, as he explains to Su's mother, he's already acting all proud." Overjoyed, Su's mother wept, nodding gently and saying, "That's wonderful. Son, you're amazing. Your parents originally came here to look at houses for you, but we never expected our son to be so capable and buy such a big villa all by himself. Son, from now on your little family is officially established. You, your daughter-in-law, and Tuanshuan and Lele, you must live happily together as a family. You're so amazing. Your dad and I are so happy for you." Su Chun took a tissue and wiped his mother's tears, smiling as he said, "Mom, don't cry about something so happy." Okay, Mommy, don't cry. These are tears of joy. Son, are we going to stay in the new house tonight?" Su Chun nodded. "Okay." Tuanshuan exclaimed happily, "Yay, we're going to see the big house Daddy bought later. Tuanshuan, I'll take you to choose a room later." The family finished dinner happily. Because Su Chun had bought a house, Su's father specially opened a bottle of wine, and everyone raised their glasses and drank a little. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. On the table sat a steaming meal prepared by Su's mother, all with familiar home-style flavors. Surrounded by his dearest family, Su Chun felt that life was truly wonderful. After dinner, Su Chun asked his parents to play with the 2 children for a while he washed the dishes. After finishing, he set off for the new house. Yin Bingxue also helped clear the dishes and went inside to help. Su's mother was about to wash the dishes when Su's father stopped her, whispering, "Let our son do it. Our son and daughter-in-law are here. Why are you going to join in?" Su's mother immediately understood and nodded, saying, "Yes, we need to give them more space to be alone together. Tuanshuan and Lele, how about Grandpa and Grandma play with you?" "Okay."